Good morning everyone and welcome to the first day of racing at the 2021 British Universities Regatta here in Nottingham. It's fantastic to have you with us after a little bit of a gap in racing. We didn't have a Bucs Regatta last year. We're a little bit out of schedule. We're coming to you from the middle of June rather than the beginning of May as we usually are. And it's a Thursday rather than a Saturday, so my brain is completely haywire. But we are here on the start line with our first crews ready to go, and off they go. The men's championship lightweight pairs. The first repercharge is underway. My name is William Horrocks. I'm joined here by John Lawrenson, and we're going to be bringing you the live stream for the next little bit. So, John, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Will. So just with this first race, we've got Newcastle in lane 2, Cambridge in lane 3, Oxford in lane 4 and Aberdeen in lane 5.
In lane 2, Newcastle A, lane 3, Cambridge, lane 4, Oxford A.
So for all of these events we had time trials earlier today. So for this we had men's championship lightweight pairs, a pretty full time trial. The top two fastest crews from that progressed straight through into the A final, and we're now into the repercharges. So in each of these repercharges we'll have the first two crews going through to the A final. We're coming up towards the 500 metre marker now.
And so it looks like all the crews have got off to a good start there. We're just coming up to what must be the 250 marker here. Looks like Oxford and Cambridge got out to a good start in those middle lanes.
So coming up towards the 500 metre marker in the men's championship lightweight pairs, first repercharge. See, and it's the two crews in the middle. So Cambridge and Oxford, those regular rivals, are out in front. I think it's the Oxford crew with a small advantage at the moment as we're coming up towards 500 metres gone. About 3/4 of a length over Cambridge, who in turn hold about 3/4 of a length.
So as the boats go through the first 500 metre marker, it looks to me that it's Oxford A in lane 4 who are leading out this race, but close on the heels are Cambridge B in lane 3 and Aberdeen in lane 4. Lane 5. So a very tight race there, just about half a length, maybe only quarter of a length, separating Oxford and Cambridge, who lead out this first AB semi-final. The result of this race, the first boats over finish line will go through to the final later on. And these boats now just coming up towards the halfway point on the course. We'll start to get an idea of who has the lead in this race as we come into the all-important third quarter of the 2 kilometre distance. So at this point it starts to get a little bit harder for the athletes. They've been running for a good distance now. They'll be starting to feel that really test their endurance there to keep the speed they have. So it still looks as though the lead is with that Oxford crew in lane 4. But hot on their heels, Cambridge and Aberdeen over on the grassy bank side of the lake. Trailing a little bit, it looks to be Newcastle in lane 2. These boats fast approaching the last 500 metre straight.
Apologies for that small interruption there, and just as we're getting our first races under the day, just getting those small technical gremlins out of the system. We're back live now, and you can see waiting on the start line we've got the second repercharge of the men's championship lightweight pairs. As the first repercharge comes towards the line, we'll hopefully be able to show you that. If not, John and I are sitting right on the finish line, so we'll be able to let you know what's happening.
Yep, so just watching them come down here from our commentary position, we have Oxford still in the lead, I think, with Cambridge in second, but we have Aberdeen closely following in third, no doubt contesting that top 2 finish for the A final.
Yeah, so we got those two famous rivals, Oxford and Cambridge. Looks like they're going to be the ones that will take the positions going through as it currently stands. Oxford have stretched that lead right out to a couple of lengths now, with Cambridge still sitting in a pretty comfortable second position. Aberdeen pushing hard in third position, but you can see their steering just a little bit more wayward than their rivals, and Newcastle sitting in that fourth position. So you can see on your screens now we've got the second of those repercharges. So Edinburgh, Newcastle B, Cambridge C, and Cardiff will be going off in that one in the next couple of minutes. And you can see they have just gone off the start now. A little bit of a wobbly start there from the Newcastle crew in lane number 4. Could see those blades going a little bit all over the place. Great shot there from our start line camera.
Yep, and that Newcastle crew just on the buoys at the moment, but looks like they're recovering their steering here and looking to get off to a good start.
And as that second repercharge goes off towards the 500 metre marker, quick update from the first repercharge. So it is Oxford University A, Edward Lamb's crew just coming up towards the finish line, and they're going to cross in first position ahead of Cambridge University B. That's Freddie Scott's crew. Those two crews will progress through into the A final later on to compete against the top 2 for the time trial. Aberdeen in lane number 5 just missing out, and then it will be Newcastle coming across in fourth. We've now got the second of those repercharges, and looks like they're coming up towards 1,000 metres.
So the next race on the course is the second repercharge of the same event, the men's championship lightweight pairs. And again, the result of this race will be two crews going through the finals. So the first 2 races, Oxford, followed by Cambridge, who will join them in that final. So in this next race, we have in lane 2,
So in this second repercharge of the men's championship lightweight pairs, we have Newcastle out in front with Cambridge in second place. It looks like this Cambridge crew is from one of the colleges. They're rowing in their red all-in-ones as opposed to their light blue. We have Edinburgh and Cardiff bringing up the rear, but it looks like it's a hotly contested race, this one.
Absolutely, and so we've already seen Cambridge and Oxford qualify. They'll be going through to join through the crews from the University of Surrey and another University of Cambridge crew who were the top 2 from the time trial earlier. They set the fastest times by some distance. University of Surrey with a 4-second advantage over Cambridge. Cambridge then had a 10-second advantage over that Oxford University crew that we saw in the last race. In this field, that crew from Newcastle University and Cambridge C, the Cambridge College, they were pretty close, only separated by a couple of seconds in that time trial, but Newcastle are going through strong at the moment. They are in they've had a second and a half advantage, you can see on the split times on your screen, over the Cambridge crew. Great shot there from our camera up on the sort of centre of the Watersports Centre here in Nottingham. See, I think that Cambridge crew in lane number 4, and Harry Fieldhouse, they're maybe starting to push back onto Newcastle ever so slightly, but I think those two crews do have a solid advantage on the rest of the field in the battle for these two places in the A final.
Yeah, and we can see two distinctive styles of rowing here between this Newcastle crew and this Cambridge crew. The Newcastle crew look like they're rowing at a higher stroke rate, so that's the number of strokes they're taking per minute, versus the Cambridge crew, who have a lower stroke rate but looks like nice long and strong strokes. And those two different styles are carrying both of these crews out into a lead over their opposition here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say the Newcastle crew maybe look a little bit more aggressive, but I think they're paying for that with the boats just a little bit more twitchy around the catch, just affecting the timing of the crew, as they're just not always able to get those blades in completely in sync with each other. And that Cambridge crew, on the other hand, a little bit longer, a little bit more relaxed, looking a bit more together, drawing those blades through to the finish together. It's maybe a slightly more effective rhythm. We'll see as we come further up the course if that means that they're able to push closer. You can see those 1,000-metre split times have popped up on your screen now, and Cambridge have closed the gap slightly, so it's down to less than a second at the 1,000-metre marker that Newcastle held over Cambridge. But both of those crews did hold a very strong lead over the University of Edinburgh, who are in third and are currently in line to miss out on the A final.
But it's great to reach the A final, one in the repercharge that we just saw and one in this one. And you never quite know what's going to come out of Cambridge, but it looks like they've brought some really strong athletes this year and will look to dominate this event well.
For sure, and I was mentioning on the commentary in the venue during the time trials earlier that usually Bucs doesn't have a fantastic entry from Cambridge and Oxford, partly due to the fact that the boat race is only about a month or so before Bucs Regatta, and that does mean that most of those athletes that have been training really hard for the boat race do tend to want to take a little bit of a break afterwards. But the fact that Bucs is about a month and a half later than it usually is means that many of those athletes have been able to sort of regroup, get back into crews and focusing on Bucs. At third 500 metre though, Newcastle have pushed away from the Cambridge College crew, and that gap that was less than a second is now sitting at 5 seconds in favour of the Blue Star in lane number 3. Wonder though if Cambridge are just happy to sit in that position, knowing that they're going to still be going through to the A final in the position they're currently in.
Yeah, and we know that Newcastle, they're always racers. They have a really competitive training programme up there at the north with head coach Angelo Savarino, and that's obviously paying them dividends here at the end of this race. They look at this point that they're going to qualify for that A final, but they're not letting up, and they want to win this race by as much as possible.
The Newcastle fans always out in force at Bucs Regatta, and I can still hear them screaming down from the bottom of the tower. We're quite high up here in our commentary position, but I can still hear those Newcastle fans loud and proud. Can see just quickly going to the start line as our next race is already underway. That's the men's beginner 2 singles. We'll go back to that in a second.
And just as we're approaching the end of this race, it is Newcastle that look like they're going to take the win, with Cambridge in second. Edinburgh and Cardiff still looking strong, but unfortunately unlikely to qualify for that A final at this point. And there we are, just with Cambridge crossing the line now.
So we've got the an inaugural event at this year's Bucs Regatta, the men's beginner 2 single sculls. We have beginner singles every year at Bucs Regatta, but as a result of everything that's been going on over the last year and us not being able to hold a Bucs Regatta last year, we didn't want to disadvantage any of those athletes that missed out on the opportunity to compete as a beginner last year. So we've introduced the beginner 2 event. So for those who would have started rowing in the 2019-2020 season, maybe because of the lack of training, they're maybe not quite up to sort of a full senior squad standard, and give them the opportunity to race in some of these beginner 2 events. So in this one we've got 6 crews: Derby A, St Andrews, Strathclyde A, Durham, Queen's University Belfast A and Strathclyde B. We're coming up towards the 500 metre marker, and it looks as though it's lane number 3, Strathclyde University, going through. Just pop their times popping up on the screen for you now. Then over on the far side is another crew from Strathclyde, Robert Amphlett from Strathclyde B, Durham, Tommy Osrin in lane number 4, and then our remaining 3 crews just coming through there. So it'll be the top 3 going through into the semi-finals for this one.
Yeah, and it looks like quite a good margin for that Strathclyde A sculler there. Although, as we always see in these beginner events, the margins can be overturned very easily, especially in these small boats where you can pick up speed very quickly towards the end of the race, and always so entertaining as well.
You can see the umpires launch there, just warning one of the crews, just making sure they're staying in their lane. We can cut to our camera on the finish line now. That great view back down the course, and we can see that Strathclyde University sculler. For someone with just over about a year and a half's experience in rowing, and some of that very with a lot of interference, it's some really, really good looking sculling there from Flynn Johnston Hay in lane number 3.
Yes, and all these scullers actually looking really impressive technically for just their year and a half or 2 years of experience. This is really a testament to these clubs. Their scullers are looking very good indeed.
So you can see our side-by-side camera now. It's a new innovation for us at Bucs this year. It's Jack going alongside the course with an e-bike and a camera on the back. So fantastic to get this shot of Strathclyde University's Flynn Johnston Hay. I just had a look at the time trial results and had a massive advantage in this one. Flynn Johnston Hay had a 30-second lead in the time trial over the next fastest crew, which is really impressive, and you can see that's now showing with the advantage that Flynn Johnston Hay has built up over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and that's quite an impressive split. Just seeing as we come past the 1,000 metre mark, he's already got a 20-second advantage over his the next competitor there from Strathclyde B. And I'm just thinking, Will, that these scullers from Strathclyde, probably from the Strathclyde Park World Class Start Centre, so that's the British Rowing Talent ID programme run out of Strathclyde Park, and we see some of these athletes representing different clubs, but great to see that new talent coming through.
Indeed, I actually I spoke to the coach of the Strathclyde World Class Start programme earlier today. I don't think he's got any beginner crews entered, but definitely got some athletes competing in some of the championship and intermediate events. So I think these are Strathclyde University club athletes, which is really impressive. Strathclyde do have a history of sort of producing some, especially in some of the smaller boats, some really impressive athletes who've competed well at Bucs over the previous years. I was thinking earlier as well that while that many of these athletes have had very disrupted training over the last year or so, the fact that some of the regulations in place have meant that many athletes, the only opportunity has been to train in singles. And whereas we might sometimes see the beginner singles events at Bucs where there's a little bit of technical difficulties because athletes that mostly spend most of their time training in 8s and 4s, maybe showing some promising times on the ergo, and then they get put into a single just before Bucs, and it's a very different beast being able to row a single scull effectively. But actually, for many of these athletes, they may have spent most of the last year just training in singles, and so I think it's probably actually going to have a positive benefit on the sort of technical proficiency of some of these scullers.
Just as we can see those 1500 metre splits coming in, it looks like it's the sculler from Strathclyde A, Flynn Johnston-Hay, coming in, extending his lead, with the scullers from Durham and Strathclyde B behind, at this point set to take those top 3 spots to the A final, but not far behind is that sculler from St Andrews. So it'll be interesting to see this last 500, has anyone got a sprint in it to take those last 2 spots to the A final.
Yeah, so Strathclyde with an absolutely massive advantage, but it is tight for those 3 places. So for these events where we got semi-finals, it is 3 crews that will go through. You can see there Flynn Johnston-Hay of Strathclyde with a big advantage over the field, but that battle is going to be on between Durham, St Andrews and Strathclyde B for those remaining 2 spaces. But into the last 100 metres now for Flynn Johnston-Hay, and what an impressive performance this has been.
Yep, and he's just maintaining his stroke length here, really nice long strong strokes. He's in control of the race and he's just maintaining that form right to the end, saving himself perhaps for the A final.
And with the ever important speed bucket hat that's going to be providing at least a good 20 seconds of that win. Some big cheers going on for these next crews coming up to the finish line, and I think it's going to be Durham University in lane number 4 who are going to be coming through in 2nd place, and St Andrews in lane number 2. So good Scottish representation here in 1st and 3rd. The 2nd Strathclyde University sculler Robert Amphlett over on the far side has just dropped off slightly in this second half of this race.
Yep, and there we are, that St Andrews sculler just about to cross the line there in 3rd place. So we've got our first 3 scullers there into the A final of the men's beginner 2 single scull.
And going straight down to the 2nd semi-final of the men's beginner 2 single sculls as our last crews come across the line in the 1st semi-final, coming up towards 500 metres gone. You can see the start list there. We've got Swansea B, Swansea A, Leeds, Surrey, Nottingham, Trent and Exeter going from lanes 1 to 6. Just about to hit that 500 metres gone, and there's 2 crews out in front of this one, and it's those 2 crews that would have been quicker from the time trial, Surrey and Leeds, with Exeter currently in 3rd. So Surrey, that is Manuel Brdicic, and then Connor Bull of Leeds, and then from Exeter that is Harry McDonald. So they are the 3 crews currently in those qualifying positions.
Yep, and it's good to see Surrey in there. We've seen some impressive results from Surrey's beginner programme over the last few years. They've had medals in the beginner 8s, and obviously just looking at that programme to continue the success in this beginner singles. And this will be interesting to see how the margins in this race compare to that previous semi-final, and see if anyone from this semi can indeed challenge that sculler from Strathclyde.
Yeah, I think based on the time trial results, I think that's going to be very, very difficult. But these Leeds and Surrey scullers, they came 2nd and 3rd in the time trial earlier, which is why they've got those 2 favourable lanes in the middle of the course. So they're still going to be in a really good position to fight for medals. But I think it's going to be very tough for anyone to challenge Flynn Johnston-Hay after the position he's put, after the performance he's put in, first in the time trial and now in the semi-final. Just coming up towards 1,000 metres now. Interesting to see if those Surrey and Leeds crews decide to keep fighting it out. or if they all sort of be happy to progress through and save their energy for later. It can be difficult, especially if you don't have a huge amount of racing in your legs, to come to a regatta and have to do 3 flat out 2Ks in a day. It can take a lot of energy out of you, and so for these less experienced athletes, it will be something they have to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's a great point, Will, and I think this is obviously a 3-day regatta, so we're on the first day today, but I think these athletes will certainly be feeling it in their legs tomorrow and on Saturday when they've been racing for a couple of days prior. So yeah, fresh legs today, and great to see that these beginner singles are getting on their way, and it looks like the scullers from Leeds and Surrey still out in front, but it'll be interesting to see here who's going to pick up that 3rd spot to qualify for the A final.
Yeah, we saw the sculler from Strathclyde B in the first semi-final. Went out quite fast, was over on the far side in lane number 6, and we've seen the same thing again with Exeter, but is still holding that 3rd place as we go through. So you can see from the timings on the left-hand side, looks like it is still Surrey and Leeds. Don't have a timing for that second crew just yet, but so Surrey and Leeds out in front, but Exeter holding that 3rd position over Nottingham Trent, who are sitting in 4th position. Nottingham Trent, that's Ollie Jackson there, the Nottingham Trent B crew. He's got about a 5-second gap to try and close down if he wants to go through to the A final. After a long break in racing, this is my first time back at a side-by-side regatta, and it's really fantastic to see all the athletes out there going all the way through from champ, intermediate and beginner, really giving it their all in the time trials this morning. Huge number of athletes here competing in the other events who were supporting on their teammates, and having sort of been involved in some of the virtual events that have taken place over the last year and a half. Those were fantastic, and a really great different aspect to the sport. But it is fantastic being back at a side-by-side regatta and seeing crews going at it hammer and tongs.
Yeah, some of these crews will have competed at the Metropolitan and Marlow regattas previously, but I think this is by far the biggest regatta to happen so far for these athletes. And Bucs Regatta, one of the highlights of the year, and indeed the highlight of the year for many athletes. So great to see everyone back racing at Bucs at Nottingham, and can't wait for these next 3 days of racing. For sure, it's just going to get more and more amped up. We've got a slightly shorter day of racing today, the same events we'd usually have on the Monday of Bucs Regatta, but then tomorrow and Saturday we've got 2 really full days of racing. So going through 1500 metres, and Leeds still holding that advantage, but it's less than a second over Surrey. Exeter still holding 3rd, but Swansea are now in that 4th position, and they've closed right up on Exeter. It's only a gap of about 4 seconds now, probably just over a length. So if Swansea have got a big sprint on them, they could be in position to go through to the A final. And it looks like the scholars from Leeds and Surrey at the top of the field, but they're not going to settle for 2nd place. They want that centre lane in the A final. They want to win this race, so they're going hammer and tongs all the way down. And looking at that Swansea sculler looking quite strong, but I think that Exeter sculler is just about holding on to 3rd place at this point.
Yeah, Leeds and Surrey really not stepping off the pace at all. We're in the last 200 metres, coming up towards those red buoys that signify 100 metres to go. And then it's the 2 athletes on the opposite sides of the course, which can be really tricky if you're trying to work out if you're ahead. Exeter over on the far side and Swansea over on the near side, competing for that last spot.
And both of those scullers sprinting now. It looks like we might have had a bit of a scare with the boys in the steering, but they're both back in the middle of their lanes now. And it looks like the sculler from Surrey is just edging out in front at this point.
Yeah, really tight still, only probably about half length in it, but I think it is the sculler in lane number 4 from Surrey that just has a slight advantage over Leeds as we're coming up to the line. Oh, really tight, but it was just lane 4 ahead as we cross the line. And it is indeed the sculler from Swansea in lane number 1 with a fantastically paced race, and he has rode through the sculler from Exeter over on the far side of the course.
And so that's your top three: Surrey, Leeds and Swansea going through to the A final of the men's beginner 2 single sculls.
That was our introduction to the men's beginner 2 singles, and we're now going to the men's beginner 1 singles. This is our sort of more traditional beginner event for athletes who only started rowing in this academic year, and we've just had the first semi-final of that go through the 500 metre marker, and a really tight race. This, you can see at least 5 of those singles very close together. Just go quick run through of the lane order for you here. So we've got Kingston in lane number 1, UCL in 2, Edinburgh A in 3, Edinburgh B in 4, Edinburgh D in 5 and Durham B in lane number 6.
And it looks like the scholars from Edinburgh A and B contesting the leads for this race at the moment in those centre lanes. But this is a really close race at this point, and it'll be interesting to see who can hold their form down the rest of the course with these relatively inexperienced athletes. Generally, the person who can maintain their technique for the full 2K race will be the ones to come out in front.
So I think it's the Edinburgh athlete in lane number 3, Joshua Yates, Edinburgh A, who's out in front. He won the time trial this morning in a time of 6:04, but there were 3 Edinburgh athletes in the top 4 of the time trial for this: Edinburgh A, E and B. And I think we've got 2 of those. So we've got Joshua Yates, Edinburgh A, and we've got James Keane, Edinburgh B, and they are currently leading this one. So really strong from the Baby Blue Army. They've had really strong beginner crews in the past, normally in the 8s, 4s and quads, maybe slightly less so in the single. I do remember going back to I think it would have been 2014, and it was Callum Irvin who had come across from cross-country skiing and then ended up winning the men's beginner single here at Bucs by around about 40 seconds. You can see alongside now, and I think it's those 2 Edinburgh crews just starting to stretch out their advantage over UCL and the 4th Edinburgh crew.
And I'm really impressed with the sculling technique from these single scullers. Obviously this year we spent much of the year in lockdown, and these scullers won't have had that much time on the water, although like you were saying earlier, Will, I think many of these scullers will have spent the majority of their time in the singles as opposed to the bigger boats. So great to see such strong competition in this beginner 1 single. And it's that sculler from Edinburgh, Joshua Yates, who's pushing out to almost a length lead now over his teammate from Edinburgh. But behind him it's quite close between the scullers from UCL and Edinburgh D for that 3rd place and into the A final.
Yeah, and we still got the sculler from Kingston quite close, only a couple of seconds off the off 4th place. But the Durham sculler in lane number 6, Joel Muir, probably the only one that's a little bit off the pace in this one. But you can see Joshua Yates now just starting to stretch out that advantage a little bit in the as we coming up towards sort of 750 or so metres to go. Great, we've got our side-by-side camera sort of up and running in full for you now, so we can see how the race develops as it goes down the course. Interesting to see that we had a race that was quite tight going through 500 metres gone, and just as we get down the course, it's just starting to stretch out a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like those Edinburgh scullers now out in front, but as we see with the singles on all levels, but not least the beginner levels, that these margins can be eaten up very quickly, and it's very easy to change the speed of a single scull. So keep your eyes peeled for who ends up in the front at the end of this race.
For sure, and I think the battle that's going to be of real interest here is the battle for that 3rd position. So UCL and Edinburgh D, they're sitting in lanes 2 and lane 5. There's only one more place after the 2 top Edinburgh crews. I don't think anyone's going to be catching Josh Yates, and James Keane is looking pretty comfortable in 2nd. But can either Tim Winmeyer or Craig Geddes push out ahead? I think UCL just made a bit of a move there, and has maybe got half a length advantage now over the Edinburgh D sculler. Yeah,
it looks like that sculler from UCL has just made a bit of a push there, aiming to get back on back on form with the Edinburgh Sculler in lane 4, and possibly bringing that Sculler from Edinburgh D with him as well. So I think Joshua Yates quite comfortable out in front, but perhaps his colleague in second is being pushed here.
Yeah, getting very tight as we're firmly into the last 500 metres now. I can see the athletes coming up towards 250 metres to go, and a very impressive performance by Joshua Yates in the winner of the time trial, and I think he's going to win this semi-final and will be one of the ones to look out for in the A final a little later this afternoon. We can just see a wave of baby blue coming down the course now. For any of you joining us from north of the border, thank you for joining us today, and I hope you're cheering on these 3 Edinburgh Scullers, although the UCL Sculler is putting in a really good push and I think has probably cemented himself in 3rd position and might even be pushing up on 2nd.
Yeah, the Sculler from UCL looking to create an upset here and push one of those Edinburgh Scullers out of the A final. But I think they're all doing all that they can at this point. It's a 3-horse race for those 2nd and 3rd spots. Into the red boys now, the last 250 metres.
Yeah, no one's really lighting it off. You can see the 2 Edinburgh Scullers over on the far side still really going at it, but I think it is UCL that is going to come in 2nd. Really, really tight as they're coming up to the line as Joshua Yates crosses in 1st position, but it is then UCL ahead of the 2 Edinburgh Scullers, so it will, as that result stands, as we expect, it will be Edinburgh D. Craig Geddes is the one who misses out, but Josh Yates, Tim Widmeyer and James Keane going through, and we then have the Scullers from Kingston and Durham coming across the line to finish off.
And here we can just see now starting the 2nd semi-final of the men's beginner singles. We have De Montfort University B, De Montfort A, Teesside University, Edinburgh University E, Imperial and Glasgow A.
We've got another repercharge which is setting off down the course now in the same event again. 3 through to the plane.
And just coming up to 500 metres gone then for this 2nd batch of single scullers. Really great seeing all these. This is our 4th beginner singles race now, all sort of gone off pretty smoothly. So huge credit to these athletes. So they've just gone through 500 metres now. Just wait and see if we can get the lane order for those crews as they came across the line. And it was Imperial, Edinburgh and Teesside as we went through that first 500 metre marker. Very, very tight at the front between Imperial and Edinburgh. That's Dan Cohen of Imperial and William Lauder in the Edinburgh E crew.
Yeah, just looking at the time trial results, we had the Sculler from Teesside was out in front, just in front of Edinburgh, and then Imperial behind him. So, yeah, looking like a really good race here, very close field, and it'll be interesting to see, can this Imperial Sculler overturn these Edinburgh and Teesside Scullers from the results from the time trial.
Yeah, so Dan Kerwin came in 7th in the time trial, about 17 seconds off the fastest time. It was the Sculler from Teesside who was in 3rd position, Aaron Preston. He is probably the quickest of this field. He was in 2nd in the time trial, and William Lauder of Edinburgh University, he was in 3rd in the time trial. So we didn't expect to see the Edinburgh and Teesside Scullers up there. Very impressive performance from Dan Cohen of Imperial. Maybe just getting a little bit of improving a little bit on the time set in the time trial first thing.
And just looking now, we've got the side-by-side shot. It is those 3 Scullers out in front. Very close, not much to call between them, not much more than half a length, with Teesside's Aaron Preston out in front by just about half a length or so.
Yeah, really impressive. 2nd 500 metres from the Teesside Sculler, moving into the lead. And I think it's Imperial in 2nd, Edinburgh in 3rd. But I think the Edinburgh Sculler is just starting to push up level with the Sculler from Imperial. So those the fastest ones from the time trial just starting to make themselves known, and then closer to us, I think is probably in lane number 2, De Montfort A, Stuart Bruton, who's currently sitting in that 4th position. But those 3 fastest athletes have really established a pretty commanding lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, just looking at that 1,000-metre split, less than half a second separating them at that stage, and you can just see the canvases moving back and forth, but it is still that sculler from Teesside just about keeping his first place position. And it was worth saying that all 3 of these scullers, if they maintain these positions, will make it through to the A final. So will we see any of them let up, or are we going to see a really strong race for the lanes?
I think when you're a beginner, I don't think there's anything as let up, is there? I think it's just full gas all the way to the line. I don't think they'll be worrying too much about energy. It's going through 750 metres to go now, and it's still very tight. You can just see, I think, that Imperial sculler Dan Cohen just dropping off ever so slightly now, and the Edinburgh athlete William Lauder just establishing himself in 2nd and trying to push up towards Teesside. And see, as they go through the buoy lines, you can get a pretty good idea of what that distance is. And I'd say it's only a couple of feet in advantage in favour of the Teesside sculler at the moment.
Yeah, that is it. The Edinburgh sculler there is at a really strong middle section here, and looks like he's actually pushing out, maybe taking the lead from this Teesside sculler.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, John. I think the Edinburgh sculler in baby blue just pushing his bow ball out in front of the Teesside sculler. Fantastic shot here from alongside. Great to be able to see this racing so close up. Dan Kerwin of Imperial just dropping off the pace ever so slightly, but I think the Teesside sculler Aaron Preston has responded to that move from Edinburgh as we went through that 500 metres to go. Only 0.2 of a second separating them, but it was Edinburgh that went through in the lead.
This is a fantastic race we're seeing here for the win in the semi-final. The Teesside sculler and the Edinburgh sculler battling it out for first place in that centre lane in the A final. Will Edinburgh be able to qualify 3 scullers for the A final? What an incredible result that would be for them.
I think that would be a really impressive performance by the Edinburgh beginner programme if they could stick 3 of their crews into the A final, and all of them look like they could be competing for medals. But it's great battle going on between Teesside and Edinburgh still. We're into the last 500 metres. They're coming up towards 250 metres to go. Just be working out who's got a slightly better sprint. I think Edinburgh has pushed out ahead again of the sculler from Teesside though.
Yeah, the sculler from Teesside had a great start, but this Edinburgh sculler has just won the middle of the race here, and coming into the last 250 metres, is he going to be able to maintain that lead that he's built over the last 750 metres or so?
Yeah, Dan Kerwin of Imperial benefiting from that really fast first 500. He's been able to establish a lead over the rest of the field. He's been able to sit ahead of the sculler from De Montfort. But as we're coming into the red boys now, and I think it is Edinburgh University's William Lauder who's still got a bit of an advantage over Teesside's Aaron Preston, but it is going to be very close all the way to the line.
And here we are into the red boys. We've got our top 3 scullers here just approaching the finish line. We've got the sculler from Edinburgh taking first place in this race, followed by the sculler from Teesside and the sculler from Imperial.
You see, so those athletes just taking a little bit of a last couple of strokes a little bit lighter. You could see a fist bump there from Aaron Preston, the Teesside boat. Very happy with his performance going through into the A final. In coming through in 4th position just now, we'll have the De Montfort sculler in lane number 2. And then over on the far side, it will be Glasgow University A. But we're moving straight on to the next event, which is the women's intermediate coxed fours. They're already through 500 metres gone with this one. We've got Oxford University B in lane number 1, Oxford Brookes B in 2, University of London A in 3, Newcastle A in 4, Durham University in 5 and Surrey in lane number 6. Already through 500 metres, charging down the field here, and once again this semi-final will have 3 crews going through to the A final, the remainder going through to the Bs.
Yeah, we've got some of the big names in university rowing here. We've got University of London, Oxford and Newcastle. Then here we are, we've got the splits for the first 500. It's University of London out in front with a few seconds lead there. They've had a great start, but it's really close for second between Oxford and Oxford Brookes, the 2 universities that row on the same stretch of river up in Wallingford. And then following them we have Newcastle, Surrey and Durham.
Really impressive first 500 from that UL crew. They've established a lead of almost 5 seconds over Oxford University. University of London did set the fastest time in the time trial ahead of the Oxford Brookes B crew, who we'll see coming up in the second race. They were faster than the Oxford University crew by 16 seconds. It was very, very tight between the Oxford Brookes B crew and the Oxford A crew, who we're seeing in this one. Sorry, my apologies. No, it's the other Oxford crew that we'll have in this. But yeah, University of London in lane number 3, establishing a really strong lead, and you can see there they've gone out to almost 3 lengths now over the field.
Yeah, a really dominant start from UL here. Looks like if they can maintain this lead, they'll be quite comfortably in the lead and in that middle lane for the A final. But behind them, we've got the battle taking place for the second and third spots, those last 2 qualification spots for the A final.
Separating them from the other crews in this race. The first semi-final of the women's intermediate coxed sculls.
So they're through the 1,000 metre marker, and UL have extended that lead from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. Just really laying the hammer down, and it's Newcastle in lane number 4, slightly slower first 500, but they've charged through. They're now up into second position, and it is the Oxford University B crew who are sitting in third. Oxford Brookes B, slightly surprised to see them down in 4th. We'll see if they can push up in the second half of this race and establish themselves in the battle for the positions in the A final.
That's a great second 500 from the Newcastle crew, going from 4th to 2nd. So they're now leading that pack behind this UL crew. They are at the moment look set to take that second spot into the A final.
Yeah, so based on those time trial results, we would expect to see that Oxford Brookes B crew coming through the Oxford University crew. It was pretty tight in that middle pack. I'm looking at the time trial results now, and I can see that 4th through 9th was separated by only 5 seconds. So probably just over a length separating those 5 crews, kind of in the middle of the pack. But you can see University of London now. What a performance! They're on the left of our shot, and you can't even see anyone else. It's really, really dominant performance from the University of London.
And they've just left the rest of the field way behind them at this point, rowing really long, really relaxed strokes, in control of the race and just maintaining their speed down to the end of this semi-final.
Yeah, we can see the shot up from the tower now, and you can just see how far out that crew in the middle in lane number 3, the University of London, is. So Newcastle, you can see them, they're just to the left of the UL crew. They're in lane number 4, the sort of one crew further away from us in the tower, and they've now opened up a lead of 2 seconds over Oxford. But it's actually Durham now that have pushed into that 4th position, and Oxford Brookes B, who were 5th in the time trial, have slipped right off the pace here, and they've got a 4-second deficit to make up. And it's quite rare to be sat here saying that there's an Oxford Brookes crew that's actually sort of underperforming their performance so far. But here we are, and it's the Newcastle University crew in lane number 4, and then the Durham University crew that are currently lined up to be going through to the A final.
Yeah, that Durham crew just pushed its way through the field after a bit of a slower start, but they look like they're solidifying that 3rd place spot at the moment. But it'll be interesting. Can the Oxford crew, or even the Oxford Brookes crew, push back to take the 3rd spot in this semi-final?
I think Oxford and lane number 1 are still pushing pretty hard, actually. I'm not entirely sure if Durham had got through into into that third position. That may have just been a little bit of an error with our timing system, but yeah, it's University of London. There's definitely no doubt about who is going to be taking the win in this race. But it's that battle for second and third. UL just taking it down now as they come up to the line. But it's Oxford and Newcastle who I think are currently in those second and third spots.
Yeah, for all the crews sprinting for the line here, Newcastle in that second place, but that's by no means a comfortable lead they have over Oxford, with the crews Oxford, Durham and Brooks all sprinting for the line.
Very close there between Durham and Brooks, but they're going to just miss out, I think. I think it was Durham just ahead of Oxford Brooks. And then over on the far side, University of Surrey coming across in 6th position, rounding out that first semi-final of the women's intermediate forward. So really dominant performance from our time trial winner, University of London A, and I'm sure we'll see them representing hard in the A final later on. So we're going to go straight back up the course. Races coming thick and fast to the second semi-final of the women's intermediate coxed fours, race number 133. So we've got Oxford University C in lane 1, Oxford A in 2, Oxford Brooks A in 3, University of London B in 4, Aberdeen in 5, and York University A in lane number 6.
Yep, so contrary to that last semi-final, we have the Oxford Brooks A crew and the University of London B crew. So these crews were neck and neck in the time trial. There was 2 seconds between them. So will Oxford Brooks A be able to maintain that position from the time trial? And at the moment it's University of London who have gone out in front.
Yeah, really strong first 500 from University of London. They have about half a length on Oxford Brooks, who in turn have about 3/4 of a lead over the Oxford University crew in lane number 2, Aberdeen in 4th, Oxford in 5th, and York in lane number 6.
And it's the University of London B crew still maintaining their lead in this race, but Oxford Brooks A behind them by about half a length, 2/3 of a length. They will be looking to overturn this result to get that centre lane over their rivals. And there's a nice battle developing for third. On the far side we have Aberdeen in a race with Oxford A for that third and final spot into the A final. Just coming through 500, we have those splits approaching the 1,000-metre mark now, and it looks like University of London are just consolidating that lead out in the front of the field. It's nearly a length now, with Oxford Brooks behind, who in turn are just over a length in front of those crews from Aberdeen and Oxford A. Really impressive performance here from University of London. We just saw their A crew dominate the first semi-final, and now we're seeing their B crew do just the same thing in this second semi-final.
How impressive have the University of London been so far? So this is the University of London's B crew, and I'm pretty sure they had both championship coxed and coxless fours. So I think we're probably seeing there's always a little bit of change around. It doesn't equate perfectly, but probably to the second half of the University of London's second eight here, and they have got clear water over the field in this intermediate fours event. Oxford Brooks are out in second, and they've got clear water as well on the field. So they're rowing in a bit of a vacuum where they're not really going to catch UL, and they're probably comfortable in that second slot. But it's Oxford A in lane number 2. Who are currently sitting in the third position, but it's pretty tight between Oxford and Aberdeen, who are over in lane number 5.
Yeah, and it's that battle for the third place in this semi-final. But we sometimes see these battles lower down in the field. They actually push those leaders quite hard, and they end up taking over that spots in front. So we'll see if those the crew from Oxford and Aberdeen, if that battle ends up pushing Oxford Brooks for the second spot as well. At the moment, it looks like that's not the case. And Oxford Brooks are are pushing out in front of those two crews, and UL just such an impressive performance here, coming up to almost 2-length lead in this semi-final.
Yeah, really great strength and depth across the squad there to be putting in that performance with both of their intermediate fours. Oxford Brookes sitting in that second position. Aberdeen and Oxford, I think that's where our battle is going to be for that third spot between the two crews in lane 2 closer to the camera and lane 5 furthest away from the camera. We can just see the Oxford bow sort of occasionally popping into shot, and then that Aberdeen crew over on the far side.
Yeah, and I don't think Aberdeen have entries in the Championship Fours event, so this will probably be their top 4 athletes here, trying to get a good result in the intermediate category. And it'll be great for them if they can qualify for the A final and contest those medals in intermediate fours.
Yeah, it can be a huge thing for the universities, maybe the sort of high performance program level universities, to get their top boats sort of competing against the intermediate boats from some of those big universities like UL and Brookes that we always see performing really strongly, pushing their athletes into the under-23 team and then further on into the senior GB team. But we're into the last 500 metres now. University of London, I think they're just letting the rating creep down ever so slightly. They're just happy to sit in that position. I can see the coaches over on the far side all cycling along. Then got the Oxford Brookes crew sitting in second position, still fairly tight for them. You can see over in the top right of your picture as well, our next race is underway. The men's intermediate pairs will be bringing you that very shortly, as soon as this race has come to its conclusion.
And it's still Oxford and Aberdeen battling for that third place. We can just see as they approach the last 250 metres here, Oxford coming back into the mix, I think, and looks like they might be even eating up a bit of that lead that Oxford Brookes have. But UL out in front as they come into the last 100 metres or so. They look set to take the win in this semi-final, followed by Oxford Brookes.
So the University of London be really composed and strong as they're coming up towards the finish line now. They're into their last 30 metres and they're going to finish off their race with a comfortable lead over Oxford Brookes in lane number 3. Still got that fight going on for that third position, Oxford versus Aberdeen. Oxford, I think, are just going to hold on over the Scottish crew. Oxford crossed the line in second with about half a length over Aberdeen, and then going to be very tight for 5th and 6th as well over on the near side. Looks like it was the other Oxford crew just ahead of Surrey.
So that's going to be a fantastic A final later on for the women's intermediate coxed fours. 2 UL crews in the middle lanes for that race, and it'll be great to see how that turns out and who can pick up the spots behind them. But now we have the first semi-final of the men's intermediate pair. We have in this one Imperial A, Edinburgh A, Imperial B, Newcastle A, Aberdeen A and Exeter.
And going through 500 is Newcastle, Imperial and Edinburgh, who have the top 3 spots, but very tight. We've got the top 4 crews separated by probably just about a length, 2.5 seconds between the Newcastle and Imperial boats. So let's see as we get further down the field how this progresses. But it was Newcastle Imperial who would have been the 2 quicker crews from the time trial who were out in front of this one.
And these 3 clubs that are out in front, we can see these are 3 of our big men's rowing programmes: Newcastle, Imperial College London and Edinburgh. And they will have been spending most of the time recently in the 8s. That's where they raced at the Metropolitan, Marlow Regatta, Durham Regatta. So these combinations may not have had too much time together, but we can see that they are all of a really high standard, and we've got some fantastic racing going on at the head of the field here.
Yeah, you can just see Imperial in the yellow boat in lane number 3. They're just starting to push through Newcastle ever so slightly into that leading position, and Edinburgh in lane number 2. They are holding really firm as well. So I think those three crews have they've dropped the the Imperial crew in lane number 1 ever so slightly, and I think those are our sort of three top competitors in this one. Just having a quick look at the time trial results. So that Imperial crew in lane number 3, they were the quickest from the time trial. Newcastle were 4th and Edinburgh were 5th. So we are seeing some fairly informed results as we look at the results now, as Imperial do start to stretch out to about a length lead, just going through that 1,000 metre marker, and yeah, it was Imperial who've now got about 2 seconds over Newcastle, with Edinburgh in 3rd. Imperial just dropping off slightly there in 4th, Aberdeen in 5th, and Exeter in 6th.
Yeah, so on the draw here we have the stroke of the Imperial crew. It's Thomas Smith, and Tom had a very illustrious junior career, including a win in the Forley in the junior men's quad at Henley Royal Regatta. So it's great to see him moving over into the sweep events with Imperial, and at the head of the field here, obviously looking to win this event. So it is still these top 3. Imperial got just over a length water, a little bit length lead, a little bit of clear water there, but not far behind them are the crews from Edinburgh and Newcastle.
Really strong middle of the race from Imperial. That sort of stretch from 500 as we're coming up towards 1500, they've really dominated this, and they've gone from being in sort of 2nd or 3rd position out into a clear water lead. Edinburgh, though, have also had a really good middle half of this race, and I think they've pushed ahead of the Blue Star crew from Newcastle, who have just dropped off ever so slightly. I don't think Newcastle are going to get caught by the Imperial crew in lane number 1 for that 3rd spot, but just maybe not quite getting their pacing right and going out a bit too hard in that first 500.
Yeah, we can see that really aggressive style of rowing from the Newcastle crew. Got them out to in contention in the early race, but perhaps quite an expensive way to row. And this Imperial crew just continuing to build on that lead. Long, easy strokes there, propelling them out in front of the field here.
So 500 metres to go now. Imperial stretching that lead out to over 4 seconds. As you can see, the second of our intermediate pairs sitting on the start line up in the top right of your screen. Edinburgh have moved into that 2nd position over Newcastle, so slightly overturning the result of that time trial. They are sitting in 2nd with Newcastle in 3rd. Although I can just see the Edinburgh steering there just going a little bit awry as they move towards lane number 1. They've corrected that now. I don't think it's going to affect their positioning too much. You can see the umpire's white flag just warning them there to make sure they get back into their lane, more for their own benefits than for anyone else's. They're not going to be interfering with either crew, either side of them. But it's actually just a hell of a lot slower if you're taking a more circuitous route down the course.
Yeah, and with that steering, sometimes you can get quite worried about hitting a buoy or anything, and that can take you out of your race rhythm and cost you a couple of seconds even if you don't hit anything. So it's great to see that Edinburgh crew getting things under control again and looking like they're consolidating their 2nd place, but Newcastle not letting off, and it looks like these will be the 2nd and 3rd positions with that Imperial crew just approaching the finish line now, way out in front with a good few lengths of clear water there.
Yeah, as our 2nd semi-final goes off the line, we'll catch up with that in just a minute, but it is Imperial coming up to the finish line in lane number 3, looking really dominant. They cross the line ahead of Edinburgh and Newcastle, and then it's then going to be the Aberdeen crew in lane number 5. They're going to be the first ones to miss out. They've pushed up into that 4th position. Imperial in lane number 1, they've just dropped back ever so slightly, and then over on the far side it will be the crew from Exeter to come across the line in 6th position. But congratulations there to the Imperial B crew, looking very strong in that race, and we'll look forward to seeing them compete in the A final.
And so just moving on now to the 2nd semi-final, we have University of East Anglia, Newcastle B, Surrey B, Edinburgh B, Durham B and Liverpool A. So they've just gone off the line there, and they're approaching the 500 metre mark. Looks like everyone's got off to a good start, but those crews in the middle of the course, Surrey and Edinburgh, have had a great start, and they look like to be pushing out in the lead. So in the yellow boat there, it's Surrey, who've had a great start, and then over on the far side, Durham as well, who have pushed out in front of Edinburgh in the lane next to them. And I think this might be the top three that we're looking at, although 500 to go, all bets are off here.
So another tight field here in this one. I think we can see the Surrey crew in lane number 3 looking really strong ahead of Edinburgh and Durham. But just 3 seconds separating those top 3 crews. Newcastle just currently sitting outside of those top 3.
And Surrey just pushing out to about 3/4 of a length lead over Edinburgh in the lane next to them, who have just got a little bit of clear water there ahead of Durham in the lane next to them. So this is turning into a great race here at the head of the field. And Edinburgh pushing Surrey really hard here. They've come back a little bit against them, but Surrey are holding their form at the head of the field here. And they've opened up these two crews a bit of clear water ahead of Durham. And then it's Newcastle B, who are trying to challenge Durham for that 3rd place in this semi-final. And these top 2 crews still pushing ahead. It's still the Surrey crew ahead in front, but that crew from Edinburgh slowly edging back. I think Surrey are holding them just about, but they're going about the same pace here. Neither crew moving back or forth too much, but they have now opened up quite a bit of clear water ahead of those crews from Edinburgh and Newcastle, who are currently contesting that last position to go through to the A final of this event, the men's intermediate pairs. And it looks like the crew from Newcastle, they had a bit of a slower start, but they've come back, and it looks like they've overturned the crew from Durham, their local rivals. And indeed, as the splits come through here for the 1,000 metres, we've got the crew from Newcastle who has overturned the crew from Durham for the 3rd place, just as these crews from Surrey and Edinburgh continue to extend their lead. Edinburgh just over a second behind Surrey. This is a fantastic race at the front of the field here, about half a length in it.
Yeah, really strong performance from these 2 crews. I think would have come in second and 3rd in our time trial. So the Surrey crew and Edinburgh, just 0.9 of a second that was separating them in the time trial behind the Imperial crew that we saw in the first semi-final. Newcastle just pushing through Durham University crew into that 3rd position. There's always some good local rivalries between the Durham and Newcastle crews. They sort of tend to hate each other's guts when they're racing against each other, but then they'll if one of them isn't involved, then you'll be sure to see the other university cheering them on. But here we've got Newcastle and Durham competing for that final spot in the A final, so I'm sure they won't be giving any quarter.
Yeah, so Newcastle, I think, have come out on top in a couple of the races leading up to this, and I suspect that these athletes are part of both of their second 8s. So Newcastle will be really happy to get one up on their rivals Durham here. But it looks like the Durham crew, they're not too far behind, and there's still room for a sprint for the line, and who knows what they're going to pull out of the bag here in this semi-final. It is still the 2 crews from Edinburgh and Surrey out in front. I think Edinburgh might even have taken the lead there from Surrey, or at least they're not too far behind. These 2 crews still quite a long way out in front from their rivals, and it looks like these 2 will be the ones progressing to the A final.
Yeah, absolutely, really strong performance from these 2 crews. It's one thing doing it in the time trial, but then going and backing it up in the race. We saw a 0.9 second gap in that time trial, and I think we're going to probably see something pretty similar here. I'd say it's about half a length's advantage to Surrey if I had to guess from my position up here in the tower. We're into the last 250 metres now. They've just gone past the red buoy that signifies 250 metres to go, and then soon we're going to get into those solid red buoys that shows you've got 100 metres to go. You can just see the next race up at the top of your screen, which will be the men's championship pairs, the repercharge for that one. And that's just gone off the start, but coming up to the line now in this second semi-final of the men's intermediate pairs.
Yeah, and that Newcastle crew coming through, looked like they had a bit of a scare with their steering. They're in the wrong lane as it happens now, but they're still in front of their rivals from Durham. Be interesting to see if there's any umpire intervention here. They're now a little bit of wash going down to that crew behind them from Liverpool. Not sure what's going on in that crew, but they are maintaining their speed and they are still in front of the crew from Durham.
Yeah, still drifting across to that Newcastle crew now, sort of moving over towards lane 0, if anything. With their boat sort of fully outside of the racing lane, so sort of it's just a sort of case of fatigue as they got towards the latter half of that race. But they do cross the line ahead of Durham. We'll wait to see if there is any intervention from the umpire. It's then in lane number 1, East Anglia A, for crossing ahead of Liverpool University A. But congrats to that Surrey crew who crossed the line in first position. Just wait to see if we get the white flag through from the umpire as we move on to our next race, and there is the white flag indeed. So to move on to the next race, we're going to have a bit of a change in the commentary box now. That's it for John and myself for now. We're going to have Camilla Hadland and Alex Darby joining you.
Good afternoon everyone, and we are straight in here with the championship lightweight pairs here at Bucs Regatta, and a great start it looks like for Imperial College London as we head now down the track and towards that side on view. And yes indeed, we can see the yellow boat of Imperial now out ahead by about half a length here in this championship pair. Apologies, not lightweights, just come onto the mic and misread my start order. So this is the men's championship pair, and we've got 3 crews again to find for the A final here, Alex.
Yeah, so what we've got here, we've got Newcastle, Cambridge, ICL, Nottingham and Durham. So 5 in this field. Top 4 go to the final, right?
Yeah, so we've got 4 to find for the final. Apologies, 4 to find for the final here, and it looks like our top 4 are fairly clear cut. Imperial have made a great start. They were 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field at the first 500, but Durham chasing up the rear here. This crew containing Max Hanbury Senior, just you can see there at the back of your picture, they're on the far side of the lake. They're just starting to lose touch with Imperial. I think they've just fallen off that overlap of the bow ball with the stern, but they sit in second place, again about a length up on the rest of this field. Next in close contention, I think probably the Cambridge crew here in lane number 2, closest to us on our picture, Alex.
Yeah, obviously still a long way to go here. They're just crossing through that 1k, so it's all about that middle of the race rhythm. Let's see who can sustain it, but it's definitely a lot nicer to be out front. So that's if we look at the times there, so IC are out in front, able to watch what's going on. But I guess the real battle is between those 3 at the back, who are separated by about 5 seconds. And in pairs, you can actually change the speed quite a lot. So we'll have to see how that, what goes on in the last K of this race.
Yeah, I feel Newcastle out the back at the moment, and I think it would be surprising to see Newcastle miss out on a men's championship A final despite it being in the small boats. They do have quite a reputation. They have won this event in years gone by, but a really great marker here being put down by this Imperial combination. They've moved on again, they've stepped on again, they've created more clear water, and in fact I think it's perhaps Durham that are slipping back a little bit through the field. We're riding at the moment at the front of the field with that Imperial crew that are making great strides. David Simmons in the bow seat there, just wanting to keep the rest of the field in check. And as I take a glance, we're up here in the top of the tower at Nottingham from our commentary spot. I can see the charge of lane 3, Imperial College, still leading the way pretty dominantly here.
Yeah, so I see being right in the middle. They can look each side really easily. They're not having to look across, which can cause, you know, technical issues if you've really had to turn your head out the boat. They can see the boats to either side, so we've got a nice chevron going on there. So I see definitely out in front. We're through 1500 basically, or about to get there. I can just see them as we look down the course from where we are. Luckily we're up high and we can see pretty easily. So they're about to hit those markers. We should hopefully get some times and right on cue. IC have gone through in 5:29.5. We're just waiting for the next one. So they've pulled out a 6-second gap now, so moving really nicely.
Yeah, and I think having a little bit of a look at these crews, you can see that on the pitch there, the lovely shot of all of our crews in tandem. It's Newcastle on the right-hand side of your picture, who are currently sat in the hot seat in 5th. They will not be progressing through to the final if they continue to hold this pace at the back of the field. And you can see there, they're about 10 seconds off the pace going through 500 metres to go. And despite the fact that you can change the speed quite quickly in a pair, that is quite a lot to make up. So I think our top 4 fairly stable here, with a really sensational performance from Imperial. I think I'm so used to seeing Imperial doing very well in the lightweight events, but also in the sort of coxed 4, our PA equivalent at Henley Royal Regatta. But yeah, nice to see them doing so well in the pairs. Do you think this is a combination that's perhaps looking towards under 23 trials, Alex, or something like that?
I mean, possibly, if they can row this quick. And now, obviously, they didn't make the top 2 of the time trial. But if you win this repercharge, they certainly be looking for medals. And, you know, this is the top tier that we have at this championship. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. And also, I didn't look at the times for the time trial here. I don't know how many really raced to try and get those top 2, or some were just content to run an extra round. But it does look like the 3 that were chasing them still pretty close together, but have distanced themselves on Newcastle, so they're doing pretty good at this point. So as we head down to the line, you can see just coming into the finish now, they've dropped their rate of striking, just really controlled their IC in the middle. So IC crossing first, pretty close between 2nd and 3rd. And then Cambridge coming through there in 4th. So you'll see there on your screen Imperial, who were really strong in that. The gap will belie how quick they were, because they did wind it down through the end and just conserved a bit of energy. So, and you're just seeing the times coming on, and we have the start of the next race.
I just love these shots from the starting tower. It's a shot you very rarely see if you're at a regatta. You very rarely make your way all the way that 2,000 kilometres up towards the start, and it's fantastic to watch all of that energy and all of that sort of vigour go into those first few starting strokes. But it looks like it was a really good start from the centre of the course here. Another repercharge in this Women's Championship lightweight quadruple sculls. Another 4 to find here for the final. And yeah, we've got Cambridge in 1, Newcastle in 2, Surrey in 3, Exeter in 4, Oxford University in 5, and Leeds in lane number 6.
Yeah, good to see Leeds in there. Strong programme, a lot of people in there. We're speaking to their head coach earlier. They found it a little bit difficult to hold the numbers following that lockdown that we had over the winter. But it's good to see that they are out in force. They do have a lot of crews in today.
Yeah, and I think that's something that actually we were talking about just a little bit earlier on this morning how great it is to see so many numbers from a lot of these universities, but there are programs that have suffered through big beginner programs not being run, and that's why we're offering that beginner 2 event that we're seeing here a little bit later on today. But I think good to see entries from the likes of Leeds University and some of the other smaller programs as well, even smaller than the likes of a Leeds, and contesting here across the field. But as we move now, we're coming towards our first timing marker, and it's a lovely start here for the crew in the centre of your picture from Exeter University. They're up as well, alongside Surrey. The 2 centre crews you saw that had that blistering start, and it is Surrey that leads the way now as they stretch out. They're 3/4 of a length ahead of Cambridge that sit over on the far side of your picture in lane number 1. You can just see that overlap that they've got, the light blues of Cambridge, and then you pick, Alex, because it's so tight between Newcastle and Oxford University for those 3rd and 4th spots.
Yeah, it's really close. Between 2nd, 3rd and 4th, separated by just 1.2 seconds at the moment, and then you just only have to go just over a second to pick up Exeter after that. So all these crews have come off pretty hard from off the start. And what do we have, an 8-second spread overall, with Surrey just out in front. So Surrey seem to have just had a really good start. They've positioned themselves really well. Like we said, they are in the middle, they can see each side, so they can basically control this race now. So they're 500 metres in, 1,500 to go, and it's much better to be in that position that they are in now rather than having to guess where your opposition are.
Yeah, and our 2 crews out at the back of the field here are actually really closely contending, and with only 4 to go through, we're going to have to lose 2 crews now. We were used to that 5-lane race that we just had previously in the championship pairs. It's now a full field, 6 lanes across, so you really don't want to be in those last 2 positions, and it does look extremely tight here between Cambridge and between Newcastle, Leeds. Everyone's around these sort of centre lanes just wanting to put themselves out of a position of danger, but who's not in a position of danger here is Surrey University. What a brilliant scull from them. They're clear water now as they go through that 1,000 metre marker. 3:47.8 they'll have recorded. They've got a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of a cushion now back to the rest of the field that are all starting to close up here actually. Alex, Oxford University have now pushed their bow ball through Exeter. That was a great change for them in that second 500 metres, in Cambridge actually finding themselves slipping back off to that pretty electric start.
Yeah, so the thing to look out for, like we said, there's 4 to go from 6. And Leeds and Newcastle, there's a couple of seconds now, and it's just going to be interesting to see if they can keep touch with these people at the front. So Cambridge are the crew they're hunting, so Leeds have moved up into 5th ahead of Newcastle. They're about 2 seconds behind Cambridge at that marker point. They're now approaching sort of the 1,500, so this is the kind of the business end of this race. And that 2 seconds, it definitely can be overhauled. They're just going to have to go right up and really just dig in for it.
And that's the thing with the lightweight races, isn't it? You say rate up and dig in. They're already going to be at a fairly high rate of striking, being in this lightweight women's event. They're tapping along. That's exactly what Surrey are doing really well, is they're keeping the length, that they've got the rating up. And you can see that from our pictures here, how well that's paying off for them. But the rest of the field, as it gets to the real crunch time, bow ball to bow ball, which it's starting to look like now, and actually off the pace a little bit, as we saw Newcastle and Cambridge. Just you can see Cambridge there on the right hand side of your picture next to Newcastle in lane number 2. They're just the 2 fighting at the back, and we've just had a crab actually on the far side of the course, just there from Leeds. That would have really affected their pace, and now that really has cemented them into that final 6th and final position. I don't think we're going to be seeing them going through to the final here, Alex, now.
No, I was just looking over your shoulder down the course when that happened, and you get the sort of 30-degree turn. They very quickly got back straight, but we know that would have cost them a lot of boat speed, and then they have to try and get back up to speed. Just looking at it, we've got, the crew out in front, Surrey, and then it looks like there's 2 battles going on. So obviously there's only 4 places, but 5 are really fighting for it. So whether the crews battling on your screen at the moment, the 2 on the right, their sort of intra-battle can pull them up onto the crews ahead. So it's Cambridge Newcastle battling really, really hard for that 4th place, because it does look like, so Surrey are comfortable, Exeter and Oxford seem to be sort of fighting for 2nd and 3rd, so it's whether the battle between Cambridge and Newcastle manifests itself, although it does look like Leeds have got themselves back in there and they're going hard again. Might as well go hard then go home.
Well, that's it. They probably would have had a bit of a break to rest, recuperate, and pull their blades back out of the water from where they caught that crab, and it got caught underneath the water. And then you've got that bit of adrenaline to just pick yourself up and row as hard as you can. They've only got 500. Well, they would have had 500 metres left at the point that happened to them. They're now closing in on 250 to go. I don't think it's going to be enough time for them to pull back up into the pack. And out of that great fight between Cambridge and Newcastle, it's still Cambridge coming out in 4th position, that all-important 4th that would put them through to the final ahead of Newcastle, but plenty of Newcastle support here down by the tower. Alex, do you think that can carry them through?
Well, I mean, they are definitely making a lot of noise, and we're quite high up and we can hear them pretty clearly, so they've got to find about a length it would look like from where we are. You'll see the pictures at the moment just panning around to show us the finish, and you'll see that again they've kind of wind down like in the last race, but Surrey are still out in front, probably half a length, 3/4 of a length there. Pretty good charge on that far side, Oxford and then Exeter coming through, and we're just keeping eyes on this side. And despite the cheers from the Newcastle crowd, it does look like Cambridge are just holding themselves about a length up and just crossing now.
But there we go, Cambridge take the 4th, Newcastle 5th, and then here come Leeds on the cross backside to take the 7th. So we think through to the final.
So there they are, triumphant crew from the repercharge of this Women's Championship Lightweight Quad event. That was Surrey University, the crew with Sasha Kennedy in the bow seat. And we're now off and underway with the next race. This is the repercharge of the Women's Championship Coxless 4. This race has a little bit of a special place in my heart. This is an event that I'm very used to racing many years ago. But in this event, we've got Birmingham, Durham, Cambridge and Edinburgh. So a collection of very familiar names here, and especially for you, Alex. In fact, what do you know about the Birmingham crew?
Not a huge deal, to be honest, because I've moved off from Birmingham. I do know a couple of them in there. I'm not entirely sure they've gone that. Maybe they just didn't have a Cox, so they've gone Coxless. But I mean, it's good to see crews trying to race up. You know, we've got Sheffield in this event as well. I'm guessing we had 10 crews at the start because we've got 2 repercharges. 2 are going to come through from this, 2 from the other, and 2 would have just directly come in from the time trial. But yeah, Birmingham are going to get in there and do their best, absolutely. But this is definitely some high-class field here. We've got Cambridge, Durham and Edinburgh alongside them.
Yeah, a couple of names there I recognise. Sophie Payne, Kiva Dempsey, both from the boat race crew that raced for Cambridge, contesting the repercharge, which just goes to show you how strong this event is here at the British University Championships. And it is the Cambridge crew that have powered out in front. You'd almost expect them to do that with that sort of quality in the crew. And as one of our commentators was making the point earlier, there's so much more space now between the boat race and the British University Championships that we've actually got a lot of the blue crews racing here this weekend, which we wouldn't have done previously. So they're out now. They've already broken a length and a quarter clear of the next boat in this field, which just, again, very, very strong to be at this point in the race. We're now cruising towards 750 metres gone. Sorry, that's the 1,000. We really are rattling through here. Cambridge followed by Durham. Again, more pedigree in this event. Previous winners of this championship Coxless women's event finding themselves in the repercharge, and these 2 crews making a very good bid to be the 2 that go through from this event here, Alex.
Yeah, some really, really strong rowing here. You know, this is as good as it gets for women's fours, the old champ event, and it's great to see, despite the fact that it has been a disjointed season, that we can have crews moving this fast and this powerfully. And as you were saying, Camilla, it was really great to see blue boat athletes here, because we want to have these athletes at this championship. You know, this is the pinnacle of university sport, really, in terms of rowing. It's great to have them here.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of because obviously the women's four has been now introduced into the Olympic Games for the first time, and we'll see it at Tokyo for the first time this year. There's a lot of university programs. The trickle down effect is starting to happen, and crews are prioritising the women's four. And same, we've added it into Henley Royal Regatta in recent years, and again there's a lot of university students that perhaps can't get an 8 together, or they feel that they've got 4 very strong athletes that perhaps would be diluted by making an 8, that are making a pitch for something like the women's fours at Henley Royal Regatta. And I don't know, I'm sure we will see a number of these athletes going forward this season to compete in something like that. But what a lead Cambridge University have here in the centre of your picture. Quite astounding.
Yeah, and we love this really high standard rowing, and Henley Royal would not have added these female student events in if they didn't think the calibre of athlete was there, and it certainly is. So it's great that we are seeing these additional events come into Henley Royal. It's great that they're even adding an extra day to make sure they can accommodate more events like that. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in the future in terms of whether we do, because I think they're trying to realign stuff a little bit and see how many universities do start aiming for this top tier, especially if events like Henley, they're aiming for that, subsequent to this.
Yeah, and I suspect we'll see a number of these athletes as well. We're all a little bit out of kilter this season. We're so used to Bucs being in May, but now we've landed in June, and the Under-23 World Championships are just around the corner. And I can spy. I know we've got Sophie Payne in the Cambridge crew, an Under-23 medalist. So tons and tons of potential and talent. Kiva Dempsey from the Ireland squad, again in this top 4 that's racing down the track. So we'll keep eyes on them for later on this season, but they really have put on a display throughout this 2,000 metre course. We're now coming into the final 250 metres, and there is nobody to challenge Cambridge University. This is a really, really stunning crew. I'm surprised they didn't make it into the top couple that went straight through to the A final, and they're having to come through this repercharge. But it's then going to be Durham University racing down in their platinum lycras with 200 metres to go. They're almost certainly going to take that next spot ahead of Edinburgh University that sits many lengths back. You can see them there just on the right hand side of your picture. That's Edinburgh University, who will unfortunately miss out as we come into the final few strokes of this race. And Birmingham still with about 400 metres to go here, Alex.
Yeah, so really, really classy rowing from these top 2 crews. I don't know if Cambridge went hard through the time trial, or the interesting thing is they've probably not raced here very often. Maybe they just wanted some extra experience of the course. Whereas I would bank that Durham are very experienced here. We see them out in droves every single year. I've been involved in this event since 2002, and Durham are always a huge, huge presence. And then, unfortunately, Edinburgh are going to miss out here with just 2 going through from this repercharge. But that's a programme that has really, really gone up in the world in the last 5 years.
Yeah, so many, actually 3 Edinburgh University students competing at the Olympic Games this summer. We've got Lucy Glover, who's still in the programme, still a student going to Tokyo in that women's squad. So all wanting, I'm sure, to follow in the footsteps of those guys. John Higson running a great programme at Edinburgh University, but that crew there in the women's championship Coxless 4 is just going to miss out to Cambridge and Durham. But we're already up the course and onto the next repercharge. So we're going to now try and find out who will be joining Cambridge and Durham in that final. To choose between, we've got Bath University in 2, Imperial in 3, Newcastle in 4 and Sheffield in 5.
Yeah, so historically you would just say, well, this has got to be IC and Newcastle, but we do these races for a reason, so Bath and Sheffield are definitely going to want to get in that mix as well. So you can see on the screen at the moment, it's still pretty close. We're just getting the camera panning around. Is that the 250 metre marker possibly? Maybe the 500. So we'll see if any times do come up. In fact, it is the 500. So IC and Newcastle are out in front. Sheffield and Bath really close together. It's like we've got 2 races here. So we've got 149 and 149.3. So they're pretty much side by side. And then the other 2 crews are about a second and a half apart. So breaking out into 2 mini regattas at the moment.
Yeah, when there's only 2 to go through from a repercharge, it's really difficult to bridge that gap. If you've let those top 2 crews go. You can only race who's around you, and Imperial and Newcastle on paper, I feel the two that you'd have picked out from this group that would have been contending for those top 2 spots. Although I must say Newcastle usually would have quite the pedigree in something like Championship Coxless Fours. Again, a university that has won this event in years gone by. I certainly know that from experience, and that they're being led currently by Imperial, whose women's squad have been sort of a little bit dormant, I'd say, throughout the sort of later 2010s. They were very strong sort of 10 years ago in the smaller boats and in the 4, and they've now bounced back, and their women's 8 is going to be one really to watch this weekend. I think I'm hearing really strong rumours that they're going to be quite quite up there and quite competitive, but here they are, 3/4 of a length up now on the crew from Newcastle University.
Yeah, so like in my head, when we think Imperial, I do often just think of the men's crews, but it is great to see women's crews coming up to try and hit that same level, because the men's crews have been really good. You know, they're contenders in the PA very often, having won that before as well. It'll be great to see women's crews up at that level. There's no reason why. The infrastructure must be there, you know, to make athletes go really, really fast. So it'd be good to see if they can, you know, push into these sort of medal positions, because, well, there's 6 in the final, and if they win this, you know, them and Cambridge won the repercharge, you know, they're definitely going to be looking for medals. If you just kind of guess that the 2 from the time trial are the quickest, then there's certainly a bronze, but wouldn't be surprised if that Cambridge crew was just keeping something in reserve and can come really big in that A final later on.
So a pretty comfortable margin. We've done 50% of the work already here in the middle of the course. Imperial just wanting to keep their powder dry, keep themselves ticking over, and keep that gap between themselves and the crew from Newcastle that sit next to them in lane number 4. But I think this race of 2 halves, we can't see what's going on out the back. If I just take a quick glance down the field, it still looks fairly level between Sheffield and Bath, but they're going to have to race each other from opposite sides of the lake, which can sometimes be quite challenging, can't it?
Certainly when you're coxless as well, you don't have that person who's specifically just glancing across all the time, giving you the update. And when you're pushing yourselves hard, it's not easy to just give full updates as well. Often it's just little trigger words that you say. Because if your bowman can really, or bowgirl in this case, can talk that much, they're probably not working as hard as they could. But I'm sure these athletes are really, really pushing really, really hard to try and find that place in the final.
Yeah, and I think from that shot there we can see the prominence of the crew from Imperial in the centre. They're very well together. They're underrating. You can see across the field how much they're underrating the rest of the competitors in this field. It's then Newcastle that sit just to their left. You can see that on the picture there in the blue. And then I think getting the better of the fight out the back, would you say that's Sheffield at the moment, Alex? I think just again to the left of your picture. Perhaps we'll get the times in just a second, actually, that will certainly tell us who is out in front out of those 2 crews that are chasing. I think it's Sheffield on the left, just from eye, and there you go, there's the time, 5:54.9, and they are only just 2 seconds ahead of Bath. That could be a nice little race there out the back, not for that place into the final, but just certainly from a racing experience point of view, it'd be nice to give them a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, well, as long as you've come out in front of someone, it's usually a little bit more memorable than if you've been backdoored. So certainly to be able to say, you know, we raced at champ level, we got through to the repercharge, and you know, we came 3rd in our repercharge. You know, that's pretty good pedigree right there. But yeah, this IC crew really classy again, just out in front. I think they've even dropped the rating even further. It just looks a bit like a paddle right now. But when you do all that work in the first 3/4 of this race, and you've kind of got a 20-second buffer, you earn the right to bring that rate down and just sit there. Newcastle still rating up, still working hard, not super high on the rate, but you can see they're still pushing the finishes. They're just trying to keep that door closed, make sure nothing drastic happens down this last 500 metres. But definitely IC out in front, just looking super comfortable. Fantastic performance from them. Well,
I think the final later on today is going to be a really electric one to watch here, Alex. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this Imperial crew go up against Cambridge, go up against Oxford Brookes, go up against Durham. It's going to be a really good one to watch. And so here comes this Imperial crew, no doubts about that as to who is going to lead the charge through. It's then going to be Newcastle ahead of the next fight out the back of the field, which Sheffield has come out on top. They've now managed to get a length going into the finish line ahead of Bath. A great little fight there through the centre of this course, but they've come out on top, and it's going to be Bath over the line to complete that repercharge in this Women's Championship Coxless Fours event. And there are our winners. Imperial College on your screen now, and we'll certainly look forward to see them back in just a couple of hours' time, because we've got the A finals taking place that little bit earlier this year, Alex, just due to the programme moving around ever so slightly.
Yeah, so it was an idea that I had mooted sort of in February. I don't know if that had any influence, but just moving these A finals earlier in the day would just give more athletes a chance to see these top level athletes, and some of them are brilliant, future Olympians potentially. I always hang around and watch those champ events through to the sort of end of the day, but I think putting it earlier is just a great decision.
So we're now on to the intermediate event. So we've come off champ into intermediate now, and this is the men's intermediate quads. This is a semi-final, so 3 through to the A final from this event. We've got St Andrews in 1, we've got Imperial in 2, we've got Reading E in 3, Reading D in 4, Durham in 5, and Edinburgh University in 6. And I guess no surprise to see Reading dominating the intermediate quads, because that's their focus really on a regatta like this. This is the big boat for them, so they don't do 8s, they don't do sweep. So this is where all the focus is, and they've got 2 crews contesting this semi-final, so a pretty good chance of getting at least one through to that A final here, Alex.
Yeah, they kind of nicknamed the sculling uni, aren't they? So you expect them to be quick, and to have 2 of them there, absolutely great. And out in front at the moment as well, first and third right now, them being each side of an Imperial crew, so really rapid. There were 31 entries to this initially. I don't know how many scratched, but it's quite a deep field then, so earning a place in this top 12 is, that's step 1, and then earning your way through into that A final for the medal is step 2. So Reading doing a good job of trying to put 2 into that final right now.
Well, Reading out in front, they've got about 3/4 of a length, and to decipher, it's the Reading crew in lane number 3. So if you're tuning in and you're a Reading fan, if your crew's got Josh Lyon in it, that's the crew that's in front. So Reading University E with about a length's lead here over Imperial College. And we were talking earlier about Imperial's sort of dominance in sweep, I guess, across the board, and you tend to think about Imperial being very good in lightweight sculling events sometimes. They had quite a bout of lightweights that came through the system and did extremely well, but in open weight men's sculling, less so, I would say, and good to see them up here contesting in second. And then a great fight going on behind on that far side of the lake, between presumably Reading, Durham and Edinburgh, all so tightly packed here.
Yeah, it's great that we've got the vehicles going alongside with the cameras on, to give you literally the race as it happens, rather than the fixed point cameras where you get a lot of perspective issues in terms of who's actually making a move. But that does look really tight on that far side. It's a great race over on that far side. So the times up on that corner, you can see Reading and Durham on that far side are just about 1.25 seconds apart for that final place in the final. The top Reading crew, the Reading crew at the top of this race, they've managed to find about a 7-second buffer before being knocked out of the position. So they're pretty comfortable right now. IC, like you say, not known for their sculling, but they're pretty comfortable in second. St Andrews just losing a bit of touch, so really want to have to make a move here through the mid part of the race to try and get back onto Durham.
And St Andrews just announced their new head of performance rowing, right? In Alan Sinclair, who's just retired from the GB rowing programme, now coming in to run the show at St Andrews. So I suspect we'll see some big things from them. That is a big appointment for them to make, and they had been really rising through the ranks recently. I've loved watching their performances. They won a few medals at Bucs back in 2019 before we had that year off last year. And if those athletes have kind of generated a little bit more buzz around the rowing programme at the university, I think we'll be seeing them more frequently in these A finals and contesting for medals. But in this intermediate event, no surprises here to see Reading University. I think this would be one of my picks for if I was going to nail on a crew that might get a medal. I would say a Reading University quad, an intermediate men's quad would be one of them. So they're now charging down the course. They've got Clearwater ahead of Imperial. The fight between those crews that surround it, I think it's the other Reading crew, in fact Reading D, that have just shaken off Durham. They've shaken off Edinburgh, and Edinburgh now trailing out the back along with St Andrews, just fighting it out for those top two spaces. St Andrews in fact actually still pushing ahead ever so slightly into fifth, but it's Durham with all the work to do if they want to make it into this A final of intermediate quads.
Yeah, the field has split in half a little bit. The Reading crew that's been third the whole way through, really trying to get on terms with that IC crew in second, and that has spurred them on to basically create this break in the field. So it's a 4-second gap with just probably the last, well, we can see him just coming out in front of us now, last 250 metres. So it's going to have to be a super charge if Durham do want to overhaul that Reading crew. So we have one of the Reading crews out in front in the middle of the lake. They're out in front. IC chasing them down, but Reading as well. So it looks like Durham are not going to be able to pick that third place up as we come into the closing stages.
Yeah, I think this final push from Reading D, the Reading crew we've not been talking about, might actually catapult them into second here in this semi-final. What a really good third 500 from them and final sprint from them as they come in towards the line. I'm fairly unsure actually of who may take the win. I think it actually will be Reading. Reading coming in towards the line here. I think it is going to be Reading D ahead of Imperial in lane number 2. Blimey, what a shake-up there through the centre. It's then going to be Durham in lane number 5 ahead of St Andrews that have held on to 5th position. It's then Edinburgh University that take the 6th position as they row past their own boat tent on the far side of the course from us here in the tower where we're bringing you this broadcast from. But there are your winners, Reading University E, as we fly back up to the start for the next race, which is the second semi-final of the men's intermediate quads.
So similarly to the first semi-final, the first 3 are looking to make their way into the A final where the medals will be awarded. The other 3 crews will make their way into the B final. So we have 2 Queen's crews in this second semi-final. There's a Hartbury crew as well, another St Andrews crew, a Newcastle crew, and Swansea as well making up this second semi-final.
To a very early days here in this semi-final of the men's intermediate quads sculls, and it's a very tightly packed field actually. In fact, we'd expect to see the centre lanes, those crews that were fastest in the time trial, to come out on top to get that lovely chevron position, and that's exactly what we've got here. And it's Queen's University Belfast A out at the front of this field. I know that their coach Megan Hunter was very excited to see them race and get them down and onto the water, and they create that nice triangle shape out in the front of the field. Next to Hartbury, very renowned for their sculling at junior level, not so much at university level, but it seems that they're sort of pushing upwards, and that experience from the junior level is moving up through into this university category. It's then Queen's University Belfast B in lane number 1. They have managed to stick themselves in 3rd position, but a tightly packed field at that, and great to see yet another St Andrews crew here in the mix, the St Andrews A crew, with perhaps a little bit more chance of getting into the A final here, Alex.
Yeah, very impressive to see across the 2 semi-finals how many. So Reading have got 2 in, St Andrews have got 2 in, Queen's have got 2 in, showing the depth of the programmes they've got there. Just for anyone that's watching online and is wondering, is there an advantage to being in these middle lanes? There's only a very slight head breeze. It's pretty even across the lanes. The main reason these middle crews are going to be the quickest is because that's where they place them following the time trial. The ones who have finished higher up end up in the middle lanes, and the ones that are sort of towards sort of 10th, 11th, 12th, they end up on the outside. So there isn't like an inherent advantage of being in the middle in terms of the conditions here. Just the quicker crews get put there, and it does give you the advantages of being able to survey each side. Conditions for this weekend, well, for these next 3 days look pretty good, so we're not going to have to worry about cross headwinds and stuff. So it should be pretty fair racing across the 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, to give you a sense of what it feels like here at Nottingham, if you're tuning in from afar and you usually be on the banks here at home, Pierpont, we've got a very slight headwind, in fact, actually looking across at the windsock. We've got a very, very slight headwind, but it's not affecting anything here at the finish. And if I look up towards the start, just a very, very, very slight ripple, but nothing at all to worry these crews whatsoever. But it's still Queen's University Belfast that lead the way. St Andrews now really using that second 500 to their advantage. They've pushed themselves up into second place. That would, as it stands at the moment, put them into the A final. They've left Hartbury further down the pecking order, and they've actually also been overtaken by Newcastle, who we talk about for the first time in this race, that have pushed up into third position. All still very close, only a couple of seconds separating those crews, and as we saw in that previous race where that second Reading crew really started to rattle through in the third and fourth 500s, we could still see some changes here with half of the race still yet to play out.
Yeah, so well, we're deep into that second half, just coming sort of into that 1500 and through, and we had overlap between those top two crews. So St Andrews were just sort of holding on to the Queen's crew in terms of overlap. It was Hartbury who were at risk of missing out, just chasing down Newcastle, I believe it was, but probably just lost overlap. So it's all going to come down to who charges the hardest down here. So the first two crews, we're just looking down the course by eye. They seem to be out in front, but there's only one more place available, and it is really close between third and fourth. I'd say the other two crews are just sort of battling out for lanes in the B final at the moment, but that third place in the A final is certainly still up for grabs.
Yeah, Newcastle making the most of it at the moment, and it was only a couple of seconds separating them with 1,000 metres gone. We're now with 500 metres left to go. They've managed to open that out a little bit more. Now 5 seconds separating them and Hartbury. So they are pushing on. They don't want to be left in the hot seat. They don't want to be left in danger of missing out on the A final. So they've chosen this moment to go now. Out at the front of the field, it's, closing up, in fact, actually, between St Andrews and Queen's Belfast, which is very interesting to see. Queen's Belfast responding now as they come in towards the 250 metre to go marker and in towards the small crowds that we have here at Nottingham, mostly just the fans from the respective clubs, the athletes that aren't racing, lining the banks here and cheering on their crews. I can spy a few Newcastle and Newcastle Lycras, Nottingham Lycras, whatnot, but it's Queen's Belfast that charge through the red boys now into the final 100 metres. St Andrews still keeping the rating up nice and high in second, and they do have overlap as they come in towards the tower. Newcastle now in a little bit of a void, but it means that they've shaken off Hartbury into that third and final place, and so I think we're fairly set now for the top three through to the A final. Queen's Belfast followed by St Andrews. It's then going to be Newcastle University in lane number 5 that come over in third. It's then Hartbury that will be coming into your picture in just a moment's time, ahead of Queen's Belfast B and Swansea University.
Yeah, so there you can see Queen's on your screen again. It was interesting that neither of those two crews at the front, even though they were quite far out, neither of them wanted to back down. They kept the rate up, kept working hard all the way through to the line. And yeah, it's not a huge gap to their final. It's not like usual, so they'll only have a few hours to recover from that. I'm sure the adrenaline of challenging for a medal will help push them through. So we've got the women's inter doubles here. So this is the first semi-final. So this has a bit of personal interest because I'm now coaching at Worcester. They snuck in by just 0.1 of a second into that 12th place. But 2 seconds separated 8th and 12th. So if they can find a little bit on the rate, because they basically sat at 29, if they can find a couple of pips, they should look to be really competitive. And it's anyone's game trying to get these top 3 places.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the very competitive events here at Bucs. I mean, they're all very competitive, but I think in the smaller boats, especially at intermediate level, a lot of the smaller universities, smaller clubs, if they've only got 1 or 2 athletes, they'll put them in a double as opposed to a pair, just because it's that much easier to get a crew gelling together. And so yeah, very competitive to get into these A and B semi-finals for the women's intermediate doubles. So Worcester, St Andrews, Oxford Brookes, Nottingham, Exeter and Durham. Again, we look towards the centre lanes that have made the best start. Looks to me like it's Oxford Brookes and Nottingham, the home favourites here, that go toe to toe, bow ball for bow ball. And I think in fact actually Nottingham with the better of the start as they come towards 500 metres gone. No, in fact Worcester, my apologies, I'm putting down here your Worcester. Ooh, I'm not sure. So I think our timing's ever so slightly wrong. I think it is in fact Nottingham and Oxford Brookes. I didn't think my eyes were testing me there, Alex, with my lycra colours. And I think Worcester just that little bit further back. But we'll see in just a moment's time when we get the side-on shots. But definitely at the front of the field, the centre of your course, Nottingham University there by half a length ahead of Oxford Brookes.
Yeah, obviously I'd love Worcester to be at the top, but I don't think they are. I mean, this is actually only their 4th ever session together, so they're not one of these really well-gelled crews, but they're definitely going to try their best for it. As we've seen in the recent semi-finals and repercharges, these middle lanes are pushing out in front, and it does look like there's a bit of a gap between these top 2 and the rest. So they've obviously decided they didn't want to leave anything to chance for a final sprint. We'll do our heavy lifting early on, get into a position where we can then just command our position and hold the race. So looking really strong, these 2 crews you can see on the feed right now.
Yeah, I think Nottingham have been very brave. They've gone out with quite some purpose here. They're about a canvas ahead of Oxford Brookes. Sophie Gilbanks in the Nottingham crew here. That's a surname I recognise, perhaps sister of Lucy Gilbanks of Nottingham. But a slight change in lead now as we come through the second 500. This is often where crews have settled onto rhythm and that real cruising pace comes out. And it looks like the cruising pace of Oxford Brookes is just that little bit faster here, Alex, than that of Nottingham. But the race for third, having a quick look back, and I know just a little bit harder to tell who's holding down that third position, but I think in fact it might be St Andrews C. It would be a great regatta. We've just seen them pinch a spot in the A final in the previous race in the men's intermediate quads. How good would it be for them to get into this A final of the women's intermediate doubles as well?
Well, we were saying we're expecting their programme to be on the rise in the next few years, but why not start today? Yeah, they had representation in both of the semi-finals of the inter men's quads, and they've got representation here in this first semi-final of the women's inter double. So Brookes, like you say, their cruising speed is very impressive because they've basically gone to a length up on Nottingham. Nottingham always dangerous here because this is their home water. I know they will train out on the Trent as well, but they're so familiar with these surroundings. It must just be like the back of their hand when they go down a 2K here. St Andrews currently now third from the looks of things, got a couple of seconds on Durham, and then Exeter and Worcester. Durham, Exeter and Worcester are all separated by about 0.7 of a second, so they're all really close. So whether the battle between those 3 can bring them back onto terms with St Andrews, because St Andrews are only just in front of that. So sometimes you get that inter-battling and it just loses a bit of pace because you're only trying to race the 2 with you. But other times it can just carry the whole bubble up into the front of the race.
Yeah, and like we said, with small boats, things can change really easily. So the singles, the pairs, the doubles, you make a concerted effort together with your partner or by yourself, and that really can pick up or put an anchor in the boat speed. And so I suspect these positions, if these crews have got anything left in the tank, could change, especially those ones that were very close, like we were saying, out at the back of the field between Exeter, Durham, Worcester, St Andrews, but these top two crews have kind of remained the same, with Oxford Brookes just walking away now. They've used that middle 1,000 to their advantage. They've got a really good cruising pace that we saw them come down onto after that really fiery start from Nottingham University, but Nottingham now just slipping back into the pack, and actually I think maybe having the rest of the field closed on in around them, I think they can smell blood, can't they, the rest of this pack, knowing that the spot's up for grabs in this A final. I think Oxford Brookes have got a fairly concerted stamp on one of them, but Nottingham now just having to be careful, I think, of watching out on the far side. I can see Durham University actually, who are on the right hand side of your picture, starting to move back up, trying to push themselves back ahead of the likes of St Andrew, who are on the far left of your picture, one in the light blue lycras just next to Oxford Brookes there. So everything just closing up ever so slightly for those top three as we come into 500 metres to go.
Yeah, so it looks like if we go by the timings here, St Andrews have put a massive 500 metres in, because Nottingham have dropped into third and St Andrews are out about 2 seconds out in front of them. Brookes' cruising speed really impressive here. They've just been able to move out and sit and watch and see what's going on. Just by eye, it doesn't look like they're working too hard. They're obviously not doing nothing, but it looks really, really within themselves. Whereas the other crews are really, really having to push hard, particularly the crews in 1 and 2. Like on the right-hand side of your picture, you can see that Durham and Exeter are really pushing hard to try and find those places, because they're just looking for that top 3.
Well, this is going to be really interesting here, whether Nottingham even make it through to the final after that really big push in the first 250. They've got Durham to watch out for now. They've been overtaken by St Andrews, who have had a great row through that third 500, and they're now starting to push up on Oxford Brookes, who have had that really good consistent speed. Oxford Brookes still with the lead. I think they look fairly comfortable. St Andrews still racing fairly hard in second position, but Nottingham they're starting to just come apart a little bit. It's been a long old way since that quick start. They're just trying to keep themselves in that third and final important spot, but on both sides they've got crews coming up to surround them. I think they will just about do it with 100 metres to go. It's going to be Oxford Brookes that take the lead in this race from lane number 4. It's then going to be St Andrews in lane 5 ahead of Nottingham. Will just about hang on to it there in lane 3. It's then going to be between Worcester and Durham, and in fact potentially even too close to call on the line. I think Worcester, but not quite sure, ahead of Exeter in 2, but we'll confirm that for you as soon as we can.
Yeah, from where I was, it looked like it might have just been a foot or so to Worcester in the sort of agonising 4th place. It wasn't quite flying dive from Nottingham, but they definitely had a huge start. They were out in front and just did enough to just maintain their position. But we cut now to the second semi-final of the women's into doubles. Don't worry, you're not getting deja vu when I call this. We have Brookes, we have Queen's, we have Queen's, we have Newcastle, we have Newcastle, we have Imperial College.
Well, we talked earlier about how great it was to see some depth in the programmes that we've got, and this race kind of demonstrates it, really, doesn't it? So Brookes, Queen's, Newcastle, Newcastle, Imperial. We're going to have to work quite hard to make sure we're describing the crews accurately here. If you're tuning in from any of these universities or your friends or family, we'll make sure that we get the right crews for you as we set out into these next 1750 metres. We've just gone off the blocks here in this second women's intermediate double semi-final, and I think it's the crew from Queen's there in the centre of the course. I think that's lane number 3, Alex, if you'd agree with me, from Queen's. So that's Queen's B, the crew with Sam McCormick in the bow seat, and behind them, well, I think it's Newcastle B in lane number 5 up there with Oxford Brookes. We've also got alongside Newcastle A as well. I think our top 4 still fairly packed with just Queen's A in lane number 2, and the crew from Imperial just falling off the pace ever so slightly, but not by very much. These top 5 crews all fairly in alignment, Alex.
Yeah, so we'll just watch as this camera pans around. It is really, really close here as they've gone through that first sort of major marker at the 500 metres. Brooks are in third, but it'll be interesting to see if this Brooks crew has a similar kind of cruising speed to the last one, where they can just make a big move through that middle K and move from, you know, in their third place at the moment up. But it's, at that point it was Queens, Newcastle, Brooks, Newcastle, IC, Queens was your 6.
So it's spreading out that little bit. This is where we expect to see the field spread out somewhat, and this women's intermediate double from Queen's Belfast still out in front. So this is the Queen's B crew in lane number 3 with Sam McCormack in. Just next to them, it's Newcastle starting to show their colours a little bit. It's the Newcastle A crew in lane number 4 with Carrie Spencer on board in the bow seat, and in fact Newcastle B, Eve Larson, I can just see they're actually on the far side of the picture, so apologies. We did say we'd try and keep you in touch, but it's Queen's B followed by Newcastle B, so that's the Eve Larson crew ahead of the Carrie Spencer crew. Newcastle A is your top 3, but the bow balls of Oxford Brooks there just starting to peek through on the right hand side. The crew Oxford Brooks A with Maisie Gordon in the bow seat for them. Women's intermediate doubles here with 3 to go through if you're just joining us, with the top 4 fairly close, and not much to choose here between Oxford Brooks, Newcastle A and Newcastle B.
Yeah, so we're just looking for that next marker point. There's a lot of overlap here between, say, first and second, second and third, and I would guess that Brooks crew is really close to overlap on that as well. So this race hasn't broken open. That's what we want. We want close racing. We want people to have to really earn their way into the A final. But that's what we're seeing at the moment. So they're just coming through that halfway now, and we've got some times up, but we don't have any crews yet. But it is still Queens out in front, just looking at the feed. It does look like it's still Newcastle B over on that far side. So it's Queens B, Newcastle B from the looks of things, followed by Newcastle A and then Brooks. So it's kind of, there we go. So Queens, Newcastle, Newcastle, Brooks. But it's 0.4 of a second. That is the key number here between third and fourth. So that is really where the eyes need to be placed right now. So yeah, really close still. No one's been able to make a big move here. It's all pretty much status quo. Everyone's going to be working really hard, but no one's been able to break away. So Queen's still out in front. They look the most comfortable in terms of where they are, but really close here. Like, the angle isn't perfect here. We're slightly ahead of the race, so we're kind of in line with the first crew, but those crews in second, third and fourth are definitely very close together.
Yeah, big charger here coming from Newcastle actually over on the far side. That Newcastle B crew in lane number 5 have been rowing out their skins if they are the B crew in comparison to their A crew. And of course we can't take these letters for gospel. Sometimes, you know, B crews can be A crews and vice versa. But this B crew has been pushing back on Queen's Belfast. They sit in second position at the moment, but they're still challenging that overlap. They're still driving, and we can see them now from our position in the tower, and you can see basically what we can see actually on the screen. That's our view that we've got here from the tower. You can see Newcastle B starting to try and close in. Queen's Belfast have responded with 500 metres to go, and they're trying to push back out, but only a second separating these 2 leading crews. A great row here by Newcastle B. Newcastle A sit in third position, but they are going to have to keep an eye on the far side of their right hand corner of their eye, because Oxford Brooks all the way over in lane number 1 are still in contention. I would not write them out of this race, especially with a final place on the line. Then further back, it's then the other Queen's Belfast crew and the Imperial crew just a little bit further out the back. But yeah, it's going to be a really gutsy last 500 metres for Oxford Brooks if they want to make it into this A final.
Yeah, so if Oxford Brooks do want to put 2 into that A final, that crew has got to move. But equally, Newcastle are going to want to put 2 into that A final as well, because they're the 2 you can see here who are sitting in second and third with 500 to go. Oxford Brookes are going to be trying to just squeeze it up the inside there, because over in lane 1, just trying to take advantage of not being directly in the eyesight, especially when it's that close. You have to look right across. You can't see them in front of you. It's going to take us like a 90-degree turn of the head to basically find out where they are. Equally, Brookes would have to do the same, but when you're behind, you can just kind of get your head down and go. That's all that really matters.
And getting their head down and going is exactly what they're doing, because Oxford Brookes are on the charge. You can't quite tell it from the angle on the screen, but we can certainly see it here at the lake. They are moving and they're trying to catch up with Newcastle A. Newcastle A have thrown the racing up through the roof into the Red Boys to hold off this charge. Oxford Brookes looking to their left. They know that Newcastle is within reach, but it's going to be no match to catch Queen's Belfast, who are going to come through in the lead ahead of Newcastle B, that have done extremely well to hold that length over Newcastle A. It's then Oxford Brookes, try as they might, they've left it too late. I think coming into the line it's going to be half a length for Newcastle, and the heads go down in the Oxford Brookes crew as they come over the line. It's then, again, a really tight race coming into the final few strokes here for the Queen's Belfast crew, followed by the Imperial crew. But it's Queen's Belfast A that just edges out Imperial into 5th and 6th, and there are our winners from Queen's Belfast of this second semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls. We've got a bit of a break now, a couple of races that don't exist anymore just because of a couple of scratches. So what would have been the women's championship double sculls semi-finals we now don't have, but we'll be tuning back in at around about 1:30 for the women's championship lightweight pairs A final.
Right, so we have the first medal race of the day underway. It's the women's champ lightweight pairs. We actually have an 8's worth of Cambridge crews here, so they're taking up lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 and then trying to break up that cartel. We also have Bath and Hartbury.
So in lane 3 we have from Cambridge the King sisters, Gemma and Catherine King, who have been competing in small boats for a long time. They've competed at Henley Royal in the pair, and this year they were part of Cambridge's Blondie boat for the reserve boat races, so they'll be looking to take the front of the field in this race. We'll see the quality of the 3 other Cambridge crews, and we'll see whether Hartbury and Bath can create an upset here.
So yeah, always a very elegant race, the pairs, when they're moving well, especially at this top end. So it'll be interesting to see when we hit this first marker point who has got the medal positions. So obviously Cambridge will be looking for a clean sweep in this, but it'll be interesting to see, like we say, whether that can be broken up by Bath and Hartbury, who will be, if you're looking at it, on this right hand side of the screen.
In the Bath crew we have Imogen Bantic, who earlier this year won the gold medal in the World Rowing Indoor Championships in the lightweight under 23 category. So this Bath crew obviously has some power on board, but it's interesting to see here whether or not they can transfer that to boat speed. We have the phrase "ergs don't float," and I think that's very pertinent here in this race. We've got 3 of the Cambridge crews out in front at this point in the race, with the King sisters leading the field at this point. So as the 500 metre splits come through, it's very close at the front. We've got just over a second splitting those top 2 crews, and a couple of seconds between the following crews there. But yes, those first 3 Cambridge crews in front, followed by Bath and Hartbury, and then the last Cambridge crew coming in behind.
Yeah, so it does look like at the moment it's going to be a medal sweep between 3 of the Cambridge crews, with the other one more in the sort of second part of this race, which is featuring Hartbury and Bath. So I mean, I wonder how matched these pairs are, or whether they just went, okay, here's our fastest, here's our second fastest, here's our third fastest. But we do seem to have that crew in the middle. Did you say that was lane 3? Looks like lane 3, yeah. They're the ones out in front at the moment, featuring Gemma King. Do you say it was Gemma King, Catherine King? Was that, yeah?
Yeah, Gemma King and Catherine King, the twins, and they've been racing for a long time together in the pair, and they've raced at Henley Royal twice in the pair, in that open level category, once when they were juniors and once in their first year at Cambridge. They've both raced in the lightweight boat races for Cambridge, and this year they made the step into the Blondie crew, the victorious Blondie crew, for that new boat race at Ely. So these 2 definitely looking to take the win. Here they are, they're out in front, got some clear water over their Cambridge teammates. But yeah, these 2 definitely the ones to watch, and I think they will have what it takes to take this race and take the gold.
So yeah, these are the first 3 medals. It's the champ event, champ lightweight pair, and it does look at the moment like, if you took a snapshot of the medal table after this first race, it's just only going to say Cambridge on it for the gold, the silver and the bronze. So really strong performance from these 3 Cambridge crews. Just wondering, like, what did you make of those boat races in Ely this year?
Yeah, I think it was they did as well as they could. I think realistically, Cambridge definitely had the home advantage, and I think that probably was reflected in the results. They had a clean sweep in both the in terms of the heavyweight races, and in both the blue boats and the reserve races. So yeah, Cambridge definitely had the advantage there. But I think in terms of the production, there was a great race, and certainly, although the results look very one-sided, I think particularly the women's race was actually really exciting. So we're looking forward to see it back on the Tideway next year, hopefully. I think there's no replacing the Tideway, but certainly a good compromise for this year. But just as those splits coming up for the 1,000 metres, we have the top 3 Cambridge crews out in front, with those King sisters just about 6 seconds clear. And then following the next 2 Cambridge crews, we have Bath in 4th, who again are a little way behind that 3rd Cambridge crew. So I think it really is looking like Cambridge are going to take the clean sweep, the 1, 2, 3 in this lightweight women's pair race.
Yeah, so the Kings really are reigning supreme at the moment into the second half of this race. They've got a 6-second lead. That's comfortable, really. You know, I don't know if they'll extend that to 12 seconds by the end. But I think the silver medal is really interesting. That was only 2 seconds apart at the time. So the silver medal is definitely still up for grabs. Unfortunately, no Bucs points being awarded this year, or else, you know, they would be fighting for Bucs points throughout this final. But it is a shame that we don't have that, but it's just the world we're living in this year.
Yeah, and as well, there's also one of the added incentives at Bucs Regatta is qualification for USA, which is the European University Championships. And generally each year, if you come top 4 in the champ categories, you can qualify for a spot to USA and get to go and represent both your university and the GB University's rowing team. Unfortunately, that event has been cancelled this year, so these crews aren't fighting for those spots. But yeah, in a normal year, we've got those Bucs points, we've got USA selection, but this year we've just got those all-important medals, those top 3 places. And as we're talking, it looks like Cambridge are just consolidating that lead. We're starting to get the splits. The King sisters have taken it out to an 8-second lead. Very dominant performance here by them. And then 4 seconds over that between the second and third Cambridge crews. And a little more towards that Bath crew, who's currently in 4th place.
Yeah, so the King sisters in lane 3 have the lead. They're the ones you can see in the middle of your shot. It looks like lane 5, 2 to the left of them, or the furthest left, as you can see on the visual. They're the crew in second, and then the one in between them, which is down as being Cambridge C, so it's actually Cambridge A, then Cambridge D, then Cambridge C is the order. That seems to be the medal races at the moment. And then on your screen, the 2 to the right that we had talked about earlier, so on the very far right you've got Hartbury there, and then one in from them you have Bath, and then they're about the 4th from the left, but the one that's kind of the furthest away in the middle, that's the other Cambridge crew in this final.
Yeah, and I think at this point now we're looking at these top 3 crews. They're all pretty well spread out. I think we're coming up towards the finish now. These crews are just approaching the last 250 metres, and we've got the top 3, Cambridge, Cambridge and Cambridge. And just on the near side of the course here, we have Bath and Hartbury currently in 4th and 5th. You know, I think that's a bit of a West Country derby there. And I think they'll just be in a race with each other. That Bath crew looking to hang on to that 4th place. And but what a performance from these Cambridge crews. I mean, you've got the King sisters really ramping up for the finish here into the red boys. They're going to take the win. And then you've got Cambridge as well in those further out lanes, Cambridge D, Cambridge C. Looks like they're going to pick up the silver and the bronze in this event.
Yeah, so you can see on the screen now, they ramped up into the finish, arm goes up in celebration. So there's the first gold medal of the day going to Cambridge, and then there's the first silver medal of the day going to Cambridge, and there's the first bronze medal of the day also going to Cambridge. So a super strong showing from Cambridge in this first medal race of the day, and still a tight battle here, but it is Bath who are holding off Hartbury with the other Cambridge crew. But you can see on your screens right now the gold medal crew in years past, and it looks like, just looking down from me, they are going to row across and receive their medals straight away. So you're going to see 3 Cambridge crews are going to row around, make the nice U shape, pick up their medals before heading back to the landing stages.
And so we're just going up to the next race now, which is the A final of the men's championship lightweight pairs. In this race we have Cambridge C, Newcastle B, Surrey, Cambridge A, Oxford A and Cambridge B. And it looks like all of these crews have got off to a great start. Looks like is that Surrey in the middle lanes that have had the best of the start. They're out in front, but not far behind is Cambridge in the lane next to them.
So just like in the last race, there is a possibility of a Cambridge 1, 2, 3, but it does look like, you say, like Surrey are saying, well, no, we're not interested in that. We want to get out here and we want a medal. So we're here to win. So these middle crews, presumably the quickest through the time trials, that's how they've earned those positions. So Surrey and Cambridge are our 2 centre lane crews. And it looks like those crews have got out pretty quick.
Yeah, so just as the splits come through for the first 500, we have Surrey and a couple of seconds between them and Cambridge and a couple of seconds between them and Oxford. So presumably these the Cambridge and Oxford pairs will have raced each other at the lightweight boat races. On that occasion, Oxford came out on top, so Cambridge will be out for blood in this event and aiming to come on top against their Oxford rivals in this race. And at this point, it looks like they're doing so. So as we get the side shot here, we've got that Surrey crew that's just pushed out to about a length lead. They've got a little bit of clear water here. Not too far behind them is the Cambridge crew, but there's now quite a big gap between the Cambridge crew and the rest of the field here, Alex.
Just got to give a shout out to the wonderfully named Agamemnon Crumpton in that Oxford boat that was in third place as they came through that first marker point. That is a phenomenal name. We'll be interested to see if they can hold on to that third place. So you can't see all the crews on the visual because this race is actually split open quite a way. Surrey's still trying to walk out on Cambridge. Those are the two crews that are going to be contesting the gold from the looks of things, unless something major happens in the second half. But they definitely seem to be the class of this field through this middle part of the race.
Yeah, so the Surrey crew has a pretty comfortable lead here over the Cambridge crew, but as you see in these small boats, sometimes the crews can turn on the afterburners and can actually take quite a long way out of the crews in front. So definitely don't count out this Cambridge crew. It's definitely these two crews in the lead in contention for the gold, but I would say that although Surrey's lead is pretty comfortable, that Cambridge could still come back with a strong sprint and then a race behind them for that bronze medal. Just as we're talking, it looks like Surrey are just gradually pushing out that lead. They've got a little bit more clear water over Cambridge now, but these crews very much going pretty much the same speed, and we can see the splits now coming in for the 1,000 metres. So Surrey have extended that lead from about 3 seconds to about 4 seconds, and there's about an 11-second gap, wow, between Cambridge and Oxford there. So these two have really pushed away from the rest of the field, but we can see there Oxford in lane 5 and Cambridge in lane 1 are in a bit of a battle there for third, just over a second between them. So let's see who can pick up the bronze.
Yeah, so that crew in second place, Cambridge, they're going to be looking to emulate the crews I've just seen below me, picking up their medals, some big smiles down there, photos being taken. So that Cambridge lightweight champ men's pair are definitely going to want the gold, not the silver, but it looks like Surrey are holding their nerve. It's just about overlap, so this is going to really come down to the wire here. You know, we're in the second half of this race, see who can hold their nerve. I would say it looks like Cambridge are trying to put a move in, because it looks like we got a bit more than overlap, so it's just like, you know, a centimetre of a stroke, a couple of inches each stroke. So it'd be really interesting to see what happens over this next 500 till we hit the 1500 metre timer point.
Yeah, so we're now in this third 500 of the race where it hurts the most, and this is where some crews will look to push through and overtake those crews. But it's interesting in this race, it looks like we've got three races going on here really. We've got the race for first and second between Surrey and Cambridge, we've got the race for third and fourth between Cambridge and Oxford, and then the race for fifth and sixth between Cambridge and Newcastle. But really exciting to see, just as the splits come through for the 1500, that Cambridge have really closed the gap between themselves and Surrey, and it's now just over a second. So Cambridge coming through really strong in the second half of this race, clearly looking to emulate that result from the women's race just before.
Yeah, and it's time to get excited now, I think. Like some of the Surrey supporters who were sat over in the seats to my right, they've come and got over to the waterside, and it looks like they're going to need to give a big cheer, because that Cambridge crew look relentless at the moment. They are putting the pressure on. I mean, we've got the sort of same view as you've got looking down at it, and I would reckon that Cambridge might be through here.
I was going to say, Alex, I think Cambridge have rode through Surrey here. What a second half of the race from them. They're just coming into the last 250 metres now. Really well timed push in that third 500 from Cambridge, and I think they are now just coming. Look, as we can see the visual on the screen now, looks like they've got clear water here over Surrey. I don't know if Surrey have dropped off the pace or something's happened in their boat. They look like they're still going hard, they're still going strong. They're trying to claw back to that Cambridge crew, but Cambridge are long, hard strokes. They're extending their lead over Surrey now, and it looks like they are going to get the win in the lightweight men's pair. And as they're into the red boys, the last 100 metres, Cambridge just striding out, quite a comfortable verdict over Surrey now. Surrey looking like they'll be nailed on for the silver. I think Cambridge are just too far out in front for these last few strokes. So here we are, Cambridge coming across the line. Cambridge take the gold. Surrey just running out of steam here. They'll take the silver. And as we can see, it looks like we have Oxford ahead of Cambridge to take the bronze. So Cambridge, Surrey, and then it looks like Oxford's just coming across the line here. They've obviously won out in that battle with Cambridge. Cambridge on one side and Cambridge on the other side, so they'll take 4th and 5th, with Newcastle coming in 6th. But what a row from that Cambridge A crew to overtake Surrey and put in what looks on the face of it, look at that, 9 seconds ahead of Surrey, who are leading at halfway. That is a great second half of the race from Cambridge A to take the win in the lightweight men's pair.
Yeah, I gotta say, like for me, so far, we've only had 2 medal races, but that is the standout performance. Because they were down at the halfway, and they were still down at about, 3/4 of the way, and they just went, do you know what, we're going to win by a long way, 10 seconds. That was a huge move, and it didn't look like Surrey were going backwards. I just don't think they could handle what Cambridge had in that race.
I wonder if something happened to that Surrey crew. But here we are now, just moving on to the final of the men's beginner 2 singles. We've got St Andrews, Durham, Strathclyde, Surrey, Leeds and Swansea. So this event is for the beginners who didn't get the opportunity to row at Bucs last year. Last year, unfortunately, 2020, the beginners events at Bucs Head were cancelled, and then the Bucs Regatta, the whole event was cancelled. So this is a really great opportunity for those beginners from last year to race. They're not being forced to go into the intermediate categories. So this is they've got sort of 18 months or almost 2 years of rowing experience behind them. And we can see who's that in the middle. Looks like Strathclyde just edging out in front already in this A final.
Yeah, so Strathclyde looked really strong in the time trial for this. Obviously that row will be in the other final, but some really historic moments, I'd say, because it was a good thing that Bucs said, you know what, we'll give these people a chance to race. They didn't have to do that, they could have just left it as it was, but decided we'll do the beginner 2, we'll give these people an opportunity to race Bucs, because they didn't even get to race the head last year because that got cancelled for the beginners. So they have been given this category. I doubt it's going to stay in, so the winner of this next final might be the only person that ever wins a medal in it. Well, touch wood that we get back to normality.
Yeah, and I think one of the highlights of Bucs Regatta in any year is seeing the beginners down, and having the beginners rubbing shoulders with the top championship level athletes is a great way to expose them to the sport of rowing, and hopefully if they can have some enjoyable, tight, competitive racing in these categories, we'll get them involved in the sport for years to come. But this sculler from Strathclyde just consolidating that lead, few seconds clear of Nottingham, Trent and Derby, and that looks like that Strathclyde sculler is the favourite to take the win. But we've got a battle going on here. If you look at the 1,000 metre splits for that bronze medal between Derby and Queen's Belfast, and you can see that it looks like the sculler on the far side is just taking a bit out of there, and actually the Strathclyde sculler, his lead is being eaten up here. So is he going to be able to keep on to that lead and hold it all the way down?
So yeah, you can see in the feed as well, we've got the next race just lining up, but we're going to stick with this one. So yeah, the Strathclyde lead, that's Robert Amphlett, was being closed in on by the scullers either side, really. So it's whether you can hold your nerve. None of these scullers are going to have very much race experience, if any. You know, the Worcester sculler in our event had never raced before. I don't know how many of these people have done organised races. Certainly multi-lane is something that hasn't been available. Maybe there's just been a bit of match racing going on. So first toe in the water in terms of, you know, a Bucs race, and all of these are rising to the occasion.
And now it's looking pretty close at the front of the field. We've got the scullers from Strathclyde, Nottingham, Trent, and I think Swansea coming out in the top 3 here, with only a few seconds separating them. And we've often seen in the last 500 metres of the singles racing these leads overturned. You can certainly sprint for the line and take out a length or so from your Derby I should say, in third there. But yeah, we can often see at the sprint finish that these scullers can overturn a verdict. So all bets are off here, and we're coming into the last 250 metres here. It is still the sculler from Strathclyde in front, but he is being pushed hard by the scullers from Nottingham Trent and from Derby.
Yeah, so at this stage of the race, it's time for heroes. That's what we want. Like, the top four are all separated still by less than 5 seconds. Any one of these could make a little bit of a mistake, or someone could just find some rhythm that they didn't have for the rest of the race. You know, some have been really comfortable down this middle part of the race, but this final sprint is where being really technical is going to pay off. Now, it looks like that Strathclyde sculler is really working it, but they're doing it just with power. It doesn't look like they've been able to spin the hands, whereas some of these other scullers have increased their rate of striking to try and find these medals, and it's going to be super tight coming to the line. I'm just going to pass over to John.
And the sculler from Strathclyde's having some steering issues here. He's moved across right into the next lane. Hopefully he doesn't clip a buoy, but I don't know if there's going to be some umpire intervention here. That Strathclyde sculler's just fatiguing and struggling with his steering there, and it looks like that lead has been overturned by the sculler from Queens, who's coming back strong in that far lane, and I think he has taken the lead from the Strathclyde single. Wow. Oh, and there the Strathclyde single just clipping a blade there. We don't want to see any capsizing or anything from these guys, but there we are. Got the end of that race. We've got Queens in first, Exeter in second, and Derby in third. Wow. I think that's might be a mistake on our graphic there. I'm pretty sure that the Strathclyde sculler still came in second there, but we'll just wait for an official verdict. I'm not sure. What a close race for these beginners, though. What a great opportunity and a great first race for what is many of those scullers. And we're moving back up now to the final of the men's beginner 1 singles. So these are the beginners from this year. They started rowing back in September, and probably won't have had a huge amount of time on the water because I'm just being corrected. This is the men's beginner. So this is the A final of the men's beginner 2 single. My mistake. So in this race we have Swansea B, Leeds, Strathclyde A, Durham and St Andrews. So the Strathclyde sculler Flynn Johnston Hay was very dominant in the time trial and the semi-final, winning by a huge margin, and it looks like he is set to repeat that here. Already all of the other scullers are out of the picture and he is way out in front, so this is a really impressive performance from the Strathclyde sculler.
Yeah, so I over-exaggerated a little bit earlier talking to some people on the bank when I said he'd won his time trial by 30 seconds, because I think he actually won it by 29 seconds, but that is a heck of a lead from first to second. So this one definitely is this one's not for the excitement, this is just to show I am really, really fast.
But we do have a contest, although we can't see them on the live images. We do have a contest here between second, third and fourth. There's only about a second and a half in it for those 2 medals in this race, between the Durham sculler, the Surrey sculler and the Leeds sculler. So these 3, although they're quite a long way off that Strathclyde sculler in first place, they are contesting the silver and the bronze in this event, and looks quite close, so hopefully we'll be able to get some pictures of that and see how this race is developing behind the Strathclyde sculler in the lead. But just looking now as the camera pans around, look at that lead that he has developed in this race. That's a very, very impressive margin. And he's just staying in control, staying in his rhythm and pushing out quite an impressive lead in this race.
Yeah, I think you'd be forgiven for thinking there were 2 races going on here, or maybe even a ceremonial row past, because the Strathclyde sculler Flynn Johnson Hay is just still pushing out. It's brilliant, but we do now have that race for second, because this is the excitement here. 0.6 of a second separating Durham, Leeds and Surrey. I was talking to Mr. Grant, the Leeds head coach, earlier on, and said hoped for a medal from this Leeds sculler. Connor Bull, I definitely heard his name being shouted earlier on from the Leeds contingent, but is in the mix, but one of these is going to miss out. So Durham, Leeds and Surrey are battling for 2 medals between 3 of them. One of the scullers, I guess the one closest to us, so is that going to be the Leeds sculler, is probably got the most solid hold on the silver medal right now.
Yeah, what a battle for silver and bronze here. We've got that Leeds sculler just pushing up a little bit further, but as we're talking here, the sculler on the far side from Durham is also just edging out a canvas in front, and he's the one in bronze medal position. So we've got the Strathclyde sculler way out in front. That is a 30-second lead. That is pretty impressive. And then we've got Durham and Surrey really close in for the bronze medal here.
Yeah, so this is another one of those standout performances here from Strathclyde. I mean, I don't remember seeing a lead this big in an A final ever before. Have you ever seen a lead this big in an A final?
No, I don't think so. I think it's interesting to see that these beginner 2 events, there's obviously quite a disparity in the abilities here. You know, you might not be mistaken to see this Strathclyde scholar in perhaps the intermediate event, probably holding his own in that. I would really be willing to bet. And then you've got these scholars just a bit further down, maybe just had a bit less water time or a bit less coaching, you know, and this Strathclyde scholars just had that time to advance really well.
So just like in that last race, it's a bit of a struggle to get to the line here. It looks like Connor Bull might be getting rode through here, the Leeds athlete. Definitely working hard, going for length, going for power. But I don't know if it's getting him anywhere. These other 2, oh, and there was a big mistake there. Caught Crab is going to have to really sprint to try and regain that medal. So, you know, at one moment you feel like you got that silver medal in your hand, and then at the next moment, no.
Looked like he just clipped a boy there, Connor Bull, and he's just been rode through by the Durham sculler and the sculler from Surrey, who are now in silver and bronze medal position. So unlucky for that Leeds sculler, Connor Bull. But now as we just look, it's a nice battle for silver and bronze. I think the sculler from Durham, Tommy Osrin, is going to get the silver. But here comes the Surrey sculler. Here he comes on the line. Oh, that is close. I think the Surrey sculler might have just got it, but we'll have to wait for the times there to see that. And here comes the sculler from Leeds, just crossing the finish line. And on the far side, St Andrews, and on the near side, Swansea just coming through. What a cracking A final in the beginner 2 singles there. Very dominant performance from Flynn Johnston Hay, and then a bit of drama towards the finish line. Just what we love to see. Thankfully, no capsizers in this event, which we've seen in the past. But yeah, great to see these scullers getting their first outing at Bucs Regatta. And we're just moving up now to the men's beginner 1 single, the B final. So this is the event that I mistook it for earlier. So these are the guys who have just learned to row this season, and it'll be interesting to see how they do. We've had the lockdowns this winter where they won't have been able to get on the water. However, with the restrictions in place, they might have ended up with quite a lot more time in the single than what they would have had in a normal year. Perhaps not being allowed to go in 4s and 8s and having to spend a lot of time in the singles. So let's see how this pans out. We have scullers from De Montfort, Glasgow, De Montfort again, Edinburgh, Kingston and Durham in this race. And at the moment it's De Montfort A taking out the lead, just under a second to the sculler from Kingston there. But this is looking like a great race, Alex. So the De Montfort sculler to Edinburgh and then Kingston. And just as we get the side-by-side shot there, it's neck and neck between the De Montfort sculler and the Edinburgh sculler there. What a cracking race. And who is going to be able to take it all the way down for the win in this B final? And it looks like we have the top 2 there. We have the 3rd sculler, who is the sculler from Kingston. And these 3 have really taken it away. Quite a long lead now to that De Montfort B, who's sitting in 4th. And it'll be between these scullers, these 3 at the front, to see who can take the win in this B final.
Yeah, so De Montfort have really pushed on their sculling program the last 5 years or so. I seem to recall them being really strong in the beginners, and then that translated into some talent as well. They haven't quite hit the heady heights of the A final today in this men's beginner single, but to have 2 of them in the B final, so those are your 7th to 12th best in the event, in the category, shows that they're still putting that effort towards sculling. But it's also good to see, I think this is, for me, I've only come on commentary the last couple of hours, but the first Kingston crew I've seen in one of these finals so far.
Yeah, and interesting, you've got these 2 scullers at the head of the field, the De Montfort sculler from very much one of the smaller rowing programmes, but definitely one that's up and coming and one that's had some encouraging results in recent years. And you've just got that sculler from Edinburgh next to him, who just has taken about half a length. Edinburgh, obviously one of the top rowing programmes in the country here. We'll talk about their athletes in the A final of this event in a little bit. But he's just got a second there, a second over the De Montfort sculler, so we've seen an overturn here at about 1,000 metres. And it'll be interesting. Can the Edinburgh sculler push on and take the win, or has the De Montfort sculler got something in the bag to pull out?
Yeah, so Edinburgh with just 1 representative in this, but have 3 actually in the A final, so really showing their strength in beginner sculling here. So it is close at the top. It's just a second between Edinburgh and De Montfort for this top place. Now, there's no medal available here because it's the B final, but certainly you want to come away saying that you've won your race. And I know it says 1.2 seconds, but it looks like that gap is on the increase right now as well. So, yeah, good sculling from those 2.
Yeah, obviously a quick start from that De Montfort sculler. And now the Edinburgh sculler's just got the better race pace, the middle of the race pace. And we're entering the third 500 now, the second half of the race. And we're just going to see who can maintain their technique, who's got more fitness, and who can take it all the way to the end of this race, this 2,000 metre race. And at the moment, it's the Edinburgh athlete that's doing that, extending his lead over the De Montfort athlete in what's turning out to be a pretty spread out field, still with the Kingston sculler in 3rd.
Yeah, quite a spread out field, but the worry here for the athlete who's in 2nd place, now I said there's no medals available, but it's just trailing off this Edinburgh athlete now. So the De Montfort sculler is just being caught up by the sculler in 3rd. You can just see it on your shot to the right hand side there, so losing a little bit of contact with the sculler out in front, who's still continuing to press away through this second part of the race. And the athlete in 3rd looks to be trying to put some pressure on and try and take that 2nd place.
Yeah, definitely looking at this field, it looks like that Kingston sculler's just coming back and maybe pushing the De Montfort athlete. I think the Edinburgh sculler is just, his lead has stopped extending here, and it's starting to even out a little bit. But just looking out the window here, I can see that sculler from the previous race, Ryan Johnston-Hay, just going to collect his medal. What a dominant performance that was. But yeah, here we go. We're coming into the last 500 metres now of this B final, so it's time to work it up, time to get sprinting, and we'll see who has it in the bag for the end of this race.
So yeah, the Kingston sculler is going to have to come from about 7 seconds back, but we've seen stranger things than that happen before. So this will be the last race of the day for these guys, I would guess. There's not too many beginner 2 events running. Well, even across the regatta, there's only a limited number, just matching up with the beginner 1. So there is limited to basically a single, a quad, a 4 and an 8. And I'm not aware if the other one's being on this day. So you can just empty the tank, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Almost got a sentence out there at some point.
Yeah, so great to see these beginners coming down. They'll probably be racing in other events throughout the week, maybe in the 4s or the 8s or whatever else that we've got coming on here, maybe the quads. But this Edinburgh sculler, really dominant performance here. Hasn't been phased by a charge from De Montfort, and just testament to that beginner programme at Edinburgh, once again providing the goods in this B final. Looks like he's pretty set to take the win. We're into the red boys now, the last 100 metres here at Nottingham. with the De Montfort sculler still in second, and the sculler from Kingston still in third.
I mean, I don't know how many times you raced here, but I used to love hitting those red boys because 2K is a long way, especially when you haven't really trained for it and you're in just a random 4. So those red boys were glorious. But yeah, it is the Edinburgh sculler who found that pace in the middle, being followed over by a De Montfort sculler who did sort of set the early pace, but just got reeled in and taken away. But the Kingston sculler was never really able to get on terms. It's quite a big gap. I'd say actually it was probably further back, so that De Montfort sculler did move out quite nicely. There's a bit of a race for 5th and 6th at the moment. That's very close. On that far side we have Durham sculler just crossing in the next couple of strokes. A little bit in no man's land there, but then there's a really close race here between the other De Montfort sculler and Glasgow, and it looks like De Montfort in lane 1 nearest to us is just going to hold off the Glasgow sculler. And you can just see on the screen there we have the Edinburgh sculler who won that race.
And now moving into the next race, which is the A final of the men's beginner 1 singles. So in this race we have the 3 Edinburgh scullers, Edinburgh A, B and E. We have T-side, we have UCL and Imperial. And at this stage it does look like it's the 2 Edinburgh athletes in the centre lanes who've had a good start. But it'll be up to those other crews, the UCL, T-side and Imperial singles, to see if they can create an upset here and bump those Edinburgh crews off the podium. It's interesting just what you were saying there, Alex, about the red boys. I've noticed here that at Nottingham the red boys are only there for the last 100 metres of the course as opposed to the last 250, which is what you'll normally see at a rowing lake. Not sure quite why that is. Maybe something to do with the fact that this lake is also used for kayak racing or canoe racing. So yeah, not quite sure why that is. Something that the athletes will need to be aware of. But yeah, here we go. We've got the A final of the men's beginner 1 singles. Quite tight at the beginning of this race actually. They're just coming past the camera here. Does look like the Edinburgh sculler's just out in front, but we've also got the sculler from T-side, Aaron Preston, who's putting in a good performance here, just ahead of those Edinburgh scullers in the middle.
Yeah, so just to re-go over that lineup, so we have Imperial in lane 1, we have T-side in lane 2, we have Edinburgh scullers in 3, 4 and 6, and we have a UCL sculler over in 5. So T-side and UCL, good programs, but not huge, so it's good to see them in this A final trying to go for some medals. So we now managed to get these side-on shots, just trying to see who's established the lead. It does look like the Edinburgh sculler. Would you say that's the lane 3 Edinburgh sculler out there, or is that the lane 4 Edinburgh
I think that's
sculler?
the lane 4 Edinburgh sculler. So Edinburgh A, Joshua Yates, who's out there in front, I think. Edinburgh E, William Lauder, who did a great job to get into this final, down as the E sculler, so the 5th sculler from Edinburgh. But I think maybe just rowing out of his skin to get into this event, and then just a little bit off the pace against some of his competitors. But the sculler Edinburgh A, Joshua Yates, is out in front, and it does look like the sculler is that the sculler from UCL on the far side, or is that actually Edinburgh B? I think it's Edinburgh B, James Keane, on that far side, who's currently in second. And then we've got a bit of a battle going on between UCL and T side for the 3rd place.
Yeah, just unfortunately we don't have any timings on this one, so we'll try and get them for you at some point. We're just doing it by eye, but it just looked like the Edinburgh sculler in 4, Josh Yeats. What a name when it comes to sculling or rowing. If your name is Yeats, that is brilliant. So Yeats is yeeting it out at the moment, but is being hunted down by James Keane on that far side from the looks of things. So Edinburgh, I suppose, looking for a 1-2 here.
Yeah, almost similar to those lightweight events, isn't it? With Cambridge out in front, we've got Edinburgh here looking to dominate this event. One of the strongest beginner programs in the country. Well, no doubt we'll see them later in the week in their quads and their 4s and their 8s as well at the top of the field. And so too we have them here in their singles. I think actually Edinburgh have had quite a lot of time in their small boats because things in Scotland were a little bit slower to get going after lockdown. So these scullers probably will have spent a bit more time in their singles as opposed to some of their southern competitors who might have had time in 4s and 8s. So perhaps that's part of the reason that we're seeing these Edinburgh Scullers doing really well in this category. But yeah, testament to that programme in general. I think Edinburgh, Joshua Yates just extending his lead here. Got a bit of clear water over his rivals. And I think it now is a bit of a race developing between the sculler on the far side, James Keane, Edinburgh B, and the sculler nearer to us from T side, Aaron Preston for silver. And then a little bit further back, bit of a competition between Edinburgh E, William Lauder, and UCL, Tim Widmeyer for 4th and 5th.
Yeah, so unfortunately no timings here, but looking up the lake we can see that they are closing in on that 1500 metres. It does still look like Edinburgh out in the lead, and in that second place as well, so looks like they'll pick up 2 of the medals, but unlike Cambridge that managed to pick up all 3 in an event earlier, it looks like it's going to be 2 of the 3, because that T-side sculler, Aaron Preston, is still moving very, very nicely. Those first 2 scullers trying to just push themselves out into their own little race, and then we have a bit of a gap here as well between the T-side sculler and then the other 3, so that's UCL, IC, and one of the third Edinburgh sculler in there. They're the ones that make up the non-medal positions at the moment.
So as we approach the last 500 now, they're just going through 1500 and approaching the 250. This is where you can sometimes see some heroics from these single scullers, some impressive turns of speed. So far it doesn't look like we're seeing any of that from these guys, although I think Edinburgh B, James Keane, does look like he's closing the gap to Edinburgh A, to Joshua Yates. So is this going to be a bit of an intra-squad rivalry here between the Edinburgh scullers? I think it does look like Joshua Yates is still in front and he's still controlling the race, but can his teammates or any of the other scullers cause an upset here in the last 500 metres?
Yeah, it does look like, I mean, this is just going to be the perspective, but it does look like the T sculler is still making a move here, but we do know from the previous shots that the first 2 Edinburgh athletes were a bit further out in front, so but this is beginner singles. You know, anyone who makes a charge for the line here might clip a buoy if their steering's not quite on. Mistakes can be made, so I've seen an athlete one time go from silver position, went for a charge for gold, capsized, managed to get back in the boat when went from 4th back into 2nd again, so anything can happen in beginner singles.
Yeah, thankfully no capsizes this year, touch wood. So far there's still time to go, but these scullers do look pretty proficient. They're racing well, just as the T-side sculler clips a buoy there, but all is well. And yeah, this Edinburgh sculler just coming through in control of the race, very relaxed, very long strokes, long connected strokes, just propelling his boat towards the finish line here into the red buoys, into the last 100 metres. We have Edinburgh A coming down in first. We have Edinburgh B on that far side lane coming down in second. And we have the T-side sculler, Aaron Preston, making a charge. Is he going to be able to overtake the Edinburgh sculler and take the silver? I think he is. I think he's making a charge. He's really moving his single. And as we come to the line, is he coming out in front? I think he is. I think he's taken that by just half a length or so. The Edinburgh sculler just ground to a halt. And we have Imperial in 4th, Edinburgh in 5th. And UCL coming in 6th place in this A final of the men's beginner 1 singles.
Well, that T-side sculler definitely earned his dinner today, because I mean, I wouldn't have put money on at halfway him getting that silver. You know, he looked solid for a medal, but not the silver. So that was a great performance. But we're now going to quickly cut to the B final of the women's into 4s. We have York in lane 1. They're on this far right of your picture. They're already kind of losing a bit of touch. They're right next to an Oxford crew. We have Aberdeen in lane 3, Durham in lane 4, a Brooks crew in lane 5. And then we have Surrey on that far side of your picture. So we do have York just falling off, unfortunately, and then the other crews pretty much in a slight diagonal straight line, but a lot of overlap you can see here.
Yeah, so we saw that we've got a very dominant performances from University of London, who've got both their crews in the A final. But we also have a couple of entries in this event from Oxford and Oxford Brookes, who you're seeing in this event. So it'll be interesting. Is Oxford, we've got Oxford University C and Oxford Brookes B, and who's going to be able to come out on top in this B final. At the moment you can see we've got Oxford in front, but very close behind the top three. Less than half a second between them. Oxford, Aberdeen and Oxford Brookes, and just about a second between them and Durham. And just as the splits change there, I'm not sure if we've got some technical issues going on there, but very close to the front of the field here. We've got 1, 2, 3 crews right at the front, and then 2 more not too far behind. So this is going to be a really hotly contested race, Alex.
Yeah, this is what we want. We want competitive, close racing. We want it to be decided in the last 100 metres. I mean, the ideal race would be that all 6 had within a canvas overlap with about 250 to go, and then it's just that last drag race down the bottom, like just down the strip. You know, the conditions are brilliant here. I know Bucs is a bit later in the year than usual, but we don't get the sort of associated winds. The windsock is just hanging pretty much straight down on that far side, so everything you see here is the horsepower of the athletes. There's no cover from trees, there's no like, oh, I was really exposing in a choppy lane. It's just what you've got from start line to finish line. That's all that matters here.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see. This is the beauty of the intermediate category here at Bucs. There's no medals on offer. This is a B final, but we've got some fantastic racing going on here. We've got here in this view, we've got 5 boats. We've certainly got 3 boats that are in a race with each other, and we've got these 3 boats going hammer and tongs all the way down in these coxed fours, these heavier coxed fours. They'll need to be quite long, quite strong strokes. And here we can just see the crew from, is that Durham on the far side, just going out. No, I think it's Oxford Brookes. It's Oxford Brookes B, putting in a typical performance for them, if I might be honest, and they looks like they are going to win this race. But here's Aberdeen all the way from the north of Scotland. They are putting in a pretty good performance here as well.
Yeah, I wasn't totally sure. I was thinking Aberdeen, as the crow flies, might that be the furthest from here? Them or Exeter, I'm not sure, or Queen's Belfast. I'm not sure as the crow flies which should be the furthest, but it is a trip down here, so if you do travel that far, it's always great to be able to come away with something. So this is a B final rather than an A final, but if you are able to win your B final, it definitely feels great. So it's really close here. We're just looking by eye. You can see basically what you see on the screen is what we're looking at by eye, and these top 3 crews are really close. This final sprint, as they're, I would say, 150, 180 metres out, looks like they've come past the 200 metre marker anyway. I'm just going to pass over to John to just call the end of this race.
Yeah, some of these crews will be disappointed they didn't make it into the A final of this event. Probably some of these front runners will be a bit disappointed, but they're here to prove themselves, prove their worth by winning this B final, or at least trying to win this B final. And we have Oxford Brookes on the far side there in lane 5, out in front. It looks like coming into the last 100 metres they're going to take the win in this B final. We have Aberdeen, and not far behind them is Oxford. Those are the top 3. And then towards the back of the field we have Surrey, we have Durham, and we have York coming in 4th, 5th and 6th in a lake-wide but quite a close race here. So just as Oxford Brookes cross the line, followed by Aberdeen, the Scots, and Oxford in 3rd, we have Durham coming in 4th, and then really close between York and Surrey there for 5th and 6th. But that was a great race, a great B final of the women's intermediate coxed fours.
I mean, that York crew must have come out of nowhere, because it looked like they were down. So I don't know if they just went, we're actually a lot better than this, let's show what we can do. But yeah, they definitely moved, and this looks like we've actually now straight away, so we're straight back up the course. The A finals on the course. They do come thick and fast here. There's no waiting for the race to clear. So this is the women's Inter 4, Coxed 4s of course, featuring Oxford University A, Oxford Brookes A, London B, London A, Newcastle A, and Oxford B.
So we saw in the semi-finals of this event that both the London crews, London A and B, were in the the two semi-finals, and both of them won. So they have the centre lanes in this event. That looks like it's London's their second 8. They've performed really well at the upcoming regattas at Met and Marlow, and they are leading this event as well. They're going to go 1-2, or at least they're trying to at this point. London A with a bit of a lead at this point, and London B in a bit of a fight there with Oxford Brookes.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good lead for an A final of this event, because Inter is always really competitive. You don't often get the really standout crews. It's usually close at the finish, and this could of course be close at the finish. That crew out in front looks like they're walking, but there's a race going on for silver, which can sometimes turn into a race for gold. Just because those two crews are going to be pushing themselves so hard. But it does look like we have one crew here that is the class of the field. So would you say what, it looks like a London 1-2 at this point?
Yeah, it looks like a London 1-2, although Oxford Brookes are still in touch. They could still come back. It's just about a length lead at this point. I think London, their race pace just looks a little bit faster, but you never know. You never know what's going to come out of Oxford Brookes. They are racers. They have their competitive training environment, and they know how to race. So we'll see what happens later in the course. You can just see at the back of the field on the far side, we have Newcastle A and Oxford B. Now we can't see Oxford A on this side, but it looks like Oxford B might be in front of their A boat, which is quite an interesting result there. Newcastle as well, just about 5 seconds down on Oxford Brookes there. They would be looking to contest the medals, I think, in this event, but just a little bit off the pace by the looks of it. So yeah, we have London A continuing that lead. We have London B consolidating their second place. They now have clear water over Oxford Brookes, who are currently in third position.
Yeah, so this race is starting to stretch out a bit in this second half. London do look like the dominant force in here. We said that the Brookes crews are often racers. They haven't gone away, but they just haven't been able to handle this pace at the moment from the two London crews. I don't know if these will come together to become the Inter 8 later on in the program, but at the moment these two fours look really strong. And in fact, you don't even see the other crews on the shot at the moment. That's how far they've managed to walk out.
Yeah, University of London, their women's side has shown some really good speed so far this season. Their top boat really taking it to their rivals, Newcastle and Oxford Brookes. And I suspect that these two fours are their second 8, who will be racing in. I think they have the boat entered in intermediate this year, and they'll probably be looking. By the looks of this race, by the looks of these two fours, they will be looking for the win in that event as well. Some fantastic speed coming out of the University of London here, really dominating this A final with their A and their B boats. And Oxford Brookes still in third, but I wouldn't count out the Newcastle crew. You know, they too have their difficult training programme. Head coach Angelo Savarino knows how to work his athletes hard, and they always know how to take on a race. So just as the split's coming up here, it does look like these margins are pretty significant here. We've got University of London B, Brookes, Newcastle, and then the two Oxford crews in the outside lanes picking up 5th and 6th in this race.
Yeah, you know, when you have two crews in an A final, you usually hope that they're not going to be the 5th and 6th, but it looks like that could be the case for Oxford on this occasion. But that is in stark contrast to what London are doing at the front of the field here. That crew that has led for as far as we can remember, they've just held that position. It's been a really good display of how to get out in front and control a race. They're still running really long, it's smooth. They'll be really familiar with the athletes in that crew that's chasing them down, so there's probably a level of confidence due to just that level of familiarity. So really good performance here for London, getting themselves onto the podium. Well, it's not really a podium, you just row over to the side, but the proverbial podium, looking to pick up these gold and silver medals. And it does look like Brookes is still in third, but I'll just hand over.
Yeah, coming into the red, boys, now going up through the gears, that University of London A crew. They have the lead, they have the win in their pockets, but they're still going for it. They are going for the win, and they want to win by as much as they can. So here they come, across the finish line just here. University of London A take the gold medal ahead of University of London B in silver. So that's a great result for the University of London women's rowing programme. And behind them, Oxford Brookes University to take up the bronze. Just coming across the line now, we have Newcastle in 4th, Oxford B in 5th, and Oxford A coming up to the end of this A final of the women's intermediate coxed fours. And we're just looking here at the start of the Women's Championship Coxed Fours. So these are the top boats from these universities. We only have 3 crews in this category. We have University of London, Cambridge University and Newcastle. And I think these crews all feature very high calibre athletes. We've just seen London dominating in the intermediate fours. So I think this London crew is now some of the athletes from their first eight that beat both Newcastle and Oxford Brookes at Met Regatta, or Marlow Regatta I think it was actually. But here we are, look, it looks close off the start. All 3 crews have had a good start. We have Cambridge in the middle there in their Goldie Boat Club, their yellow all-in-ones. We have Newcastle on the left and University of London on the right there.
See, I'm not sure if all of these will get a medal. Do you happen to know if we only have 3? Sometimes Bucs have said you have to beat a crew to gain a medal, but it would seem a little cold-blooded to just have these 3 to get something, and the third one gets told to go back to the landing stages.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'll have a little look out the window and see what they end up doing after this race, but I think whether or not medals are on offer, these crews are so competitive. They will want to get one up on their opposition here, particularly Newcastle and University of London. These are 2 of the strongest women's programmes that compete in Bucs consistently, and we see these are the programmes that are competing for the Victor Durham, particularly on the women's side. And at the moment it does look like University of London are just a little bit out in front there, just picking up maybe half a length over Newcastle, or a length or so. Couple of seconds over them there, and then Cambridge behind, but there's not convincing leads at this point, Alex.
No, and I'm sure London would love to pick this up and basically have that gold and silver from the inter-coxed 4 and marry that up with a gold for the women's champ coxed 4. That would be really great for them, but they're not going to have it easy. They're going to have to really work hard, because these crews are still really close together. London do have the lead, absolutely, but Newcastle seem to be hunting them pretty strong, and Cambridge are not falling off at all. So it's not going to be as comfortable as we just saw in that coxed inter 4. But it does look like they're actually maybe just striding out a little bit. So pretty hard to tell if there is actually clear water. It's going to be pretty close to clear water, but they are moving very nicely through this mid part.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. You know, obviously on the men's side we have a very dominant programme in the Oxford Brookes men's programme, but the women is much more open, and we see University of London here really stamping their mark on these women's events with that result in the intermediate fours. And with this, I think it is just increasing now. It's just increasing this lead in the women's champ 4 over Newcastle, who are in 2nd and are aiming just to hold on to that against Cambridge, who are currently in 3rd. But the UL head coach, Hugo Gulliver, he'll be cycling alongside, shouting at his crew. He'll be pretty pleased with these results, I think. These girls from the top 8, they'll be looking to go all the way in their 8th events. This strong performance in their 4s really bodes well for University of London.
Yeah, it looks like they have moved out to a really convincing lead now. As we just go through that halfway mark, you can see the time there, 3:47.8, and then we have 3:53.9. So you're looking at 6-second lead there. It is close between Newcastle and Cambridge. They're just 2 seconds apart. But this London crew have really got their foot down, and they are still moving.
They are still moving. Sometimes what we see in these events is that a crew that has the fast start doesn't necessarily have the fastest race pace. In the big boats we do sometimes say that the boat that gets out fastest wins, but I think in these slower, these heavier coxed fours, there is time to bring that back. But this University of London crew has just edged out to the front, and I think their race pace is going to be too much to deal with at this point. I can't see them from this position giving much away to Newcastle, who are in second and they're taking quite a lot of water out of Cambridge at this point, so they're consolidating their position in second. The University of London now quite a few lengths in front in gold medal position.
Yeah, so I'd love to make this sound a bit more exciting, but all we can really do is just appreciate the fantastic job that London have done there. They haven't let the other two crews get a sniff. They've just gone, okay, we're out first, we'll just sort of sit here and then we'll move a second time, and that's what's happened. They have just opened up that gap, and they didn't do anything particularly decisive at one point. They just had more speed, and that over a long period of time has just created that buffer they've got. So they can ramp it up into the line, or they can cruise to the line. It's really up to them. They've earned the right to do whatever they want down this last 500 metres.
Just to mention the Newcastle and the Cambridge crews, I think it's a bit unfortunate that we only have three entries in this event. I don't know if we've had any crews withdraw for any reason, but I'd be willing to bet that these three crews, the two crews, Newcastle and Cambridge, would still be pretty competitive if we had some of the other universities, maybe the likes of Bucs or Imperial or Edinburgh, competing in this. I think these are two really quality crews. Just because they're at the back of this 3-horse race does not mean they are by any means slow. I think we just need to appreciate this UL crew really dominating and showing some speed. Newcastle, though, they're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty racy, pretty quick. They're connecting out the front of the stroke really well, levering that that heavy coxed floor. And I think that Newcastle have consolidated that second place over Cambridge. Cambridge too still looking strong. They're not giving up. No one is going to give up in this field. These are quality athletes with lots of experience behind them. These are probably the 4 top athletes from each of these universities here. They might have entries in the Coxless fours, which we'll see a little bit later on, but these are definitely some of the highest caliber female athletes in the country here.
Yeah, so the 15 you have in here, obviously the 12 rowers and the 3 coxes, they're competing at this highest level for coxed fours. London are looking fantastic out there. They continue to press out their lead. It still looks really close, like you're saying. All these athletes are excellent. Just London are making it look like it's easy, but they've decided to charge to the line. They've ramped it up. This is a great finish. Didn't even need to do it, but I love to see when crews still spin it up into the line. That's absolute credit to them for working through to that line. Now it just looks like Newcastle are holding on, but I'll just pass over the last couple of strokes.
Yeah, just that UL Cox slapping the boat, slapping the water, clearly ecstatic to get that win. Newcastle there as well, very happy to get the second place over Cambridge. Heads down in that boat there, obviously not happy with their third, but really good performance from UL there. Really dominating all of these coxed fours so far that we've seen, the 1-2 in Inter and the first place in Champ. But now we're moving on to the next race, which is the B final of the men's intermediate pair. We have on closest to us, we have Liverpool A, we have University of East Anglia A, Durham B, Aberdeen A, Imperial A and Exeter on the far side there in lane 6. So just getting off the line here, looks like the crew in the centre lane, Aberdeen is off to a good start, as are Durham B.
It's very calm conditions, so the pairs should be fairly easy to steer in a straight line. It does get very spicy when you got crosswinds and pairs races, but we don't have that today. So you can see like the roll calls coming up on your screen. Callum Bland, Zachariah Oglesby there from UEA, great performance to be in here. I think a couple of those guys were at the student development camp a couple of years ago. Unfortunately didn't get to run last year, but that's a great program that gives people a taste of training down at Caversham. And there is a tent, so if you happen to be watching this on the stream and you're coming down, get over to the tent and get yourself tested and see if you can get on that program.
Yeah, just as those splits came through, we have Durham B, couple of seconds out in front, but it's really close in this B final. We have all the crews only a couple of seconds apart at that first 500 metre marker. All of them, again, with like these intermediate events, might have been a bit annoyed to miss out on the A final. Certainly the faster crews in this category, a bit annoyed to miss out on the A final, so they will be looking to make amends here by a good result in the B final. We have that next split coming through. Seems a bit early for the 1,000 metre mark, but Durham there in front, a second ahead of Aberdeen, who have taken a second out of their lead at 500. This is good from Aberdeen. And then IC, Exeter, UEA and Liverpool coming up there.
Yeah, so a little bit of a cascade there, all very close, you know, a second ahead and then a second, a couple of seconds, like, you know, 2/10 and then another one. So close racing. All of these crews are in contact with each other. No one's gone off the front, no one's dropped off the back particularly. It's just being well executed. A nice race happening here in the men's inter-pair B final. So it's just also in terms of, so I don't know if any of you've seen on Uniround, we have a bit of a regional thing. We've got so many different regions here. We've got 6 crews. We've got the north being represented by Liverpool, we got the east from East Anglia, we got the northeast from Durham, Scotland from Aberdeen, the London area from Imperial, and then the south with Exeter. So a full spread of 6 different regions, 6 different programs from all reaches of the country, which just shows that at this championship we have crews from everywhere competing, and it's great that they come together from so far apart to hit this same bit of water here in Nottingham.
Yeah, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's the beauty of the intermediate category we have here. It gives those programmes that aren't the Oxford Brooks or the Oxfords or the Cambridges or the Newcastles, although we do have some of those universities in this category as well. It gives those other programmes, maybe like Aberdeen or whoever else, gives them their opportunity to shine. So yeah, we're seeing some fantastic racing here. Imperial still in the Imperial have overtaken Durham. Durham dropping back a little bit, still really tight at the head of this field. Aberdeen maintaining their second place. They'll be looking to push IC for the lead in this, and I think those top 3 have just put a little bit of clear water out on the rivals who are coming in 4th, 5th and 6th here. Looks like we have 2 races going on, one for the top 3 and one for the second 3 in this B final.
Yeah, so it has kind of split in half, like you're saying. So the top 3 are really close. They're just a second apart, pretty much. And then a little bit of a gap to the second half of the race. But it is still close. It's good competitive races. It's what we want. If we had a bigger crowd, it would be something fun for them to watch. There are quite a lot of tents on the far side. We have quite a lot of students in there. I had the little stroll down earlier on. So it's not quite Nat Schools, but we do get the kind of the marquees set up, and it is good to see that many people out here watching and supporting and cheering. You may be able to hear a little bit of cheering. That's just Newcastle getting their medal down there for the Champ 4. But if we come back to this intermediate pairs B final, it's been steered really, really well. No steering issues at all. Everyone's been able to just lay down the watts and hit down the course. But I'll just pass over to John just to take us through to the finish line.
Yep, and here we are, we're approaching the last 100 metres or so of this B final. Imperial College London still out in front, a little bit close to the buoy line on the far side. Hopefully they don't get the buoy there. Aberdeen really turning on the afterburners here to sprint for the line, sprinting to try and get that win in this B final. Durham coming up in 3rd. It looks like that's where they're going to finish. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch Aberdeen or IC. And then just behind them we have Liverpool, we have Exeter, and we have UEA coming up in 6th position. So those are the top 3, Aberdeen, IC and Durham. What a race that was for the first place position. IC just picking Aberdeen there on the line. And we're moving up now to the start for the A final of the men's intermediate pairs. These are the top guys in the pairs here. We have Newcastle B, Edinburgh B, Surrey B, Imperial B, Edinburgh A, and Newcastle A. So some big names here. But Surrey in the middle looks like they've got off to a good start. Just as the camera pounds around there, yeah, there we go. So looking at those middle lanes to see those are the guys that have qualified fastest in from the semi-finals and the time trials. So they'll be the ones that are going for the top spots in this race. But on the far side there as well, it looks like is that Edinburgh? They've done quite well there to get up in the top pack for this final. And as we're approaching the 500 metre marker, we've got a hot race here. We've got a really good race going on here for the front of the field. This is an A final, so we do have medals on offer. And look at that, the top four separated by a second. 1 second separating the top four: Newcastle, Surrey, Imperial College London and Edinburgh. Not far behind them, Newcastle and Edinburgh again. So this is a really tight final here between all 6 of these crews. And as we see with the smaller boats, they can turn the speed up. They can sprint for the line, so I think if there's a couple of lengths in it towards the end of this race, anything goes. Any of these crews could win. And there are medals on offer. This is the A final, and these guys, this is the intermediate category, so most of these guys will be from the second 8, so the guys from Edinburgh, the guys from Newcastle, most likely from the second 8s of those universities. Probably their top pairs would be in Champ, the championship pairs. But this is great to see Surrey in here as well. Surrey that we don't normally see the championship events. They're entering the intermediate event here, and they're definitely in the chase here. They will be looking for the win in this event. So we're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, halfway, and this is when the crews have got into their race rhythm, into the middle of the race. They'll have had the excitement of the start out the way, they'll have settled down, and now we're going to see who has the best rhythm, who's got the best technique, the best power, who's the fittest, and who can make this pair go down the middle of the course the quickest. So here we've got the splits coming through now for the 1,000 metres. It's still close at the top of the field, only a couple of seconds between the top crews. I think we've got 3 seconds between the top 4 crews there. Really tight field with Edinburgh coming out in first place at the moment, Surrey, IC, Newcastle, Edinburgh, and then the Newcastle B crew. 0.2 of a second between IC and Newcastle there. It's a really tight race. I could see any of these top 5 realistically coming in a medal here. I think Newcastle, they just dropped off the back there a little bit, but these top 5 still in the chase for the medals.
Yeah, it's only 3 seconds separating the top 5 at the halfway. You can throw a blanket over them as long as you've kind of got a wide blanket, I suppose, that fits across 5 lanes. So it's really, really competitive. It's what we wanted. It's what we want. Like, we've got medal races happening early. We want these to be exciting finishes for the people watching. So at the moment, it is really, really close. These crews are pretty much side by side as we see it. So what we're seeing by eye is what you're seeing on the screen. Those 6 crews, again, let's just talk you back through it. So on the very far right, you'll see a Newcastle crew. The one in from them, you've got Edinburgh, and we've got Surrey towards the middle. Surrey actually have an official warning at the moment for a violation in the cooling down, so they'll have to make sure they kept their powder dry through this final. Then IC are the next crew, that's 3rd from the left, and you'll see Edinburgh 1 from the left, and then Newcastle A are the furthest left on the screen. We should hopefully hit this timing point at 1500 pretty soon, but it does look like the race is still very, very close at this point.
Yeah, and just looking out the window, you've got that contingent of Newcastle supporters there just leaning up against the railings here. They're clearly getting ready to shout at their two crews in this race. Unfortunately, we don't have a huge number of spectators this year due to COVID-19 regulations. We're a bit limited in that regard, but it's great to see that the athletes that perhaps aren't racing at the moment or aren't racing today out to support their teammates and make that Bucs Regatta feeling that we normally have with all the spectators here.
Yeah, so it's still really close for these medals. It looks like there's a bit of a split here. The top three have split out, but it's really close for who's going to pick up the gold, silver and the bronze. They're just about 200 metres out at this stage. So we're looking at the last minute of the race and see who can break out in the last 60 seconds. I'd say it looks a little bit like the Edinburgh crew in 2. They're the ones who are going for it first, and whether Surrey and IC can go with them. So looks like Edinburgh, the first one to make that charge for that gold. Rate went up, but that has now been matched by Surrey. Surrey and IC really close together in terms of, you know, one to the left of their lane, the other to the right of their lane. Now they're starting to split apart a little bit, so there was a little bit of steering there between those two crews. But I'd say the Edinburgh crew just has its nose out in front, but this is going to be really tight.
Yeah, these three crews all sprinting for the line. They're all going for it. They're going through the gears. Who's got more left in the tank? Who's got that little bit extra to go to the finish? Three crews side by side. I don't want to call it. I don't want to call who's going to come first, second and third. Edinburgh just a bit close to the buoy line here on this near side. Hopefully they don't clip anything here. It looks like Edinburgh they're just coming across the line. Edinburgh in front just by a canvas, and then I think it was Imperial that just pipped Surrey to that silver medal. But what a race. We then had Edinburgh coming across in 4th, Newcastle in 5th, and Newcastle again just approaching the line now to come through in 6th place. But what a race in this intermediate men's pair race.
Yeah, it was really close. I mean, it says on the screen 0.3 of a second was the timing, and then a further second to Surrey. So those top three were all separated by just under a second and a half. That's the kind of racing we like to see. We've got it in the inter-men's pairs. Hopefully that bodes well for more tight racing later on in the programme, but that was, I would say, the closest medal race to this point.
So here we are now for the A final of the men's championship pairs. So we've had the intermediate crews. These are now the championship pairs. These are the top athletes from each of these universities in this event. We have Durham, Imperial, Edinburgh, Oxford, Nottingham and Cambridge. Rumour has it these Oxfords and these Cambridge crews are some of their top athletes. These guys competed in the boat races this year. So this is an event that we really want to look at. This is going to be really competitive. And just getting off the start there, you can see the crews that are entered in the A final. So this Oxford crew that's out in front there, being stroked by Augustine Wambersi. He was the stroke of the Oxford Blue boat for the boat race this year. Unfortunately, they came second to Cambridge, but this Oxford crew, two of their top athletes here, just taken quite a margin out of the field initially. There we are, 5 seconds at 500 metres. That's quite impressive. And then pretty close behind that, about 3 seconds between IC, Edinburgh, Cambridge, Durham and Nottingham. So this is behind Oxford, who have taken a really dominant early lead in this event. It's pretty close, and it'll be interesting to see who's going to pick up that silver and bronze, assuming that Oxford are going to continue this pace through the whole race. And so it looks like it's that IC and the Edinburgh crew there. Looks like they are just heading out into second and third in this race. In those centre lanes there. And Oxford consolidating that strong start. They've now got more than a length of clear water. We haven't even hit the halfway, and this is a really, really dominant performance so far. They're quite a long way out in front. And yeah, it's that IC and those Edinburgh crew. They're currently in a race for silver, and not far behind them is Durham. just as we're approaching 1,000 metres here. Out in lead, they're onto a really strong rhythm here. They're in control of this race. They can see their opposition. Mentally, they're thinking, we just need to relax, stay on our pace, stay on our rhythm, check any moves that are coming from these crews behind them, and they're going to be in the top spot, I think. Still that battle going on the far side. 3 crews there, Edinburgh, Imperial and Durham, all in the mix with those silver and bronze medals.
Yeah, it looks like a tough fought battle there between Edinburgh and Imperial for that second and third place, and that makes quite a big difference on the podium. It feels a lot more better to be in silver than in bronze, so I'm sure these 2 crews will be really pushing to try and get into that pole position of second and try and turn the screw a little bit on the Oxford boat that's well out in front, but it seems unlikely they're going to catch up with them.
Yeah, I think maybe they'll be a little bit disappointed they weren't close to this Oxford crew, but actually whoever comes out on top of this race knows that they've done that, they've given their all, and realistically, probably looking at the pace of this Oxford crew, I don't think any of them could have come close, and I think that looks like this is a really tough race for the silver medal, and I think whoever's going to come out on top will be really pleased with that silver.
So we're coming into the last 500 metres. We know Edinburgh and Imperial are battling for that second and third place. What do you think of this Durham crew that's sat there in 4th? There's 500 metres to go. Do you think they've got the time to catch that up?
Well, Durham, they've raced against their rivals Newcastle this year. They've come out second at Durham Regatta and at the Marlow Regatta. So I think Durham, they perhaps don't always have the depth in the bigger boats, but these 2 guys, champ pair, they're 2 top athletes in this event. They've done GB trials this year, I believe, and they'll certainly be looking for a good result.
Yeah, we're seeing some nice sprint finishes on many of these races this morning, and it wouldn't be the first surprise of today for sure if they were able to come through to that third. And I think there might just be a little bit of overlap between their bow ball and the stern of those other 2 boats potentially, but there is still quite a substantial difference to catch up there. But Oxford's still well out in front, a time of 5:32.8 into the last 500 metres. That puts them in a really strong position to cruise through over the line in this A final of the men's championship pairs.
Yeah, you can just see there Durham, it looks like they're a few seconds behind, but I think on the visuals it doesn't look like that big a lead. Certainly I think that's a margin that they could pick up in the last 500 with a really good sprint. You see in these smaller boats some crews do that every now and then. Oxford, I think, way out in front. I think they're pretty nailed on for the gold at this point, but it's really close between Edinburgh, Imperial and Durham for the bronze and silver medals. And Cambridge and Nottingham, although they're probably out of the mix here, they're having their own battle on this near side in the near 2 lanes for 5th and 6th, and that's a really close race as well.
Yeah, it looks as though it's potentially the Nottingham crew who have the upper hand in that battle at the rear of the pack, but very tight indeed between Cambridge and Nottingham.
And we can just see them coming down here the last 250 metres. Oxford nearly into the red buoys, the last 100. They're going through the gears, up in stroke rate, but they're still looking long, they're still looking strong. I think they've maintained their lead here. I don't think that battle behind them has crept up really at all. I think that middle bit of the race has really paid dividends. These 2 really strong athletes here from that Oxford programme. And just coming up behind them, it looks like Imperial, who've just edged out in front of Edinburgh. Both of these crews going up in the gears as well, emptying the tank. I don't think Edinburgh are going to have it to come up to the finish, but let's see. Imperial about half a length at this point, and it looks like they're going to maintain that. And there we are, Imperial across the line in 2nd place, Edinburgh across the line in 3rd, Durham just coming up in 4th, and Nottingham not far behind them in 5th, and Cambridge in 6th. So that is your A final. Those are your medalists, Oxford, Imperial and Edinburgh for the men's championship pair.
Yeah, and Edinburgh there, who came through in 3rd place, definitely made Imperial really work towards that line. They were rating just a little bit higher, really pushing them on, saying if you want this 2nd place, you're really going to have to gun for it in those last 200 metres. So fantastic finish there. Oxford with the lead, Imperial 2nd and Edinburgh in 3rd.
Oxford's clearly pleased there with their win. What a performance from them. And we're just moving up now to the start of the race, which is the Women's Championship Lightweight Quads. In lane 1 we have Cambridge, then we have Oxford, Reading, Surrey, Exeter and Newcastle. So some big names in this event. It's definitely some crews with a lot of sculling pedigree. It looks like it's Reading who have taken the early lead. They've got clear water on their opponents already. Surrey in the next lane across. This is a pretty strong performance from them already.
So this being a lightweight event, we would expect these crews to be more closely matched, to have a much tighter race as we come down the course. Of course, you can't win a race off the start, but we do have a crew well out in front there, and that's the crew from Reading in lane 3, who've developed a sizable lead off the stake boats. So it'll be a keen thing to watch as we come down the course, where they can cling on to that distance between them and the other crews, or whether we start to see the other crews come and nip at their heels. But it is Surrey in second place and Exeter in third as they head off down the course, and those boats now through the first 500 metres and heading on towards the halfway point, the all-important point where things start to hurt, things start to get more difficult, and we start to see who the real rowers are and who's got the power there to get them through to the end of this race.
And Reading there, they've just moved out to quite a big lead there, a couple of lengths of clear water over Surrey, who in turn are about a length ahead of that is Exeter there. Reading, famous for its sculling programme, they're no strangers to success. In Bucs Head, the last Bucs event that happened in 2020, they won a medal in every sculling event at the race. All of the quads across heavyweights, lightweights, beginners, intermediates as well. So these athletes, they are no strangers to success. They know how to scull, they know how to scull in quads, and they will be out to win this race. It looks like they're going to do that.
Yeah, and whilst Reading are kind of dominating this first half, certainly with a big distance between them, it's worth saying also that behind them in second place, Surrey also doing very well, and with a 1 length lead over Exeter, so they are developing quite a sizable gap for this early in the race as well. We wouldn't normally expect to see crews pulling this far in advance before the halfway point of a race, so it'll be really interesting to see if they can cling on to that as they come through the rest of the course. Just going through the halfway point now will bring you some split times.
Yeah, I think probably contrary to those smaller boats we've seen earlier, these are the quads, they're the faster moving boats. Once you have a lead, it's harder for that lead to be overturned, and you can see now just the splits coming through. Reading nearly a 10-second lead there over their opposition. Surrey still a few seconds there in front in second place, and then Exeter third, Oxford, Cambridge, then Newcastle.
And kind of looking through those times, it's fairly even gaps actually between the boats there, 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 seconds between, so it's quite a spread pack we're actually seeing, in contrary to what I said about lightweight races often being a lot closer. This one seems to be spreading out a little bit more as we come down the course, and definitely just look at the class act that is Reading leading out this race, now some 3, maybe 4 lengths ahead of the competition.
Yep, so all of these athletes will have had to weigh in this morning before their time trial. For Bucs Regatta, they'll have had to weigh in each athlete at below 59 kilos. So I think the difference here is, each of these athletes probably by and large very similar power levels, and it's just about who's got the better technique, who can sit on that red line for this race. And it looks like Reading, who at the moment have that cohesion, they have the technique, it's taking them in front of their competitors here.
And also still holding on to their lead, it looks like that Surrey boat still kept on to that 1 length over Exeter as well, which is a real thing to do. Obviously they've got the benefits of being able to look back and see where Exeter is, but when you've got that crew that's constantly staying with you and everything you do, you can't get clean water away from them, that's quite a mental challenge as well. Even though you've got the upper hand, you've still got to keep on working and you just can't let up.
Yeah, it's interesting. Reading obviously a very comfortable lead there. They can see the rest of the field. They're in control. But contrary to that, Surrey just in the lane next to them, they're just close enough to Exeter there that they're not comfortable. It might look like a few seconds, it might look comfortable on the visuals, but they won't feel comfortable. They can see the crew, the Exeter crew next to them, but they will not be letting up at all. They will be right in their rhythm. They're still fighting for that medal. They're going to hold on. They're going to do everything they can to hold on to that silver medal position.
And I mean, beyond Exeter, it's also looking very close with the other crews further back in the pack. We've got a fairly, if you look out up the course where we can from the tower, or you look on the footage, you can see it's fairly flat across the course for the remainder of the crews. So we've got on the near side Cambridge and Oxford. We've got Newcastle on the far side, and they're all right up there with each other, battling for those 4th, 5th and 6th places in this race. So some tight battles further back in the field also.
Yeah, it's interesting with these lightweight athletes. They don't always have the power that the heavyweight athletes have, but there's one thing that you can guarantee, and that's they've got the mindset. They've got the tenacious attitude towards the racing. They'll never give up, and even if they're not in the fight for the medals, they'll want that 4th position, they'll want that 5th position. Yeah, these lightweight athletes, they're really impressive mental athletes, not wanting to give up at all.
So we can see that Reading crew still holding on well and truly to their first place with a good distance behind them. Surrey still sat in 2nd, Exeter on their heels in 3rd, but still a length separating them. And then we've got a little bit of a gap before the remaining 3 boats. Looks to me as though it's probably lane 2, which is the other Oxford crew who are sat in that 4th place. Behind them, it's anyone's guess really from here whether that could be Newcastle in 5th or Cambridge.
Yeah, just looking across the lake here, we've obviously got those 3 middle lanes out in front, and then I think it's the Oxford crew, followed by the Newcastle crew, followed by the Cambridge crew coming in. And just looking at the front of the field here, we have Reading crossing the line, finishing in 1st place to take the gold in this event. What a performance from them. Quite a convincing margin there. So the next crew, which is Surrey, just crossing the finish line now. Just over a length, about a length and a half ahead of Exeter, who are taking the bronze medal. Newcastle have sprinted through. They've sprinted through to take 4th place ahead of Oxford, who are just crossing the line now in 5th, and Cambridge bringing up back in 6th. So we can just see the Reading crew there shaking hands, smiles on faces. No strangers to success, but they'll be delighted with that win, with that performance. Not only to take the gold, but by such a margin, no doubt that will give them confidence with these athletes moving into smaller boats later in the week.
Well, with that, we'll take a look at the next race coming down the course. This is the Men's Championship Lightweight Quads. So another lightweight event, but moving into the men's category now. In lane 1 we have Newcastle, in lane 2 it's Nottingham. Edinburgh sit in lane 3, followed by Strathclyde in lane 4, and then Oxford in lane 5 at the top of your screen.
Yep, so now we've got the men's event, the men's quads, lightweight quads, and look, already on the far side, I think that's Oxford in their black boat, already taken about a length lead. They had a really strong performance at Marlow Regatta. They competed in the championship quads, so they've perhaps been together a bit longer than some of these crews, perhaps the bigger programs of Edinburgh and Newcastle, who have been competing mainly in 8s. These combinations just put together either with a little bit of preparation or maybe even no preparation, I'm not sure, but this Oxford crew definitely looking like a pretty polished crew here, and they're taken out about a length out of those competitors just off the start, but they're being held. They're not taking out more. Just behind them it's Strathclyde, Edinburgh, Nottingham, then Newcastle. So those far side lanes just out in front, as you can see on the visuals here. But it's close. No crew has clear water at this stage.
Yeah, I'm really liking this tight battle we can see for 2nd and 3rd place in the first 500 metres there. You've got the Strathclyde crew just out in front, maybe a canvas in front, just teasing Edinburgh as they come through into the 2nd quarter of the race. But Edinburgh, I'm sure, will be trying to stay neck and neck, trying to stay level, not letting any more of their seats slip. And it looks as though Edinburgh actually, as we now push on further up the course, maybe have pulled themselves into that 2nd place.
Yeah, it's great to see such a strong Scottish contingent here at this regatta. Strathclyde's obviously a university in Glasgow and Edinburgh, so these two crews will be looking to get a bit of extra kudos by getting one up on their Scottish rivals here. But it's great to see both of them at the front of this event, and both of them in contention for medals. And I think this race between Strathclyde and Edinburgh is pushing them up towards Oxford. I think Oxford's lead that they had at the start is being eaten into here, and Edinburgh look like they're pushing Oxford at this stage.
Yeah, it does look like Edinburgh have the momentum here. We thought they were coming through Strathclyde. They didn't quite manage to do that before the halfway point, 0.2 seconds separating them as they went through the 1 kilometre, but I think they are definitely ahead now, and they really are pushing on Oxford. From our camera angle, it looks like they could be almost level pegging with the Oxford boat as we come into the last 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, maybe that extra cohesion that Oxford had just helping off the start there, and Edinburgh maybe a little bit less practice in the crew, showing the speed off the line, but their race pace bringing them back into the mix, and they've now overturned Oxford by the looks of it. They're now at the front of this race, so Edinburgh, Oxford and then Strathclyde are your top 3. Bit of clear water then to Nottingham and Newcastle, who are bringing up 4th and 5th position.
The question is, have Edinburgh moved too early? Do they have enough in the tank to hold this position and push on ahead of Oxford? Are Oxford going to respond as we come in to the last 500 metres? And thirdly, what is Strathclyde going to say about this? Are they going to push on too? So really tight for the top 3 in this race, and it's all to play for as we come into the last 250 metres. But I think at the moment the upper hand lies with Edinburgh, and they might have the momentum that means they can pull on ahead.
Yeah, I still think, there's about a second between each of those top 3 crews. That's still a margin that can be overturned with a big sprint. These quads, they do move quite quickly. It is harder to sprint in a quad, but it is doable. So what are Oxford going to do here? Are they going to respond to that Edinburgh charge through the middle? We're coming into the last 250 metres here. We can just see them out the window coming down. It's still those top 3. I think Strathclyde have just dropped back a little bit. Maybe Nottingham starting to catch them on that near side. Their battle with Newcastle perhaps bringing them back into the mix with the front runners for this race. Still Edinburgh in the lead. I don't think Oxford have much to push Edinburgh on here. We can still see them coming down. It looks like Edinburgh is still in front. Still Strathclyde in 3rd, but not by much.
Yeah, what a calmly executed race plan by that Edinburgh crew. They were happy to sit in second and sit on Oxford's heels for the first 2 or 3 quarters of the race, and now as we come into these closing stages, they've really pushed through quite decisively. I think they've almost got clear water over Oxford here as they push into the Red Boys, and Oxford just can't seem to respond here. They're not picking up in the way that they need to if they want to catch up with that Edinburgh crew.
Yeah, I think we're in the last 10 strokes here. The Red Boys, the last 100 metres. Edinburgh out in front. They've got just about a length over Oxford. They haven't quite broken that elastic, but it does look like it's Edinburgh that's going to take the win in this event, the lightweight men's quad scull. Just crossing the line there ahead of Oxford and Strathclyde University in 3rd. Nottingham really close with Newcastle for 4th and 5th, just pipping them by a few feet I think there. So your results for the lightweight men's squad: Edinburgh, Oxford, Strathclyde, Nottingham and then Newcastle.
Well, I'm sure that Edinburgh crew will be delighted with their execution there, holding on through the first half of the race and then really pulling it out the bag in that second half to come through in first place and just take that Oxford crew through those last 500 metres or so of this course.
And now we're just moving up for the next race, just off the line there. This is the Women's Championship Coxless Fours. So we've already seen the coxed fours, this is now the coxless fours. So no cox on board here. We have Imperial. I think the visual there that we've got is wrong for this event. This isn't the men's intermediate quad, it is the Women's Championship 4. We have Newcastle in lane 1, then Imperial, then Oxford Brookes, then London, Cambridge and Durham. There we are, the correct visuals coming up there. And it looks like all of these crews have had a pretty good start, but it is those crews in the centre that have taken the early lead here.
So just off the start, what these boats will now be trying to do is really settle into their rhythm as they come through this 500 metres, find the right feel in the boat, get things moving, and then it starts to become more of a question of power and drive and rhythm in these crews. And we'll start to see who's got the meat to push forward in these races. And as we come towards the 500 metre mark, it looks to me as though over in lane 5, it's kind of Strathclyde and Oxford who are leading out. London and Cambridge who are leading out this race at the moment, and there you can see London taking the first place through the first 500 metres in a time of 1:49.7.
Another strong University of London crew. We've seen their coxed fours dominating those events, and now we've got the London Coxless 4 as well, leading the field ahead of their rivals Oxford Brookes. We've got some of the Blue Boat athletes here in this Cambridge crew, some of their top female athletes, so it's really good to see these Oxbridge crews comparing themselves to some of the other universities and actually turning up to Bucs Regatta to compete, which we don't always see.
Absolutely, it's great to see them represented at this event, but it's worth saying, whilst we've got London out in front there, they are very, very closely followed by Oxford Brookes in lane 3, probably only about half a length separating these two boats, so Oxford Brookes definitely trying to turn the screw there on London and really challenge them for that early lead in this race as we come towards the halfway mark. Yeah,
and it does look like we've got a clear top 3 developing here. We have those two crews battling it out for first place, UL, Brookes, and then we have Cambridge, who are just a bit more than a length down on those top 2 now. But then there's clear water between the next 3 boats, Imperial, Newcastle and Durham, who are at the back of the field at this point. I wouldn't rule them out, they can still sprint to the line at the finish, but we're just approaching 1,000 metres and we do have those top 3.
When the last 100 metres or so, it looks as though Oxford may have just taken another seat on the... London may have just taken another seat away from the Oxford Brookes crew, just eking out their lead just a little bit further, and I think we'll see that reflected in these split times. That was not much more than a second separating them at the previous 500 metres, but now we can see just over a second between London in the lead and Oxford Brookes in second place.
Yeah, and even though they're not in the mix for the medals here, we have a bit of a battle going on towards the back of the field. 4th and 5th, Imperial and Newcastle, so they're only 0.2 apart on the splits there. Other than that, these crews are a bit spaced out. We've got a few seconds between each of them. That battle for the top 2 spots still going on. London haven't quite managed to break the elastic band there with Brookes, perhaps just getting a bit of clear water now. But Oxford Brookes still fighting, they're still in the mix. I wouldn't count them out at this stage. Still got Cambridge down there. I think these top 2 are pulling away from Cambridge now. Cambridge in third position at this point. And UL starting to eke out a little bit more over Brookes.
Yeah, I'm liking this momentum in the UL boat. They started with only a small distance over Brookes, but with every few hundred metres that they go, they seem to be eking out just that little bit further, and it seems this steady acceleration of distance between them and Oxford Brookes through the race, and just turning the screw and making it harder and pushing forward as we go down the course. But in turn, it's worth saying that Oxford Brookes are doing that for the other crews behind them, and the distance between Oxford Brookes and Cambridge is also lengthening as we come down towards the finish.
Yeah, I think we're seeing quite dominant performances here, not only from UL but Brookes as well. These are definitely the 2 crews. They're way out in front. We can't quite see the crews behind. We can't quite see Newcastle and Durham at this stage and Imperial. But these crews at the front of the field really have left the rest for dead. And this is really impressive from UL and from Brookes. And I can only imagine what the verdict will be and how the races later in the week will go in the Championship 8s.
Well, University of London just managed to break that string between them and the Oxford Brookes crew as they came into the last 500 metres. It's now a question of whether they can hold on to that clear water or whether Oxford Brookes are going to fight back as we come into the last 250 metres. But Cambridge sat in that 3rd place. 2 seconds behind them is Imperial College London, so it's not out of the question that Imperial could put on a really strong sprint and catch up. Cambridge definitely need to keep an eye out for them as they come in towards the finish of this race.
Yep, we can see they've just passed the 250 metre marker there. Brookes, they're going up through the gears, they're trying to catch University of London. The crews are coming together a little bit with some steering here. I think both are just close to that centre buoy line. University of London's blades just over the buoy line there. Hopefully they don't clash, that would create a bit of drama there from the umpires. Just being warned to move over there, University of London. Brookes, though, they're sprinting. They are sprinting in this last 250 metres. I think they have taken the lead. They too, though, are out onto their buoy line. They've steered away from the University of London. Hopefully they don't hit a buoy and they can finish this race really strong. What a push from Brookes.
Yeah, a blinding move there in the last 500 metres. Did Oxford Brookes come through to half a length ahead of, or even a length ahead of the University of London crew?
They must have some serious power on board to be able to do this. Oxford Brookes just approaching the finish line. a length ahead of the University of London, who had the lead for so long in that race. They looked so in control, have come in silver medal position. Oxford Brookes, their hands in their air, patting their backs, and good performance from them. We have Cambridge coming in now in third position. Imperial, who sprinted to the line, pushed Cambridge quite hard there. Newcastle coming up in fifth, and Durham on that far side coming up in sixth.
Yeah, Imperial definitely made Cambridge work for that third position there. That was a real challenge coming on in the last 500 metres. I'm sure Cambridge had a little look over and went, oh God, we better move here.
Yeah, Imperial, they didn't have an entry in the Coxed Falls event, so clearly putting all their eggs into this event. Probably will be disappointed not to come away with a medal, but a good showing there from Cambridge to hold on to the bronze medal. But what a finish from Oxford Brookes. That was, I mean, you can never count out Oxford Brookes. They're, tough races, tough competitors, but I would have bet on that UL crew at the start there.
Yeah, perhaps that constant move by UL to try and distance themselves from Brookes tired them out earlier in the race, and then Brookes just able to surprise them with that last minute sprint when they just didn't have the energy left in the tank.
Yep, so moving on now, we have the B final of the men's intermediate quads. In lane 1 we have Swansea, then we have Queen's B, then Hartbury, Durham, St Andrews B and Edinburgh. So we're just coming up here, coming up towards the 500 metre mark, and it looks like those crews in the centre lanes, Durham and Hartbury, they're out in front at this stage.
Yeah, closely followed in third place by the yellow boat of what looks to be Queen's as well, so very close there. Third, pushing up on that first and second, but Hartbury and Durham definitely leading off the start for this one.
Yeah, Queen's, we don't see them a huge amount in the UK, they don't come to all the races. They generally just in those sculling boats, but they do come over for the likes of Bucs Regatta, and it's fantastic to see them here. They've made the trip across the Irish Sea to come to Bucs and compete. And you can always count them, they'll always be in the mix in these sculling events, these quads events, they're always very strong. You can see that here, they're in third place. With Durham in front, about a second between them and Hartbury, so pretty tight at the front of this race. Then Queen's and Edinburgh, Swansea coming up behind them in fifth. And I think that will be St Andrews coming up in last position at this point.
Well, it's worth pointing out that we've got Scotland, England and Northern Ireland all represented in this race. Oh, and indeed Wales as well with Swansea.
Yeah, great representation that we've got there in this B final of intermediate quads. Fantastic to see some of those smaller universities in this event. The intermediate categories are so competitive. Even you think this is a B final, they're not the top crews. However, these intermediate categories normally have the largest entries of any events at Bucs Regatta, and even just to make it into the B final is a pretty impressive thing for many of these crews. And they will be disappointed they didn't make it into the A final. Probably those front crews, Durham and Hartbury, feeling like they missed out there. But again, looking for a bit of redemption here by trying to win this B final.
Well, looking at our footage of these boats coming in towards the 1,000 metre point, but we can see the times there for the first 500 metres or so, and it's Durham who lead, followed by Hartbury, but very close between those two crews. Then it's Edinburgh in the third place, and then Queen's University Belfast in fourth. We've got St Andrews take the fifth place, and Swansea follow in sixth.
Yeah, we've definitely got some races going on here. We're only a second or so between a couple of these crews, probably not so much at the top of the field. Durham a couple of seconds in front of Hartbury, who are a couple of seconds in front of Edinburgh, but that third place battle, Edinburgh versus Hartbury, and then the fifth place battle, St Andrews against Swansea. So interesting to see how these crews will turn out later in the course.
Going through the halfway point, the all-important point often in rowing races where things tend to be decided. So it'll be really interesting to see if things change as we go through this most challenging of quarters where things really start to hurt and crews really need to push on. It's often where crews plan to make a move when they're planning out their races before taking to the water. So let's see what some of these crews have up their sleeve as they go through into the third quarter of their race.
Yeah, definitely that third 500 metre push. They're into the second half of the race now. They've got that initial bit of nerves out of their legs. They're probably feeling quite confident. They know what they're going to be able to do. So coming into the end of this race now, it's really time to start throwing everything you have at it. This is a quad, it's a fast boat. If you blink and you'll miss it. So yeah, these crews really starting to look at winding up for the finish now as we approach 1500. Splits coming through Durham have consolidated that lead. They've got nearly 5 seconds over Hartbury now, and it looks like those crews, third and fourth. I think that will still be Queen's and Edinburgh in third and fourth. Are they going to be able to push Hartbury at the top?
Yeah, it's worth saying, look at that distance between Edinburgh and Queen's. It's really not very much. That's what, 0.6 of a second between those two boats battling for second and third, and that's definitely going to drive Hartbury forward towards the finish line, making sure we stay out of this battle. We want this second place well and truly.
Yeah, Hartbury will be looking to shut the door on these crews up behind them. I think Durham are starting to control the front. They're going up through the gears now into the last 250 metres of this race. They'll just be looking at Hartbury, looking at those other crews around them, and thinking, right, we've got this. We're going to win this B final, up through the gears, empty the tank, keeping the strokes long and connected, not getting too frantic. Hartbury behind them, still in second, but they are being pushed. They are being pushed by Queen's. Queen's in the lane next to them, they're going through the gears. They're increasing their boat speed, and I think they are going to come up and push Hartbury at the end of this race.
Absolutely, you can definitely see the acceleration through their stroke. They're really picking up at the catch, and they're rating just maybe a pip or two higher there to start pushing on towards the line there in lane 2.
And St Andrews as well, they've overtaken Edinburgh, and they're now coming up to Hartbury. But just as we approach the finish line here, it is Durham in first place, and Hartbury look that they're going to hold on to second and third. Third, really close there between Queen's and St Andrews, really close for fifth as well, Edinburgh and Swansea in this B final of the men's intermediate quads. But a great race there from Durham. They had a great start, a great middle and a great end, so they'll be pleased with that performance. And we're just moving up now to the start of the men's intermediate quads A final, and we have Newcastle, we have St Andrews A, we have Queen's A, Reading D, and Imperial. So I reckon that, Reading, they've got the pedigree in this event. Looks like they had 5 quads entered in this category, which is a really strong squad depth. So they'll be looking to do well in this. But Queen's as well, with their top crew, who knows what they're going to be able to pull out the bag. So just as we're approaching 500 metres, it does look like it's Reading that are out in front of this race, but behind them it is close.
Yeah, a definitely strong lead there from Reading, but also lane 2, which is St Andrews, coming on strong off the start. Just as our camera pans round, you can see quite how close they are with that Reading crew over in lane 4. So a real battle between St Andrews of Scotland and Reading from down south.
Yeah, St Andrews, they're just a little bit ahead. They've got about a canvas on Queen's at the moment. Queen's will look to bring that back. The A crew in this category, they'll be looking for a strong performance. This is the top 3 at the moment. We have Reading that are just about a length in front. Then we have St Andrews, and then we have Queen's, who are fighting it out at the moment for silver. But on the far side, we have Reading B, their second boat in this A final, and we have Newcastle, who are pretty close in 4th and 5th at the moment.
Yeah, there's going to be a real battle between that 3rd, 4th and 5th position. All of those boats very closely matched there. As you can see on the right hand side of your screen, you can see rowers upon rowers back across the lanes, all very much in contact there.
Yeah, and it's great to see some close racing here at Bucs in these inter-categories. These are the guys, many of them will be the second crews from their universities, probably looking here at Newcastle, Queen's and Reading really. Those will be the B crews or the second tier of crews with their top boats in Champ. But they are here in Inter and they're having a fantastic race as well. Reading are starting to just consolidate that lead. They've got a bit of clear water there. Queen's just a canvas ahead of St Andrews there, but it's not by no means a clear margin there. These two crews currently contesting the silver medal.
look at that class performance of the Reading crew. They've already got clear water, probably about a length, maybe a little bit more, as they go through the halfway point, and it looks like they're fairly comfortable there. They know what they're doing, they can see the other boats behind them, and they'll continue to push on as we come into the second half of this race. Behind them, Queen's now in that second place. St Andrews very hot on their heels, 0.2 of a second separating them. Just a little bit further back sits the other Reading crew, about 2 seconds or so behind.
Yeah, I think it's always nice when you've got a little bit of clear water, you're at the front of your race, you can see your opposition, you're not going to be relaxing, you're not going to be taking your foot off the gas, but you know you've got a bit more control, and you can see if there's a crew that's making a move, you can respond, you have all the advantage in that regard. And it just looks like Reading, they're just sitting there on their rhythm, on their pace, and they're just gradually a couple of centimetres each stroke. I think they're continuing to build on that lead. But we can see the crews on the far side here. Queens have stretched out a bit more. They're about 2/3 of a length ahead here of St Andrews. And on the far side, Reading's B crew looks like they're going in front of St Andrews at this stage. So we might end up seeing 2 Reading crews on the podium here.
Yeah, that was quite a strong move we saw there from Queen's, coming through St Andrews, and really they've made that a dominant move because they've now almost broken clear water there. So what a change there, a sizable move in this race, and they'll want to make sure they solidify that as they come in to the last 500 metres. But for St Andrews, they're now facing a challenge from that Reading crew over on the far side, so they really need to pay attention here as they come in towards the end of this race.
Yeah, Reading will be used to the racing. They've got that squad depth. They'll have done some inter-squad racing between all of these quads that they've got entered, so they'll be familiar with pushing these other crews at similar speeds. The A crew obviously quite far out in front now, a good few seconds lead, but it is close behind them. Queens, they are consolidating that second place position. St Andrews, they might just miss out here, I think, to Reading. The splits there say they're still in front. We'll see how they come in the last 500. If anyone's going to sprint, and how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, as we come in towards the last 250 metres, it looks as though St Andrews to me are fighting back here. They've picked up their rate as they come into the closing stage of this race, and they're really trying to push on and hold on to that third place. So we'll see if they manage to do it as we come in towards the red boys here, but Reading D are certainly not going to give it to them easily. Reading E, however, right out in front there in lane 4 and looking very comfortable.
Yeah, we're just coming into the red boys here, the last 100 metres. Reading still with that lead. Doesn't look like anyone behind them is really going to encroach on that lead. Really strong performance from them here. Still Queens in seconds. They've got St Andrews in the lane next to them. St Andrews are putting on a pretty good sprint finish here, consolidating their place in third, ahead of the second Reading crew. But it looks like, there we go, Reading crossing the finish line in first, Queens in second, and St Andrews in third. That Reading crew didn't quite manage to take St Andrews. They come in fourth, followed by Imperial, and then Newcastle we can just see coming across the line now.
Yeah, St Andrews really saw what was happening there. They saw that their third place was at risk, and they made sure they responded as they came through the last 500 metres. That was a really good tactical move from the St Andrews crew to make sure they solidified that bronze medal. So we're going to move now to pick up the next race that's just off the start there. What a camera shot we were able to bring you as they set off from the start. This is the men's championship quads, the A final. In lane 1 we have Newcastle there on the left of your screen. In 2 it's Bath. In 3 it's Reading again. 4 sits Hartbury, Durham in 5, and Nottingham on the right hand side of your screen in lane 6.
So these are the top guys, these are the top scullers from each of these universities. The Champ Quads, one of the most talked about events at the regatta. We can see, these guys, they'll have been working really hard for this event, and you can guarantee that each of these guys in these boats are the top athletes from the universities they're representing. Some of these athletes will have raced at the Met and Marlow regattas, but I know that perhaps Newcastle, for example, on paper, they've got some fantastic athletes in this crew, but they haven't had much time together, focusing mainly on the 8s and the sweep boats. It'll be interesting to see how those crews stack up to the likes of Hartbury and Bath, who've had a bit more time together in these combinations.
Well, we're well off the start now. These crews will be settling into their rhythm as they come up to the 500 metre marker, and that's the point where we can start to get some split times from these crews. But you're looking at the crew on the near side here, and that would be, I think that's Newcastle there in the blue and red, and it looks like they've got the early lead in this race, and quite a lead at that as well. It looks like that could be as much the length over the other crew there as they come through the first 500 metres. They are followed by Hartbury in second and Durham in third. Very tight between Hartbury and Durham, and Reading right behind them, sitting currently in fourth.
Yeah, we've still got a race on our hands here though. I think Newcastle have shot out there, and they've got about 3/4 of a length over Hartbury, who are just there. They've got about half a length ahead of both Reading and Durham, who are both neck and neck for third position there. But none of these crews have really dropped off. We do have Bath and Nottingham, who are about a length behind those top four. But I think, any of these crews, they're still in the mix. But what a start from Newcastle.
Yeah, it's really nice to watch their blade work here on the near side lane. You can see that little bit of backsplash as they go into the water. They're really making sure they're hitting that catch well.
And it looks like the lead that Hartbury had at the start has just been eaten up slightly. The crews from Reading is just pushing them now. They're bowballed just on the bow man of the Hartbury crew there. And on that far side as well, that is Durham, who are just dropping off a little bit behind Reading here. So yeah, the field is just starting to disperse after that start. They're very tight off the start, but we do have Newcastle. They've maintained that margin of about a length ahead of Hartbury. Hartbury just starting to, they're maintaining that margin against Reading, and Durham, after a quick start, are just dropping back a little bit there.
Yeah, as we see these split times roll in for the halfway point of the race, we can see Newcastle just slightly extended the time between them and Hartbury, so they'll be quite happy with that second quarter, looking to push on into the second half of their race. Hartbury and Reading, the battle still very much tight there for second and third. Durham falling slightly back there in the fourth place, about 2 seconds separating them from Reading, who sit in third position.
Just as we're talking, Reading are just creeping back on Hartbury. They were a little bit down on the start, but they are creeping back, and now it does look as though they've overtaken Hartbury. They've got about a canvas on Hartbury, and they're taking second place in this race.
Absolutely. Well, as we come into these last 500 metres, let's see if that Reading crew can consolidate that move, can make sure it is determined. As they come into the last 500 metres, they'll now need to push on and push off from Hartbury to make sure they secure that second place. But Newcastle not taking any prisoners here. They're really enjoying their lead out in front. You can see the length of their stroke there. They're making sure they're pushing those puddles away and watching the crews behind them very carefully as they come in towards the finish.
So this Newcastle crew, they haven't been together long, but these athletes are really strong athletes. All four of them in Newcastle's top championship men's 8. You've got Alex Milne there, he's a Henley winner in the quad. Joe Adamson, who's a GB international. Bruce Turnell as well, has been in the men's first 8 for a few years now at Newcastle. So these athletes really very strong and settling for nothing but the win, despite their little time together.
There we go, we can see Reading holding on to that second position. Hartbury now in third, but still not very much between them as they come into the last 500 metres. Newcastle still quite dominant out there in front in that first position, at several seconds separating them and the next crew, Reading, who sit in second.
So they're starting to come now into the last 250 metres of this race. Time to turn on the afterburners, time to go up through the gears, get that final bit of speed out of their legs, whatever they can do. There's still margins that can be overturned. I think Newcastle out in front are looking very strong, but behind them Reading, Hartbury, Durham, what can these guys do? Can they overturn Newcastle? Can they get in front of each other? Who's going to come this top 3?
Yeah, it looks like Reading are just extending that lead over Hartbury now. They're really making a decisive move now as they come into the last 250 metres. Hartbury in turn making sure they keep an eye on that Durham crew and push off them as they come in towards the Red Boys. But look at this crew from Nottingham. There's a real sprint though coming on from the Oxford crew. the Reading crew there to push on against Newcastle. It looks like Newcastle still have the upper hand.
Yeah, so we've got the supporters down below are screaming their heads off for that Newcastle crew who just crossed the line ahead of Reading in that sprint finish. Not quite enough there, and Hartbury with that early speed. They're coming across the line in third, just holding off the crew from Durham in fourth, Bath in fifth, and Nottingham on the far side coming through in sixth place. What a performance there from Newcastle, holding off the rest of the field. They had a great start, they had a great middle section, and they were able just to hold that margin all the way to the end. Look at them there, overjoyed with that result. We've got a big crowd down below us of Newcastle supporters, always sporting their Blue Star colleagues, and great to see that we do have some spectators and supporters here for these big blue ribbon events. And now we've just started the next event, which is the B final of the women's intermediate doubles. We have Imperial, Queen's A, Bucs A, Worcester, Durham B and Exeter in this race.
So we're moving now to double sculls, obviously a smaller boat, which means more can change through the race. It takes a little bit less to change that momentum in a race the smaller the boat is, and that means it can be a lot more exciting for us as viewers as we watch these boats fight for pole position coming down the course.
Yeah, and just as we're coming up to 500 metres here, it looks like the crew on the far side, I think that might be, is that Durham or is that Worcester even? Not quite sure. But we do have a pack here. It looks like we have a pack of crews at the front, second between the top three crews, which is really close. Really great race here in this B final of women's doubles.
Yeah, so it looks as though it's that Exeter crew over in lane 6 who took the lead there. It's then Oxford Brooks in lane 3 who are taking that second place. Very tight between them in the first 500 metres. Queen's University Belfast in the third at the moment, and Worcester sitting in fourth.
Oxford Brooks currently in front, I think, just ahead of Exeter now. These Oxford Brooks athletes, they're used to competitive racing, whether it be in eights. It's probably not in doubles all the time, but they know competition, they know racing, and I think you would back Oxford Brooks in a side-by-side race, wouldn't you? But Exeter's still up there, still keeping parity with them in that outside lane. And we also have Queen's here, just on this side of Brooks in the white boat, who are just a bit off those top two, but pretty ahead of the last two in third.
Well, you can see that yellow boat of Brooks on the near side in the middle, and then you can see behind them the white boat of Exeter, those two battling out for first and second place. John and I, we think Oxford Brooks have the advantage here as we come on towards the halfway point, but we'll soon see the split times that will let us know. Behind them, it is the crew from Queen's University Belfast who are just sitting on their tail in third, but definitely being pushed now by Worcester, and could that be Durham there in the middle, who are really starting to turn the screw on Queen's.
And it's still these top two tussling for the lead. I think maybe Exeter now taking it, maybe Brooks, who knows. They're both neck and neck at the front of this race, starting to open up a bit of clear water there ahead of Queen's and Durham on that far side. We've pulled away from Worcester in that centre lane. Still can't count out Imperial in this near lane to us, lane 1. We've got overlap there with Queen's, and it looks like they're coming back at them.
Well, Queen's University Belfast definitely pushing on strong, but Exeter holding on to their lead there. That's a really good performance for them, to cling on to that first place over in lane 6.
So just looking at this far shot now, it does look like it's still Oxford Brookes and Exeter that are out in front of the field here. Hard to tell who's in front at this stage. It was very close earlier. Hopefully we'll get some 1500 metre splits. They're approaching that marker now. And behind them, who knows as well, we have Durham ahead of Worcester, and on this side we have Queen's. So those two crews are really fighting for third place, and still Brookes and Exeter contesting the win.
A hard-fought battle between Oxford Brookes and Exeter, and as John was saying, Oxford Brookes no stranger to side-by-side battles, really keen and competitive as they are in these races, so a real challenge for Exeter to push back against them and to hold on to that lead that we think they had towards the halfway point of the race. It looks as though Oxford Brookes have the momentum, so will Oxford Brookes manage to fight them off as they come into the last 500 metres? It looks to us as though it is Oxford Brookes who now have that lead over the Exeter crew.
And just as we're talking about this race, just below us we've got Newcastle getting their gold medals from that men's tramp quads race with their supporters, the Blue Star, all their other club members cheering them on for that fantastic win in that previous race. But yes, we have now these women's into doubles. This B final is approaching its last 250 metres now. They're starting to wind up through the gears, starting to expend all of that extra energy that they've got, if they've got it. Still Oxford Brookes in the lead, not far though to Exeter, a couple of seconds there, so we'll see if any of them have got a big sprint in the bag, who's going to take the win in this B final. No medals on offer, no medals for this B final, but just some pride for whichever crew wins.
Yeah, worth saying that gap between Imperial College London, who are currently sat in third, and the crew behind them really close there, so that's an interesting battle there going on for third and fourth. I think between Imperial College London, and then it's over in lane 5 with Durham, so third and fourth, Imperial College and Durham battling it out here.
And just as they're coming in to the Red Boys, the last 100 metres of the course here, it is still Oxford Brookes that are in the front of this race. It looks like they're going to take the win in this B final. With Exeter in that outside lane, they've done well to hold on to that second place position here. We do have IC that overturned Queen's, and they're looking like they're in a bit of a race for third with Durham a few lanes over. But yeah, here we go. We've got Brookes here just approaching the line. What a good race from them. And just approaching the finish line, Oxford Brookes in first place, followed by Exeter in second, and Imperial are charging. Wow, they came pretty close there to second, not far off Exeter, so Imperial in third, Durham in fourth. Queen's with that early speed couldn't quite hold on at the end there. They're coming in fifth, and Worcester coming in sixth in the B final of the intermediate women's doubles.
Well, Imperial there speeding up lane 1. I think it surprised both of us just how close they were to third place there, only probably half a canvas behind, so very close finish for them in this B final.
Yeah, now we're just looking at the pictures now for the A final of the women's intermediate doubles. We have Newcastle A, Newcastle B, Queen's B, Oxford Brookes, St Andrews and Nottingham. And all the crews off the start now, just approaching the 500 metre mark. It does look like the centre crews again, Oxford Brookes and Queen's, that are just got off to the good start at this point, but I wouldn't count out Newcastle. They've got two crews in this event. That top crew there just in fourth, not far behind Nottingham. So this is the A final. There are medals on offer. That Newcastle crew, they'll be hungry for a medal in this race.
It's always a fun little thing to note. The crews, when there's multiple crews in a race, you'll have Newcastle A, Newcastle B. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to perform in that order by any means. Clubs like to enter their crews in quite interesting patterns to surprise the opposition sometimes. So interesting to see there that the Newcastle B crew appears to have a lead over Newcastle A.
Yeah, I think perhaps just when the entries get done for these events, they don't necessarily end up entering the A crew as A on the start order. It sometimes comes up as B, C, D. I think we saw Reading in one of the previous races had their D and E quads in the A final, so that doesn't quite make sense. But it's just about who they have in the crews and who gets into those top spots. One would assume that even if a crew is listed as the B boat but they're winning, perhaps they're the A boat, although of course it doesn't necessarily have to pan out that way. You do sometimes see the B boats outperforming the A boats, but hard to tell, I guess, in this instance with Newcastle A and B. And just with this camera angle, it looks like it's still Oxford Brookes out in front, looking to carry over that form from the bigger boats. They had that good performance from their second boat in the B final of this event that we just saw, and clearly this crew looking to repeat that in the A final of the intermediate doubles. They've got a couple of seconds there ahead of the next boat, which is Queen's Belfast, known for their sculling, so it's great to see Brookes branching across the sculling. So yeah, Queen's coming up in second. St Andrews, it looks like they're in third, so they're doing well to hold off Newcastle, who are coming in fourth and fifth, and then Nottingham, it looks like, bringing up the rear at this stage.
So this is the women's intermediate double sculls, just gone through the first 500 metres, coming into their second quarter of the race. We'll watch as these crews approach that all-important middle, the point where it starts to get a little bit more difficult, where things have to be, pressure has to be put on, and where you start to see the crews that really have the class, really have put in the training, be able to turn the screw on their competitors in this A final.
Yep, so we're coming into the second half of the race now, and they've passed halfway. They're on the way to 1500, and it's now about who's got that strong third 500. Is anyone going to make a push here? Are they going to wait for the last 500? How are they tactically racing this one, or are they just responding to what's happening around them? Who backs themselves to follow their race plan all the way? Still, Oxford Brookes out in front. Really strong performance from them so far. A bit difficult to see. It looks like that crew next to them, Queen's, maybe a little bit far across in their lane towards Oxford Brookes there, but I think Brookes are a bit further in front, so probably not a problem there. But Queen's won't want to be rowing in the wash of Oxford Brookes. They'll want to get out into the middle of their lane. They're in a race for the silver medal at this stage, it looks like, so they want to get out in the middle of their lane, have that race, and maybe even come back onto Oxford Brookes in this last 500 metres.
Yeah, so it looks to us Oxford Brookes in the first, Queen's University Belfast in the second. I suspect this is going to be Newcastle, who are sat in that third position, but we'll see as their time is confirmed. But a really good point there from John about the race plans that these crews will be executing. It's worth remembering these races aren't improvised. These crews all have a plan of what they'll be trying to achieve today on the water, and they'll be closely following that plan as they go down, of course responding to the competitors on the course. But it's always interesting to see the tactical moves that these crews make, the point where they decide to put the pressure on and really trying to turn in a little hard 10 or a sprint to change the course of this race. Newcastle holding that third position, a second behind is Nottingham in fourth.
Yeah, interesting to see St Andrews. They were in third earlier on. They've dropped back to fifth. The crews from Newcastle and Nottingham obviously got just a little bit more pace through the middle of this race, through that third 500. But now these crews are coming. They've passed the 1500. They're coming towards the 250 metre marker. And it's time to turn up the power, time to turn up the stroke rate and start to use up anything they've got left for this last sprint to the finish. I think these margins, they do look like they could be overturned with a big sprint. We saw it from Imperial in that last race with a really strong last 250 metres. So Brookes are still out in front, but is anyone, Queen's, anyone else going to be able to overturn that lead?
Yeah, looking back down the course, I'm seeing a really quite tight battle here between Queen's and Newcastle. Newcastle definitely trying to catch up there, definitely putting on a good sprint there to challenge Queen's, but Queen's are responding as they come into the red boys here, trying to cling on to that second place. Of course, on their left also, it's worth not counting out St Andrews, who are right up there with them too.
Yes, we've got Brookes out in front. They look like they're going to take the gold, but who's going to take silver and bronze? Queen's, they've just got about half a length there on Newcastle and St Andrews, who are in a race for bronze now. So we just have Brookes taking the win, followed by Queen's, and then I think Newcastle just took that bronze. from St Andrews. Nottingham there coming in 5th, and Newcastle on the near side here just about to cross the line there in 6th place. But a great performance there from Oxford Brookes. They led the race all the way down. Queens, they were pushed by St Andrews and by Newcastle, but they've come out in silver. And Newcastle, they were towards the back of the field at the start there, but they've come through in the middle and at the end with a bit of a sprint there to take the bronze medal. And now we're just moving back up to the start for the A final of the Women's Championship doubles. We have Oxford Brookes in lane 1, we have Loughborough, Queens, Reading, Bath and Edinburgh.
So championship means that these are the top crews from these universities for this event, the women's double sculls. We expect a really exciting race as these crews come down the course. You can see there the yellow boat of Oxford Brookes, so it looks might be up there, but also slightly further over lanes 3 and 4, which would be Reading and Bath or Queens, also right up there too.
Yeah, I think we've got a top 3 at this stage. There you go, you've got the splits really close there actually. The top 3, Reading, Queens, Brookes, Loughborough not far behind either. Edinburgh, I would expect Edinburgh to come through in the middle. They've got some big erg scores in that crew, that double. The stroke Perry McCluskey's on the world class start programme up in Strathclyde Park. So they're going to have some watts to put down in the middle of this race. And it'll be interesting to see who, if these leaders from the beginning of the race are still the leaders further down.
Absolutely, it's all about finding that rhythm now, all about finding that power. We've had the fast sprint off the start, we've got those original positions. It's now about settling into a pace that you can sustain through the full 2 kilometres, and we'll see if Reading can hold on to that early lead they've got over Queen's Belfast. It certainly isn't decided off the start, just 0.3 of a second separating these 2 crews after 500 metres.
Yeah, the 2 Reading athletes, Rachel Heap and Olivia Morgan, that's their top 2 scullers. And the Reading programme, obviously a powerhouse for sculling both on the men's and the women's side. So they'll be looking for a strong result here. But in the Queen's crew, Fiona Bell, she is one of the probably the most experienced athletes at this regatta. She's got a senior vest for Great Britain, having raced previously in the women's Development 8. So the Queen's crew definitely worth watching out for. And Oxford Brookes, typically not putting out athletes into sculling crews, but as we've seen today, they've got some real class in that boat class. So I think these 3 really strongly performing at the front of this field. Edinburgh on the far side we can just see coming up there as well. But I think, all of these crews are still in the mix.
Well, there you go, the pictures you're seeing now from the halfway point. Reading still in the lead. It looks as though Queen's in second, but it was Oxford Brookes in third before, but I think that could well be the Edinburgh crew now over on the far side who are coming through to take that third place. And indeed we see the time there, 3:52.5 through the first 1,000 metres.
Yeah, so that's your top 3, Reading, Queens and Edinburgh, all quite close there. And it looks like Brookes have just been pushed down into 4th, with Bath down in 5th. Are they going to have anything to say about these crews in front? Are they going to have anything to say about that in this 2nd kilometre of the race? As we've just gone through halfway, it's now that infamous third 500. So who's going to push here and who's going to challenge the top spots?
Well, John, you talked about the strong erg scores in the Edinburgh crew. The third quarter is often where that kind of thing would shine out, and we'll start to see Edinburgh really improving on this performance, maybe looking to try and challenge for that 2nd place or push on up through the order here. I
think we will, yeah. They were obviously a little bit down at the start, which might have been a bit of a surprise, but we are seeing in the middle of the race they've picked up a couple of spots. And we'll see as the camera angle doesn't really show it too clearly, but I think they are up there with Reading. I think Queens look like they might have dropped back a little bit from Reading there in those centre lanes, but I'm not sure here. I'm not sure if it's Reading or Edinburgh in the lead. I think they are now the top 2, and then behind them as well, Bath still in the mix. Have they overtaken Queens? What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, well, I think the one thing that's certain here is that Reading crew is still out in front, but beyond that it's very, very hard to call. Queens still look to be up there with Reading, but so too do Edinburgh on that far side. And as we swing round and have the look across the 500 metre to go mark, we'll start to get a real sense here, but it looks as though Edinburgh are looking really strong on that far side, but not to underestimate this Queens crew who are really trying to push on Reading there.
Yeah, and then just on this near side we still have Oxford Brookes and Loughborough. They look like they've just dropped back a little bit. perhaps in a race of their own for 5th and 6th at this stage. Here we can just see the splits coming through for 1500. So Reading still out in front, and they've actually got a few seconds lead there, but ahead of Edinburgh, who have overtaken Queen's. Queen's ahead of Bath by a good few seconds there. There's a few seconds ahead of Bath there in 4th, who have overtaken Brooks. Brooks, with that early lead, have now dropped down into 5th.
Well, Reading still holding on to their lead there, but what a move by Edinburgh there. They've really started to push on the pressure after the first 500. They moved up to 3rd place. Now as they come into the last 500, they've moved up to 2nd. And maybe there's a chance they can start to mount a real challenge for Reading here and push them on towards the line.
Yeah, just looking at our screen here, it looks like there's sort of a couple of different races going on in the middle of this race. You've got Reading that are a few seconds out in front. Edinburgh will be looking to challenge them, but Queen's are not far behind. Bath not far behind them as well. Probably a couple of seconds between each of these crews as we come into the last 250 metres. Brooks and Loughborough still a little bit further back, but I think it's these top 4. Are we going to see anything from any sprints from these crews? Or is it just going to be this 1, 2, 3? Looks like at the moment Reading, then Edinburgh, and then Queen's.
Yeah, Queen's certainly not giving up on that 2nd place they held earlier in the race. They're really pushing Edinburgh as we come in towards the Red Boys now, but Edinburgh determined to hold on to 2nd. But definitely Reading out in front to hold that 1st.
And we're into the Red Boys now. The last 100 metres, 10 strokes or so to go until the end. Reading are holding on from Edinburgh. Edinburgh with that middle pace. I don't think it looks like they've got the sprint in them to overturn the Reading crew. And here we are just approaching the finish line. Reading out in 1st, followed by Edinburgh, who have been pushed by Queen's. Queen's have come back in a final sprint, but it's Edinburgh, then Queen's, and then just a length or so behind is Bath. And on the near side we can just see here from the tower, we can see Brooks and Loughborough approaching the finish here. But what a great performance there from Reading. They led, they were at the front of the field right way down. Edinburgh coming from the back of the field to the front. I don't think they were quite there challenging Reading, but they'll be pleased with that silver medal, and then Queen's in 3rd.
Well, I think one of the things I've noticed over the course of this weekend so far is the really great execution of race plans by Edinburgh, pushing through in that 2nd 500, challenging on in that 3rd 500. It's really great to see a crew accelerate their performance down the course and get faster as the race goes on, and not just sprint off the start and then struggle on towards the finish line.
Yeah, it's a fantastic feeling, I think, to be rowing through crews. You get a bit of confidence behind you and you can really just feel like you're flying. Sometimes that's a tactic. You can think, oh well, I'll go a little bit slower off the start and then I've got more for the middle. But here we are now, we're looking at some of the minor finals now. So that's the last of the A and B finals for the day. We're now into the minor finals, and this is the E final of the men's beginner 2 singles.
So yeah, 2 boats in this race. In lane 3 we have Rhys Ellery Masson representing Worcester, and then in lane 4 we have Sam Kelly representing Loughborough. So out in front in this men's beginner 2 single sculls, it is Sam Kelly of Loughborough in lane 4 who leads Rhys Ellery Masson of Worcester in lane 3. Well, Fergus now joins me in the commentary box as we watch the men's beginner 2 single sculls. Sam Kelly of Loughborough is leading Rhys Ellery Masson of Worcester. Sam Kelly in lane 4, Rhys Ellery in lane 3 as they come through the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, thanks Jack. Delighted to be joining you for the afternoon finals, day 1 of Bucs 2021. And I just want to start by saying it's so exciting to be back here at Nottingham after 2 years. 2019, the last time we were back. Missed 2020 because of coronavirus, the pandemic and everything. And I think the thing that struck me this morning and in the early afternoons racing is just how excited everyone is to be back racing, back competing against all the other universities. And I think one of the really positive things to come out of the pandemic is actually the beginner 2 category, giving the novices from 2020 that opportunity to get out racing, enjoy the sport that we all love, particularly when training was disrupted last year, the racing schedule was disrupted last year. So to see them out racing this beginner 2 category is phenomenal. I think it's a really good step from Bucs to introduce that this year.
Absolutely great to see these athletes new to the sport and see them out there racing, and to see such a big entry that we've got an E final here today to bring you. So it's Rhys Ellery Mason in lane 3 representing Worcester, who is leading Sam Kelly of Loughborough in lane 4. Sam Kelly just across the 1,000 metre mark in a time of 5:36.4.
Yeah, a really strong performance from this Worcester sculler. He's commanding this E final. And I think, Jack, as you said, really exciting to have this depth in the beginner 2 single sculls. Fantastic to see that so many of them stuck it out, not just through the first lockdown, the second lockdown, the third lockdown, and yet to see them all racing today, I think it's testament to these programmes, engaging these students over the lockdown, over the isolation periods, and to have them all racing today is really brilliant.
Yeah, I'd make the point that the single scull is probably one of the hardest mentally boats to be in. The fact that you're on your own there out in the water, there's quite a distance to go. 2 kilometres feels like a long way when it's just you pulling on the handles, and you've really got to be in your head, talking yourself through your race plan, making sure you're performing at your best, and of course responding to your competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in an environment like this one-on-one racing, it becomes so important to get out in front, as Rhys Ellery Mason has done from Worcester. He's out in front, he's in control, he's commanding this race as he has done for most of it. And you know what, he can enjoy this. He can just enjoy being back on the water, back competing, back racing against other universities. And despite it being the E final, I think it's, as we've said, it's great to have so many entries, and brilliant to see how these athletes will progress, not just through this competition, through today, through Friday and Saturday, but also over the next year or so, as they're actually able to get a more structured training programme in place, not disrupted by isolation, not disrupted by a pandemic. And hopefully we'll see them all back next year racing in the intermediate category, and it'd be great to see how they get on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you caught that on the video footage there, but we just saw Sam Kelly looking over his right shoulder just to see where Rhys is ahead of him. He'll be trying to close that gap there between these 2 scullers. It's Rhys Ellery Mason of Worcester out in front in lane 3. Behind him, Sam Kelly of Loughborough looking on and trying to close that gap if he can. So these scullers now coming on towards their last 500 metres of the course. I'm sure they'll be delighted to start to hear the cheers of the crowd down here at the foot of the lake, and know that they're approaching the finish line fast, and they can start to put on their sprint and get themselves over the line and home and dry.
Despite being this sort of unique year that we've got for Bucs 2021, let's just say, it's great that we have got all the tents out, we've got all the students back, and that I think one of the great things about Bucs, Jack, is that regardless of if you're racing in a championship, intermediate, or if you're the men's squad or the women's squad, everyone clearly gets out, get behind and supports everyone. I'm sure we'll see that as they come into the last sort of 250, 300 metres or so. The other athletes of Loughborough, Worcester, really getting down to the bank, getting behind their scullers. Because at the end of the day, all you can ask for from the rowers is just their best performance. So they go out there, they enjoy it, and they have their best possible performance. And regardless of what final that is, that's all you can ask for as a spectator, as a fellow clubmate. So I'm sure we'll be seeing in about 100 metres or so, the roars, the cheers from Worcester, from Loughborough for their 2 respective scullers taking part in this men's beginner 2 single scull race.
Absolutely, and those cheers that you hear as you're coming in towards the finish line, they really do make a difference. They help to bring you back into the moment when you're thinking about your legs that are hurting, your arms that are hurting, and what you need to do. Just to have that cheering from the crowd reminds you just how close you are to the finish line, and the fact that this is temporary. You just need to push on, and once you're over that line, it will all feel better.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. And you can see we're just coming up to the last 250 metres or so in this men's beginner 2 single scull final E. And as we've said all along, it is the Worcester sculler, Rhys Ellery Mason, who continues to lead. And what a margin he's got over Sam Kelly of Loughborough. 250 metres in about 150 or so. He hit the red boys. That's 100 metres to go. As you can see there, he just composes himself as he prepares for his final wind up for the last 200 metres or so. You can see there up on the top right of your screen, we've got the next round of racing coming up, and we will bring you all the action right through to 6 o'clock tonight. So stay with us all the way through the minor finals. We've got plenty of hotly contested racing still to come. We've got the rest of the beginner 2 single scull finals D and C still to bring you, and then we'll move on to the men's beginner 1 single sculls as well. So lots of single sculls action, lots of very exciting racing still to come.
Well, here comes Rhys Ellery Mason straight in towards the finish line there in lane 3 for Worcester. Behind him, Sam Kelly of Loughborough, finishing off the pack here for this men's beginner 2 single sculls E final. And how great it is that we've got such a field that we're here looking at an E final coming down the course. Fantastic to have these beginners out in force in the single sculls category.
So as we wrap up that E final of the men's beginner 2 single sculls, you can see on your screen now we are riding with the D final. Lane 1 we've got Queen's University Boat Club, their B sculler Brandon Cochrane. Liverpool, their B sculler Neil and McCabe Kelly in lane 2. Derby Stefano Sigarini in lane 3. Strathclyde University's Rory Weir, their C sculler goes in lane 4. Josh Anderson of Westminster in 5. And University of Herefordshire's Balthazar de los Santos goes in lane number 6. We can see there, fantastic start for the sculler from Strathclyde in their very unique polka dot kit. About 3 seconds up as we head through the 500 metre marker or so. Going with them, it is the sculler from Derby, Liverpool, Worcester and Hereford. There, that is your race order as we head through the 750 metre marker. Sorry, my mistake. We're heading just through the 1,000 metre marker, and it looks to be the sculler from University of Strathclyde still holding on to that first place position, Jack.
Yeah, but very close indeed. 46.6 versus 47.9. So we're looking at just over a second separating first and second at the halfway point. Still all to play for as they push on into the second half of this race. We think it is Strathclyde holding on to that first spot. No, it's lane 5. It's now with Westminster. Josh Anderson, who is leading out this race at the halfway point. Just behind him, Rory Weir of Strathclyde, but very tight indeed between those two. In third, it is Liverpool, and that's Niall McCabe O'Kelly, who sits in lane 2, followed by Derby in lane 3, Stefano Sigarini, and in lane, after that it's lane, oh, we're waiting for them to go through the line.
Yeah, Jack, that was an outstanding second 500 metre from the Westminster sculler. And we know just how quickly margins and gaps can change in the single scull race. They proved right there. Rode straight through the sculler from Strathclyde, Rory Weir, who still holds on to that second place just. It all comes down now to controlling that middle 1,000 metre, hanging on to that second place for Rory Weir. But yeah, great start, really great start, really great first 1,000 metres from Josh Anderson from Westminster. He'll look to consolidate that lead now in this third 500, the all-important third 500 that a lot of coaches go on about. And going with them though, it's a hotly contested top 3 race in this D final for the men's beginner 2 single sculls. As you can see, just about 3 seconds or so separating the top 3 scullers, so no more than a couple of lengths or so between Westminster, Strathclyde and Liverpool. And as we get down the course and we get closer and closer to the finish line, we'll see the scullers put their pushes in, put their moves in, and it's all to play for. It's all to play for. We can see there on the screen it does look to be Westminster still out in front, but on the right hand side of your screen, just keep an eye out for the likes of Liverpool, who's currently sitting third, just starting to make a little bit of a move, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth saying the smaller the boat, the easier it is to change the momentum in a race, and you can often see a quick hard 10 by one of these athletes can make quite a sizable difference to the rank order as they come down the course. But Westminster holding on to that lead, and then we think there is a real challenge there for second, third and fourth, with athletes much closer together. And as we come in to the last 500 metres, we can start to see those split times. A dominant performance from Westminster. They're into their last 500 metres in 7 minutes 18.6. It's then Queen's University of Belfast now holding on to that second spot in lane 1. That's Brandon Cochrane, and then it is the Liverpool sculler Niall McCabe O'Kelly who takes the third spot, with Strathclyde now falling back to fourth.
Yeah, we can see the Strathclyde sculler flew out of the blocks leading at that 500, but it all comes down to that really important 1,000 metres. This is my 1,000 metres from 500 to end to 500 to go. And we can see that the Westminster sculler Josh Anderson has absolutely bossed that. He's currently leading, he's got clear water over the rest of the field, but what a tussle we've got closest to you on the camera on the tower side of the National Watersports Centre between Brandon Cochrane and Niall McCabe O'Kelly from Liverpool. The two of them, their own private little match, the little battle they're having, is just bringing them closer and closer up the field, and it looks like they're edging their way into second and third, Jack, as you said. But keep an eye out for the Strathclyde sculler, Rory Weir. He's not done yet, he's still in a shout, sitting in fourth place. But out in front, it is still Josh Anderson as we come into the last 250 metres.
Yeah, Josh Anderson looking fairly comfortable there out in front, but as you say, Rory Weir not to be discounted, challenging the two scullers on the near side, Brandon Cochrane and Niall McCabe O'Kelly for Liverpool. They're currently holding on to second and third place. It looks as though it's Niall who has the upper hand over Brandon now as they come into the last 200 metres or so, but right behind Brandon sits Rory Weir of Strathclyde, hot on his heels and challenging for that third spot.
What a dominant sort of second 1,500 metres from Josh Anderson. He's out in front, he's cruising, he's going to be loving this last 100 metres as he hits the red boys. And no disaster for the Liverpool sculler. We see he's caught his crab, he's got to get his composure back now, he's got to find his boat speed, because coming quick is Brandon Cochrane of Queen's Belfast in the lane directly next to him. Out in front it is still Josh Anderson, but what sort of a performance can the Liverpool sculler pull together here? We see Rory Weir as well, he's charging through the red boys, he's caught sight of this, trying to capitalise on this, and what a push, what a sprint there from Rory Weir of Strathclyde. Josh Anderson takes first, but what a battle this is for second, third and fourth. It's been an outstanding first 500 and an outstanding fourth 500 from Rory Weir. He sneaks through, he's going to take silver ahead of Niall McCabe O'Kelly from Liverpool, and it will be the Queen's Belfast sculler Brandon Cochrane who holds on to fourth place ahead of Hereford's Balthazar de los Santos. And wrapping up this very exciting D final, the men's beginner 2 single scull, will be the Derby sculler Stefano Signorini in lane number 3. So Jack, it just goes to show there that it all comes down to the last 100 metres, and absolutely anything can happen. And I think we saw in a couple of races earlier on in one of the quad races that you've really got to keep your composure. You've got to keep your composure the whole way down, because it ultimately can have a huge effect on the results.
Yeah, and we were saying the smaller boats, things can often change a lot more quickly. It only takes a quick move by one of these athletes and they can quite easily build momentum and change the course of the rest of the race. So single sculls, definitely one to watch for orders changing. But next on the course we now have the C final of the same event, the men's beginner 2 single sculls. In lane 2 we have Cardiff, represented by Greg Harden. In lane 3 it's James Brooke of Hartbury. Lane 4, Cameron Jasmine of Nottingham Trent. Lane 5 is Liverpool, represented by Benedict Thompson. And in lane 6, Scott McDowell of Loughborough. It looks as though it's lane 3 Hartbury who are leading out as we come through the halfway point.
Yeah, riding with the C final. So those athletes who just missed out on those top 12 spots, we're looking for rankings 13 through 18 in this C final. Those who are perhaps just a couple of seconds, even a fraction, just a couple of tenths of seconds potentially off that AB semi-final sort of qualification spot. But here they are, they're racing here. They'll be out to prove a point in this C final. They are worthy of making it into the ABs. They'll be looking to put as good a performance out to make sure they finish day one on a high. And as Jack said, it's a really strong performance from that Gloucester Hartbury sculler, James Brooke, out in front leading, so almost 10 seconds over the rest of the field. So they have a couple of lengths of clear water or so over the rest of the field. And a really strong position to be in, Jack, as they head through the 1,000 metre mark.
Absolutely. James Brooke, we should say, of Hartbury there, out in front, performing well, and he'll be delighted with his position so far in this race. Behind him we've got Liverpool and Loughborough, Benedict Thompson and Scott McDowell battling for second and third on the far side, but not to be discounted either is Greg Harden of Cardiff, who is hot on their heels on the near side. So it'll be interesting to see who comes into those second and third positions. I think potentially at the moment the advantage sits with Benedict Thompson of Liverpool from what I can see, but right up there too is Scott McDowell of Loughborough. A real challenge in second and third, but James Brooke of Hartbury currently in the lead.
So from our commentary position up right at the top of the tower at the National Watersports Centre, we've got a fantastic view down the course, and we can see it is still Hartbury sculler leading as they come into the last 500 metres, the last quarter of the race of this men's beginner 2 single scull. But actually we've had a change of lead sort of in this second 500 or so. There's the Liverpool sculler. It is Benedict Thompson who currently leads by less than a second over the sculler from Loughborough, Scott McDonald, and that Hartbury sculler slipping down the ranks, Jack, into third place. But those three sort of a comfortable sort of 7-second margin over Cardiff and Nottingham Trent. So it's all going to come down to the line, Jack, again. I think we're going to have a brilliant sprint between Liverpool, Loughborough and Hartbury.
Absolutely. I mean, Hartbury was holding on for the first 1,500 metres of this race. He's certainly not out of the running now to pull up in position and move to second or first. But Liverpool and Loughborough on the far side were having a tough battle as they came through the halfway point. I think it's in turn benefited them because it's pushed them on towards the line. And it's now this Liverpool sculler in lane 5 who had the lead going into the last 500 metres. But looking out from our position here, I would wager that potentially it's Scott McDowell of Loughborough who is taking the lead over in lane 6.
Jack, I couldn't agree with you more. It's been an outstanding last couple of 100 metres or so from Scott McDowell of Loughborough. He's got his head in, eyes in the boat, and he is charging, he is sprinting for the line. Less than 200 metres to go in this C final of the men's beginner 2 single scull. What a performance from him over on the far side of the lake. And going with them, dragged him sort of up to second place. It is Benedict Thompson of Liverpool. They've rode through the entire field, and we can see the same from the Nottingham Trent sculler and from the Cardiff University sculler. They've dropped off James Brooke, our early race leader from Hartbury. He hasn't got quite enough to respond, but out in front, or about 20 metres from the line, blinding last 500 metres from Scott McDowell of Loughborough. He looks set to take first place in this men's beginner 2 single scull, ahead of Benedict Thompson from Liverpool. What a last 500 metres from those two scullers. But we've still got a tussle on our hands. It will be the Cardiff University sculler who looks set to provisionally take third, just ahead of Cameron Jasami from Nottingham Trent University. And there we see wrapping up, it will be the 5th sculler from Hartbury. That was James Brooke wrapping up this men's beginner 2 C final. And Jack, back-to-back two outstanding races that really do come down to the last 300 or 400 metres of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, James Brooke had a really strong start to his race, but just there we saw the performance of Greg Harden from Cardiff and of Cameron Jasmine of Nottingham Trent, really pushing him in that last 500 metres, and a blinding sprint from them saw them come up through the ranks.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see there on screen at the moment, it looks to be the C final of the men's beginner 1 single scull. So again, as we've said with the beginner 2, it's great to have C finals that we're able to race here in at Bucs 2021. So beginner 1 single sculls. These guys, they won't have been out on the water long. They'll have picked up the sport back in September or October, depending when they were able to get out on the water. But of course they've been hit with pandemic isolation just like everyone. So for beginners, it almost becomes even more challenging, Jack, than the experienced rowers, because with beginners you see such progression from session to session, week to week, but if you're not able to put those sessions together or string those weeks of training together, you almost have to go back to almost square one sort of again and again and again to remind them of the basics, remind them sort of the easy parts of the strokes, because otherwise you're just not able to see them progress. So absolutely full credit to the coaches for getting the beginners 1 single sculls to this stage. I think it's testament to all the work that they've put in and persevering with them, sticking with them, and keeping them enthusiastic. And hats off to the scullers, to the coaches for getting to this position here.
Yeah, I mean, at a beginner level, it's never truer that technique is really quite important in the single scull to get yourself down this course. It's not an easy thing to do to remain balanced and to ensure that you can cover 2 kilometres of distance effectively and level and put that power down. So it's important these athletes have that grounding and technique, and that relies on them having the opportunity to train on the water. That's been a real challenge for this last year. So fantastic to see them out there and performing at this level despite the challenges of the last year or nearly 2 seasons now.
Yeah, absolutely. For those who are racing in the intermediate category or the championship category, training at home will have been difficult, it will have been tough, but they'll know how to push themselves, they'll know how to put themselves through a training programme, either by themselves or with their university flatmates, but either way it's still a way from coaches. But I think to still stick at it as a beginner, I think, as I've said, hats off to them for sticking with it and wanting to come out and race this summer. And we can see them now, they are away in the men's beginner 1, their C final. Remind you of your crews racing in lane 1 from Heriot Watts is Henry Tame. Ben Newton from York goes in lane 2. Peter Goodfellow from Durham University in 3. Heriot Watts, second sculler, and B sculler Cole Taylor in 4. Lincoln University go in 5, that's Sam Leach. And over on the far side, of course, Glasgow's second sculler, Ewan Baron, is in lane number 6. So there you're at 6 scullers. We've got 2 from Heriot Watt, 1 from York, 1 from Durham, a Lincoln, a Scott in there as well. Jack, that's the start of a bad joke or something there, I reckon.
Perhaps. I think watching off the start there, it was interesting to see Peter Goodfellow and Cole Taylor in the middle lanes. They were just getting a little bit closer together in their lanes. Now, sometimes what that can indicate to me as a commentator is they're probably in a tight-fought battle for pole position, and they're watching each other as they try to push away off that start. So let's have a look out for those two as we come up to the first 500 metres. But also looking strong off the start was Henry Tame. We could see him disappear off on the left-hand side of our screen, pushing off from the state boat. So I think he could be right up there also.
I think it's so interesting you picked up on them getting closer and closer together. They clearly potentially locked eyes early on. They know they're getting out in front of the rest of the crews, staring each other down, and as you said, it just draws them closer and closer together. But it makes it more intense for them. It brings you right up close and personal as opposed to sitting in the middle of your lane, evenly spaced out. It suddenly it brings a lot more intensity, and you've almost got to be even more switched on. You're not going to make a mistake because you're right up next to your opposition, so potentially boy lines or whatever. So it becomes so important to keep your focus internal and not worry too much about what your opposition is doing. But out in front at the moment, it does look to be the Cole Taylor from Heriot Watt going with them. Peter Goodfellow, Jack, as you said, are 2 early race leaders. I think they're going to have a great tussle on the course.
Absolutely, and as you say, this idea of looking across at other crewmates, it's one of the common things you'll hear coaches say: keep your eyes in the boat, look straight ahead. The head is obviously quite a heavy part of the body, so if you are looking over at another athlete, it can have quite an interesting effect on your balance in the boat. So it's something you should try to avoid doing, but the temptation is very real, especially when you're close together. But there we go, we can see leading out this race Cole Taylor and Peter Goodfellow. We're just looking to see the times come through. It looks as though Peter Goodfellow has the upper hand in lane 3, followed by Cole Taylor in lane 4.
Great performance there from Ewan Barer, the Glasgow University sculler. They've got their second sculler actually entered into this, so great to see 2 of those men's beginners taking part from Glasgow. They hold on to 3rd place, so a great start there from Ewan Barer. We'll look to see how he develops over this middle 1,000 metres or so. Then it's the second Heriot Watt sculler, Henry Tame, their C sculler. and it will then be Lincoln, Sam Veach of Lincoln, and then Ben Eaton of York. The early race leaders who will sort of be pushing each other all the way down the course, Peter Goodfellow, Cole Taylor from Durham, and Harriet Watt respectively. And it does, Jack, look to be Peter Goodfellow. He's edging out, he's just about to break clear water on Cole Taylor, and that's such an important stage of the race, breaking clear water.
Absolutely, it's a real mental thing when we manage to put that distance between you and the sculler behind you. For the sculler behind, he'll know that he's falling a little bit further back and that he needs to do something now to stay in touch. But you can see there the white boat on the left hand side of your screen, that's Peter Goodfellow just pulling away from the yellow boat of Cole Taylor. And then to the right of your screen you can see just behind, that is the boat of I think it's Sam Veach of Lincoln or Glasgow. Actually no, I think it is Ewan Berube of Glasgow there, who sat in the third place there over in lane 6 at the white boat at the right of your screen.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that 1,000 metre mark, which is where, Jack, we see a lot of the coaches like their athletes to step on at 1,000 metres, step on into that sort of third 500, the all-important third 500. I think we've mentioned it, a lot of the coaches mention it as well, stepping on, dominating the rest of the field. And it looks like Peter Goodfellow, he's in the perfect position to do that. There we see just going through, I think, 1,000 metres. Now, he's up in front, he's cruising, he almost look back and enjoy this race now. The work's done, he's just got to hold on to his position now, control the rest of the field, and make sure no one starts to bring themselves back into contention further down the field. But yeah, as we've said all along, it is Peter Goodfellow of Durham University leading out ahead of Cole Taylor from Harriet Watt, and we reckon it is still Ewan Berube of Glasgow University on the far side of your screen who just clings onto third place position. We'll get a better idea as they get closer and closer to us in the commentary position, but really dominant from the Durham squad.
Absolutely, and as Fergus says, coaches wanting you to push on as you come into the second half of a race. The elusive negative split, as it's called, when you manage to get faster as you go down the course. And I think part of the reason why that's beneficial to do is mentally it feels really good to know that you're speeding up as you come down the course, and it really encourages you to get the best performance. So if you can enable yourself to get faster and faster and build momentum towards the line, you can feel that as you're racing, and it will really push you away from your other scullers that you're up against.
It's not really a surprise to see this Durham University sculler out in front. Over recent years they've had an outstanding beginner rowing programme, both on the men's side and the women's side, and with their sculling and with the sweep, it's of no surprise to see Durham beginners I should say, out in front controlling races, because they've had a huge amount of success medaling in beginner 8s or beginner 4s over the years. So it's a testament to the coaching work that they're doing there, and they've got such a great pool to grow out of, and I think Durham rowing is very unique. It's quite similar to Oxford and Cambridge. They've obviously got the university system, but they've also got all the colleges that row on the weir as well. So it's out and about in Durham. It's a very vibrant place to row. There's lots going on. There's the local clubs as well. But it's a very positive place to row. You've got schools as well as the university and the college system. And I think it's great to see that Durham University, they actively encourage their beginner scholars to get involved with the university club as well, to engage them, find them a new sport. But also there is that social side as well in Durham with the college rowing, with the dozens of colleges, I should say, that row up and down the weir, that have their own sort of internal competitions, their own battles. But those who perhaps don't want to train 14 times a week or whatever, they're still able to get out, enjoy racing, and enjoy the sport as well. But yeah, as we've said, we're coming into the last 500 metres or so, and it is Peter Goodfellow of Durham University out in front, leading ahead of Cole from Harriet Watt University. No change there. Our two leaders all the way down the course, but the real battle, Jack, is going to come for that third, fourth, fifth position, and looks like we've got two mini battles on both sides of the course.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently holding on to that third position is Lincoln. That's Sam Veach in lane 5, but very, a little bit of a distance then before you've got Glasgow's Ewan Berube now in lane 6, but tight between Harriet Watt in lane 1 and the last position, which we think is York in lane 2. But right up there at the front of this race, Peter Goodfellow leading Cole Taylor. as we watch them come into the line. You can see there on your screen the white boat of Peter Goodfellow, he's on the right hand side, and the yellow boat and the yellow distinctive kit of Harriet Watt, and that's Cole Taylor pushing on towards the line in second place.
Yeah, great row from Peter Goodfellow all the way down the course, and it will be, barring any incident, but you never quite know with these men's beginner single scullers as we get closer and closer to the line. They get more and more excited, Jack, more and more excited as they get close to the red boys, as Peter Goodfellow is doing at the moment. We can see there Cole Taylor, he's getting a little bit of excited. He's got to keep control of his blades as he comes into the last 100 metres as well. Great row there from Peter Goodfellow, I say, as he just clips a boy, but barring any incident, he should be able to hold on. But I think, Jack, this is going to be an exciting tussle down to the line again.
Absolutely. Now look at that move going on for the Harriet Watt sculler. Cole Taylor is really pushing on past Peter Goodfellow. Can Peter hold on to that first place? I think it's going to go to Harriet Watt.
Outstanding sprint there from Cole Taylor of Harriet Watt. What a performance. And again, it's going to be on the line. I think Cole Taylor just manages to row through Peter Goodfellow of Durham. And as we take a look just further up the course, it will be the Lincoln sculler, I should say, Sam Veach, looks set to hold on to third place. And down the course, it will be York sculler Ben Newton ahead of Glasgow University's Ewan Beirub. So we see there the sculler from Lincoln, Sam Veach, he crosses the line in third place of this men's beginner 1 C final. Closest to us in the commentary tower, it will then be the sculler from York, Ben Newton, who will cross in fourth position. Next across the line will be Ewan Beirub of Glasgow University. He's coming into the last 40-50 metres or so of this race, but we will only have 5 scullers finishing this race. We've had Henry Tame of Harriet Watt University. He has unfortunately capsized in the last 250 metres of this race. So just 5 scullers finishing this one, and just coming up to the line, concluding this men's beginner single scull C final. It will be Glasgow University's Ewan Beirub crossing just now.
And we were just saying that for these beginners, the challenge in these races often is technique. They're new to the sport, they need to make sure they're keeping their balance in the boat as they come through, and it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. It only takes you clipping a buoy or clipping a little bit of a ripple on the water, and you can have a little challenge there. So always something that is worth noting with these beginners races, and congratulations to the athletes that have made it down here to the finish and seen that great performance here today in the C final of the men's beginner 1 at single sculls.
So we can see on screen the next race 172 is underway. This is the F final of the Women's Intermediate Coxed 4s. Lancaster B go in lane 1, Queen Mary in 2, Kent go in 3, Queen's University Belfast in 4, Manchester in 5, and wrapping this up in lane number 6. On the left hand side of your screen it is Loughborough University, and out in front it's been a great start, Jack, for both Queen's and Kent.
Yeah, it looks like it right there in the middle of your picture. So Queens, we think of the kind of dark colours of kit you can see there. Kent slightly lighter, white with a stripe through it. And those two crews in the middle of the lake seem to be leading out, but also just to their left on the further side of the picture, obviously right up there with them, that's Manchester, we think, who's also up near the lead. So they come through their first 500 metre marker now. We'll be able to give you some split times. It looks to me as though it's right neck and neck between Kent and Queen's.
Jack, I reckon it's Queen's University Belfast. The Irish contingent who have made the travel over look to be leading by just 0.2 of a second at 500 metres, and then edging out just centimetre by centimetre ahead of University of Kent as well. Sorry, my mistake, it was Kent who went through 500 first, but I think we can see on screen a great move, a great transition from Queen's, who looked to be about a canvas or so up on Kent University. Going with them though, as we've said, Manchester, Queen Mary, Lancaster and Loughborough, as we've said. You'll be on the far side of your screen. Lancaster, Loughborough having their own little tussle on opposite sides of the course for that 5th and 6th place position. We'll keep our eyes on this race for first place at the moment. It is, as we've said, Queen's continue to edge out, Jack. They're about half a length, 2/3 of a length over Kent now.
Absolutely, it's worth pointing out these split times we're showing you on the screen. These are only a snapshot of the race at that exact moment when they cross the 500 metre mark. What it doesn't account for necessarily is the momentum of these boats and what's changing on the course. And it looks very much that we've got Queen surging here and moving ahead of the Kent crew. Also on the near side, you can see Queen's there on the near side, moving ahead of the Kent crew. They're right up there with Kent. It's still very, very close, but we think as we come towards this halfway point, we will see Queen's University Belfast moving ahead of that Kent crew.
Yeah, we've already talked about the importance of breaking clear, getting clear water, just snapping that intangible elastic between the two crews. And Queen's are so close. They're so close to breaking clear of University of Kent. And then you'll end up Kent sort of almost in this void, sort of with over a length to get back to Queen's. They'll need a big push on to do that, but also just that void because it looks like they've got clear water over Manchester, who go in lane 5 just on the far side of your screen. So those three crews, your current leaders, Queen's, Kent and Manchester. So we'll need a big overhaul, a big surge from the Kent University if they're to get back onto terms with Queen's University Belfast. But also they've got to bear in mind that the charges from Manchester will come. They're going to come at some point, we're not quite sure, but they've got to keep an eye on that as well, Jack.
Well, there we go. These crews just going through the 1 kilometre mark. We'll start to see times appearing that let us know what's going on at that halfway point. But a tight race between Kent, Queen's, and of course there's also that crew from Manchester right up there at the top of this race. So it looks as though that's Queen's who took the lead at the 1 kilometre mark. They've pulled ahead of Kent by just about 4 seconds, and they're followed by Manchester. So Queen's fighting back there and pushing through against the Kent crew.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Manchester. As Jack said, they'll be looking to step on. They'll be looking to step on in this third 500, and we can see them, I think, just starting to make their way up the boat of University of Kent. A great move. It looks like they're starting to put together. The question is, can Kent respond? They had a great start out to first 500, and it's just holding on now, consolidating that position. Queen's almost look untouchable, Jack. They're a couple of lengths of clear water, and they continue to move. A really dominant performance from Queen's in this F final of the Women's Inter Force.
Absolutely, from tight at the first 500 metres to a little bit of a distance at the halfway point, and it's now really looking like a dominant performance there as they open up some clear water behind them to the other crews.
Yeah, as we take a look down the course from our commentary position, we can see a nice V starting to appear on the course as we have Queen's and Kent. So in the middle of the race, they were the two fastest qualifiers to this final. So they got the middle two lanes 3 and 4. Then you had your next two qualifiers, that was Queen Mary and Manchester with lanes 2 and 5, and Lancaster and Loughborough as the slower qualifiers. They end up with the outside lanes 1 and 6. And it is those crews in the middle in 3 and 4, Queen's and Kent, continue to lead. And what a performance from Queens as they come up to the last 500 metres or so of this women's intermediate coxed 4 F final. They're not going to let out though, they're going to enjoy this and charge all the way down to the finish line. Kent will continue to go hard because there'll be the push that's going to come, Jack, from Manchester.
Absolutely, a battle there for third and fourth. Manchester, we think, still sitting in that third position. There you go, you can see them come through the line into their last 500 metres. And behind Manchester sits the crew from Queen Mary in lane 2. There's actually quite a gap there between Manchester and Queen Mary, but Manchester really pushing on behind Kent and Queen's University Belfast. Queen still leading this race in lane 4, and Kent following in second, Manchester in third.
Jack, that's the sort of word we try and avoid here at Bucs, that R word. We try and use that as little as possible. We've been very lucky today here at the National Watersports Centre. It stayed dry, very muggy conditions, but stayed dry, very little wind, just a slight headwind we've had most of the afternoon. Very lucky we've, as I said, stayed dry. Rain free so far, and touch wood if you're close to any, that it stays dry for the rest of the 3 days of racing. But as we take a look back at the crews on the course, it is Queen's University Belfast, a fantastic F final of the women's intermediate coxed 4s that they have put together. It is the University of Kent sitting in second place, and it looks to me, Jack, like Queen Mary just mounting a charge in this last 500 or so. I think they're starting to close the gap on the University of Manchester. I don't know if they've got enough water, they've got enough course to do it, but nice to see them surging, still charging, chucking everything at this F final to try and close that gap to Manchester. They're going to have to hold on as they about 150 metres or so out from the line. But yeah, Queen's University Belfast, they hit the Red Boys. A really great performance from them in this F final.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's definitely true that Queen Mary are really throwing the kitchen sink at this as they come in towards the finish. But here we have Queen's University Belfast taking the lead as they come in towards the line. Behind them, lane 3 is Kent University, and then we think Manchester still holding on to that third position.
Yeah, Manchester looks set to take the third place in this F final. Of course, you'll be able to find all the confirmed results over on the Bucs website. So if you've missed some of the action, any of the races from today, head over to the Bucs Regatta website. Get all the information you could possibly want about the results on there. And as we say that, Manchester, they crossed the line fourth, a few lengths or so up on Queen Mary. They set to take fourth, and then again a few lengths back on them. It will be University of Manchester in their purple kit. And then closest to us, wrapping up this F final, it will be the University of Lancaster, their B crew. But the action continues to come thick and fast. You can see on screen we are now riding with the E final of the women's intermediate coxed 4s. York University, their B crew, goes in lane 1. Oxford's D crew, Oxford University, they go in lane 2. Liverpool's B crew in lane number 3. Next to them in 4 it is Swansea. University of East Anglia in 5, and on the far side of your screen it is the University of Leicester.
Yeah, it looks to me like we've got a lead slightly over on the further side of the course, and it's the University of East Anglia in lane 5 who lead out this race, and they are followed by in lane 4 Swansea and in lane 3 Liverpool.
Yeah, great start. This looks like it's going to unfold to be a fantastic tussle down the course between these two universities. They've already got themselves out clear water ahead of the rest of the field. So as we get down the course, it's going to be fascinating to see how their push is, how their tactics come into play, and ultimately how they cross the finish line and what margin it's going to be then. That's the all important one.
Yeah, so an early lead for East Anglia as they came through the first 500. I think now Swansea are really taking the fight to them as they come up to the halfway point of this race. We'll start to see the splits coming through, but we suspect that Swansea could now have taken that lead. And there you have it, Swansea in the lead, followed by University of East Anglia, and then it is Liverpool.
Yeah, brilliant to see such depth from Oxford University, bringing a D boat to these the intermediate coxed fours. As I said, and we've said all along, outstanding to see so many athletes coming to take part. But out in front it is Swansea and University of East Anglia, the crews in lanes 4 and 5 respectively. So Swansea, one of the fastest qualifiers into this E-final. University of East Anglia clearly come out the blocks. They've got a point to prove in this E-final, showing that they wanted to be further up, maybe perhaps into the D and C final. But they're here in the E-final, and they're going to be racing. They're going to be racing hard. They're going to be racing Swansea hard all the way down the course. And it looks to me that they've got the advantage over Liverpool by about 3 seconds or so. So a great start they've made. Liverpool, also one of the fastest qualifiers, one of the top 2 qualifiers into this E-final. But yeah, we've said Swansea leading, then it's East Anglia, and then it is Liverpool, who've got to watch out. They're sitting about a length or so up on Oxford's D crew at the moment, but I'm sure, Jack, we're going to see fireworks or so from that Oxford crew as we get closer down the line, particularly in that third 500.
Absolutely, we've seen some fast finishes from many of their crews here this morning, so definitely one to keep an eye out for. But the real battle right now is that between Swansea and East Anglia, still very much in contact. East Anglia had that early lead in the first 500, they were fast off the start, but Swansea are now really taking the fight to them. They took the lead coming through into the halfway point of this race. They're now trying to cling on to that lead and eke it out a little bit further, but East Anglia not giving them many seats, not giving them much space here as they push on down the course.
So we are now into the final 500 metres of this women's intercoxed 4, the intermediate coxed 4's final E. To give you that rundown, it is York in 1, Oxford D in 2, Liverpool B in 3, Swansea in 4, East Anglia go in 5, and on the far side of your screen it will be Leicester. And out in front, we've said it all along, a brilliant performance from Swansea University. They continue to lead as we hit 250 metres to go. I think it looks, Jack, that we're going to have a brilliant race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. At the moment it does look to be East Anglia set to hold on, but I would say Oxford University, their D crew, starting to make moves on Liverpool, who currently occupy that 3rd place spot.
Absolutely, Liverpool really being pushed into the line here. We mentioned that the Oxford crew often have strong finishes at this event, and they really are pushing them on there. I think Liverpool are still holding on. They still have the upper hand as they come into the last 500 metres, but they're certainly going to be feeling that pressure from the crew behind them.
Yeah, it is now red boy time for Swansea University. They have controlled this race the entire way down the course. What a performance they have put together in this E-final of women's intermediate coxed 4s. Going with them, as we've said, East Anglia and Oxford University. They're not going to give up, but it does look like they're going to be set to hold on to 4th place. Liverpool too quick as they mount their charge with 50 metres to go, but it will be Swansea University, 1 length up on the University of East Anglia in the women's intermediate E-final. Swansea provisionally take first ahead of UEA, and it will be Liverpool University by just clear water over your Oxford University, who come in 4th place. That was a fantastic sprint there from Liverpool University to wrap up their performance in this E-final of women's intermediate coxed 4s. And we've talked about this tussle almost on opposite sides of the course. We can see it happening again just now. Leicester and York, a brilliant race between the two of them as they come up to the line. There can be no more than about half a length or so separating these two crews, but it does look like it will be Leicester who are just able to hold on ahead of York. So Leicester will take 5th provisionally in this E-final of the women's intercoxed 4s ahead of the University of York. They'll wrap it up in 6th place, but we are heading straight back up to the start for the D final of the women's intermediate coxed 4s. So we are now with the D final of the women's intermediate coxed fours. We have Southampton in 1, Newcastle University, their B crew in lane 2, Sheffield, their A crew in lane 3, Bath go in 4, Liverpool in 5. We just saw their B crew race in the E final, and Lancaster, their A crew, go in lane number 6. But out in front it is Liverpool University, a blinding start in their first 500 metres. They've got about 3 seconds, about a length or so over at Southampton. We can see there Southampton, the other boat closest to you, and then behind them we're going to have a brilliant race for 3rd place. We've got Newcastle sitting about half a length back on Southampton, who themselves are in quite a tussle with, it looks to be I would say, Bath University and Sheffield in the mix as well, Jack.
Absolutely, you can see that yellow boat of Bath just in the distance, a yellow boat of Lancaster just in the distance there at the back of the course. We think, but very tight there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, but a confident first, we think, sitting with the crew from Liverpool there. You see the time come through, 4 minutes, 0.3.
Yeah, Liverpool still continue to edge out Southampton. It's a great row from Southampton so far. As we've said before, sitting in one of the outside lanes, not one of the fastest qualifiers coming in, but they'll have regrouped after their time trial, bounced back, and we can see that here. Very much in contention in this D final of the women's Intercox 4. Out in front though, as we've mentioned, it is Liverpool out in front, and on the far side of the course, brilliant row so far from Lancaster. Then it's almost a blanket. We've got three crews very, very close together. We've got Southampton, we've got Newcastle, and we've got Sheffield, and it looks to be a great tussle between those crews, Jack.
Absolutely. So Liverpool out in front there in lane 5. You can see the yellow boat of Lancaster just beyond them on the far side. We think Lancaster holding on to 2nd place, but the blanket that Fergus talks about just catching up with them on the near side now. So you've got that crew from Newcastle, Southampton, Sheffield and Bath. They're all right there competing, and they're really starting to push up on that 2nd place. So the only thing I think that we know for certain right now is that Liverpool are out in front in lane 5.
Yeah, very much so, Jack, and we've talked about it all along. Great row from Southampton, but they're starting to slip back on the pace of I think Bath and Sheffield. It's been a brilliant 3rd 500 from Sheffield University. Newcastle University lane 2 just slipping back off the pace of this charging pack in this 3rd 500 or so. We're coming through, as I said, 500 metres to go, the last quarter of this race. Liverpool still out in front, going with them Lancaster on the far side of the course, and it's going to be a tussle. It's going to come down to the line between the likes of Bath, Sheffield and Southampton. Brilliant final, Jack.
Absolutely. Well, Liverpool were looking quite comfortable when they came through the halfway mark. It's now looking a little bit closer between them and Lancaster. Lancaster are holding on to that 2nd place, but only 1 second behind them sits Sheffield, and in turn only 1 second behind them sits Southampton in lane 1. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th each only a second apart.
Great stuff there from Lancaster and from Sheffield, because we had such a great start from Southampton, very much up there in the mix with Liverpool University. So we've clearly had a very dominant middle thousand from Sheffield and from Lancaster. They're pushing up, and in turn this is going to put pressure on Liverpool as we come into the last 250 metres or so of this D final of the women's intermediate coxed fours. Liverpool looks set to hang on to the position that they've had all the way down the course, and it's going to be an incredible tussle coming down the line between the likes of between Southampton, who will be closest to your camera screen. We can see there in the middle of the course, Sheffield are not down and out of it. They are sprinting, they are charging, they are winding their rate up. They're coming into the last 200 metres or so. They're going to put as much pressure on Liverpool as they possibly can. But Liverpool, about 20 metres or so from the Red Boys, the last 100 metres, looks set to hang on. And Jack, a blinding sprint coming from Lancaster on the far side of the course.
Yeah, we've got Lancaster on the far side of the course who've been holding on to this lead for much of the race, or not much of a lead, but they were in that second place. But it looks to me as though they're now being really challenged by this crew coming up in lane 3, and that is the crew of Sheffield, who are really pushing them on now as they come into the line. But out in front, we know Liverpool have got that first place.
Yeah, Liverpool, they crossed the line first, but Sheffield sprinting. Sheffield are charging in this D final. Can they roll through? Lancaster on the line is going to be oh so close, Jack. It's going to be a photo finish there for second and third, and again between Southampton and Bath for fourth and fifth place. Two fantastic races in this D final for second and third, and fourth and fifth. Coming up to the line now, the last 20 metres or so, it will be Newcastle University, their B crew, wrap up this D final. But some fantastic racing there for second, third, fourth and fifth. Congratulations to Liverpool University, winners of the D final of Women's Intermediate Coxed Floors. And if you head over to the Bucs website, you'll be able to get the official confirmation of all the results shortly after racing is finished.
Yeah, second and third and fourth and fifth just too close for us to call here in the commentary box, and we'll be looking at the photo finish to pick up those results. They will be confirmed on the website shortly.
So next on the course, we are riding with the Women's Intermediate Coxed Floor, this time the C final. Lane 1, it is the University of St Andrews. Next to them, it is University of Leeds. Edinburgh go in 3, Nottingham Trent go in 4. And then it's the battle of the Exeter University crews, their B crew in 5 and their A crew in 6. So we've got a huge contingent here from Exeter, and we've got a big Scottish contingent as well with Edinburgh University and St Andrews as well. And out in front, it is the two crews from Exeter University, clearly bouncing off each other, bouncing off the internal competition that they've had, and they are leading at 500 metres, Jack.
Absolutely, and just 0.6 of a second separating those two boats, so very competitive between the two Exeter crews on the far side. They in turn have about a 3-second lead over the next fastest boat, which is Nottingham Trent, who currently sit in third position. But we're only 500 metres in, there's a lot still to play for. We'll see as these crews push on down towards the halfway point, these middle two quarters, the hardest part of the course, the part where much of these races are decided. So let's see how this one pans out.
You can see they're continuing to etch out in front. It looks to be Exeter University, but their B crew in this event getting the better of their clubmates from Exeter University. And it'll be great for Exeter to have this competition in the C final. Obviously gutting that they weren't quite able to make it into the mix for the AB semi-finals, but here they are battling out on the far side of the course for first and second place, 13th and 14th overall rankings for the Women's Intermediate Coxed Floor. Going with them though, 4 seconds, just a length or so back, it will be Nottingham Trent University who hold on to fourth place. And then it spreads out. We've got Nottingham Trent sitting there in third, Edinburgh University about a length or so back, then we'll have Leeds about a length or so back on them, and a couple of lengths or so back to Southampton University, who go in, St Andrews University I should say, who go in lane number 1.
Those two Exeter boats incredibly close together. It's not that unusual to be 0.6 seconds apart at 500 metres, but to be 0.4 seconds apart by the time you reach the 1,000. These two boats really are neck and neck in first and second place, Exeter A and Exeter B.
And speaking of neck and neck, Jack, we can bring you the results of that D final. It was, as we've said, Liverpool University, they crossed the line about 7 seconds up on Lancaster, who took second place, just a tenth of a second or so up on Sheffield A. And in that battle for fourth and fifth, it was won by University of Southampton, who were very, very close to Bath, who took fifth. Just 0.7 of a second separating those two crews. As I said, Newcastle University, the B crew, wrapping up that D final. But what we're going to do, we're going to return to this action in this C final because it is hotting up. We are getting very, very close to the last 500 metres or so of this race. And what a tussle, what a race we've had between Exeter and Exeter all the way down the course. It looks to me, Jack, like glance up the course, that their B crew is starting to move out ahead of their A crew. Going with them though, worth noting, Edinburgh University in the middle of the course.
Absolutely. Well, we can see the distance between these two extra crews now just expands a little bit. That B crew in lane 5 taking a lead of about 6 seconds. That gap much wider than it was at the halfway point. Nottingham Trent still holding on to that third position, but so close, with Edinburgh University currently sitting fourth, less than a second separating the two boats. So a real battle for third and fourth place.
Yeah, Exeter University, they've got a real grip on this race as we come very close to the last 250 metres or so of this women's intermediate coxed for the C final. As I said, we are looking for rankings 13 through 18, and it looks to me, Jack, like it is Edinburgh University starting to put a sprint on, starting to go through the zones and the tiers. They're getting level with Nottingham Trent in their pink kit. A really, really good push there from the Scots in the middle of the course. Nottingham Trent, they're going to have a race on their hands to hold off Exeter B on the far side of the course. Great to have both crews from Exeter, as we've already said, racing. But their B crew, Exeter University, out in front. They look set to wrap up this C final. But the real competition, as we've said, is coming for these minor places, second, third and fourth. And the race is going to come from Exeter on the far side. It's going to come from Edinburgh, and it's going to come from Nottingham Trent.
Absolutely. Well, that Edinburgh crew really pushed on there. It was Nottingham Trent holding the third place as they came into the last 500 metres, but Edinburgh now really looking like the dominant force here and actually starting to push upon the Exeter A crew over in lane 6. Nottingham Trent just falling slightly back here, but certainly battling hard to try and stay up there with Edinburgh.
Brilliant surge there from Edinburgh University in the last couple of hundred metres of this race. Exeter B out in front. They're provisionally going to take first place, but it will be, I think, Jack, Exeter University, their A crew, just hold on to the surge, the push from Edinburgh University. The Scots not quite able to topple Exeter on this occasion, so it will be an Exeter, a green and white 1-2. Exeter just ahead of Edinburgh, about half a length, who are in turn half a length ahead of Nottingham Trent University. They're your top 4 finishers, and then closest to us it will be Leeds University crossing in 5th place ahead of the Scots from St Andrew University, who finished in 6th place, wrapping up this C final of the Women's Intermediate Coxed Fours.
Well, what a move from Edinburgh there. I've said it again and again over the course of today. Some really great race plans being executed by this Edinburgh squad. They're really pushing through in the latter stage of the race, making sure they're accelerating towards the finish, putting that sprint in, putting in that strong third quarter, and it's really delivering results for them.
Training schedule's
She read my mind and poured some Earl Grey in her solo for me. Asked me if I
Training schedule's been pretty tough actually for the athletes at the moment. It's been about 12-13 sessions a week. So we do a session as a squad every morning at 6:30, and then it's whenever you can fit the second session in the lectures.
Rowing at Oxford Bucs University is the premier sport in the university. It's been a lead sport for 25 years and is a really, really important part of the sports programme at Oxford Bucs. Right now, at the time of year, obviously we're approaching exam times at the moment, which is really important that the athletes do well in their exams.
This is what I mean. This is love. 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 This is love.
It's quite intense really. We train pretty much 6 days a week, most of the days twice a day, a morning and evening. Getting up early in the morning, you've got to be disciplined to get up and to train. When you're then working towards a regatta, a couple of weeks, 2 weeks before, it steps up a lot, more more physical, and a lot of pain to go through. It's tough. It's you always feel like you've got to push yourself. You always, every day you wake up in the morning and think, right, it's a new day. You've got to keep pushing yourself. And I think each day you don't train, and there's always someone out there who is training, and you don't want to fall behind. One day can make a hell of a difference.
So we are now riding with the men's intermediate pair, their D final, and in lane 2 it is Robert Gordon University, Worcester go in 3, Manchester are in 4, and Imperial College, their C pair, go in lane 5. We've got a change of voices now as well. We say goodbye and thank you to Jack Dryden, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined by world renowned commentator Camilla Hadland, welcoming her for the last stint in the live stream for this afternoon's racing of day 1 at Bucs. Camilla, we've got a great race to start with, this D final of the Inter Pairs.
Thanks very much, Fergus. Yeah, I think that watching pairs racing is great. I was saying with Alex earlier that things change so quickly in the pairs racing, so as long as things are close and there's a couple of lengths separating the field, we'll certainly see some moving and shaking. So yes, we can see Robert Gordon there, Jamie Campbell and Rhys Donaldson. We've had some great representation from the Scottish clubs, we've already been saying, so Robert Gordon about as far north as you can go, right?
I think just about, yeah. We haven't got anyone from the University of the Highlands and Islands, so University of Aberdeen and Robert Gordon's are our most northern entries this year, and we're delighted to have them racing. Gutted we haven't got Carol Wallace making the trip down for Bucs this year. I'm sure she'll be watching on the live stream. We look forward to having her back at racing later on in the summer. But we can see here we've got a fantastic race on our hands between Robert Gordon's Worcester, Manchester and Imperial C in the D final of men's interpair. And Camilla, how is it shaping up this one?
Yeah, so we're looking here for placings 19 to 22 with these 4 crews, and as we approach, that's through the 500 metre marker now, and I think that's the crew over on the far side, Imperial College C, that makes the best start of it. They've got a couple of seconds in hand ahead of Worcester Rowing Club. Great to see Worcester. We've had Alex Darby, of course, in the commentary box at some points today, who's been coaching with the Worcester team, and great to see them in second place, but tight on with Manchester there. What a great tussle in the middle of the field. They're neck and neck through this second 500.
Yeah, absolutely. As we head into that 750 metre marker, there's still very little separating them. Imperial College, they've stepped on through that first 500 metre marker, looking to get a real grip, control this race early on, and make the most of it in this D final of the intermediate pairs. As we said, it's going to be a real tussle down the course between this Manchester pair and this Worcester pair, and at the moment it does look to be Worcester University just starting to edge out. It looks to me like they're sitting about half a length up or so on Manchester University, but as we've said, in pairs rowing and single sculls rowing, you can make up so much water in just a matter of sort of 10-15 strokes. I'm sure as we get up to the 1,000 metre marker, crews start to put their halfway pushes in, we may start to see a change of lead again.
Well, I think in fact Manchester might be going a little bit earlier than halfway here, because they're starting to push up again. They're eating away at that canvas that the Worcester University crew have managed to put in through that first 750 metres. But just look at Imperial go. They've really managed to extend out through this sort of middle race pace. They've got into a rhythm, which in a pair that can be quite difficult to do, to get into a rhythm and settle down and let the boat do the work for you, especially when you're both pulling in opposite directions, as it were.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes so important making sure we're placing at the right time, engaging at the right time, and also swinging with the hips at the right time as well. And we talked about that push from Manchester earlier on. We talked about them going early, and it's clearly paying off. You can see on the right hand side of your screen as we head through the 1,000 metre marker or so. It is Imperial still leading, but what a charge we're starting to see from Manchester University. They've flipped that margin that they had on University of Worcester, and it looks that they've almost breaking clear of Worcester. A really great second 500, Camilla.
Yeah, I think it can be tempting to go out hard and race to the 1,000, but it's still a longer way to go. We're only 4 minutes into this race, with at least another sort of 3.5-4 minutes left to go, and it looks to me like Manchester just taking that halfway point, that opportunity to see that 1,000 metre marker and use it to their advantage, maybe to put in a bit of a push. Could it be too early? I don't know. It seems like that the crew from Worcester are sticking with them, but with every single stroke just slipping back on that overlap. And actually I think Manchester's starting now to plug the gap between them and the Imperial crew that's had this dominant lead, that's now starting to be mown away.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in this Imperial pair, you're going to be thinking about consolidating your lead, holding on to that position, and not getting tense, not getting worked up as Manchester start to make moves on you in this third 500, because they clearly are. The gap is shrinking between Imperial and Manchester. There's still plenty of water for IC to hold on to a margin in this last of 750 metres or so. There's still time for them to hold on, but only if they stay loose, they stay relaxed, and keep rowing the length that they have been throughout the first of 1,250 metres or so. But we can see there a really strong performance in this middle 1,000 metres or so from Manchester. They've broken clear now of Worcester, and as you said, Camilla, it's potentially on their road down of Imperial.
Yeah, it's I think it makes it a little bit more intense, the fact we've got this slightly smaller field, so just 4 crews to contend with. You're not having to worry about lanes 1 and lane 6 on the peripheries. You're just focusing on racing the person next to you, and I think that's what Manchester has done really well to pick off Worcester. But Worcester still staying with them. They've not fallen entirely off the back, but closing it in on Imperial. Now, with only 500 metres to go, have they left themselves too much to do? 5 seconds separating them with 500 metres to go, and I think they're really going to have to start pushing now, Fergus.
Yeah, that requires a really big wind, a really big effort from Manchester, and we can see there IC just checked their move actually as we head through about 400 metres or so to go. IC still holding on to that first place lead, and at this point the steering becomes so important, particularly in that Manchester crew, as they're trying to both mount a charge and hold off Worcester. But we can see Worcester, they're starting to veer out of their lane. That's going to cost them in their sprint, their effort to try and match Manchester. Out in front though, IC still holding on to first place. They've clocked the move that Manchester are making, and still holding on to that lead of about 2 lengths or so over at Manchester University.
Well, you can see there on your picture just the procession that's coming in towards us here in the finish tower. That 1, 2, 3 slotting in quite nicely. It's now a length and a quarter between each of these crews in first, second and third. But they really are coming back, Manchester, aren't they? They are just going to have to watch their steering, and the boys, it's just getting a little bit scrappy, but they're making distance.
Yeah, less than 250 metres to go in this D final of the men's intermediate pair. We've said all throughout this race, it is Imperial College London, their C crew, looking set to hold on to first place and win this D final. Going with them though, it is the University of Manchester with their purple and yellow blades. They've checked them, they're sprinting, they're raising the rate as they come through the red boys. There is 100 metres to go, but IC still out in front, still just a little bit of clear water ahead of Manchester, who in turn have clear water ahead of the University of Worcester. So Camilla, it looks to me like it's going to be those 3 crews finishing in that order.
Yeah, I think it will be those crews indeed, and the early lead paying off here for Imperial. It doesn't always end up that way, but in this case, that early start, putting all of your eggs into the first 1,000 metre basket, has worked very, very well, and it's going to be those 3 crews across the line in that order. Imperial C ahead of Manchester. Manchester just leaving it that bit late to charge, but only 3 seconds the gap at the end there. A really good performance from that that Manchester crew ahead of Worcester in third. We've not talked about Robert Gordon too much. They've still got 100 metres left to row in this D final of the men's intermediate pairs.
Yeah, a great sprint there from Manchester, given the margin was up at about 5 seconds or so at the 500 metres to go mark. So they went through their zones, they wound it up, but not quite able to close the gap on Imperial, who finished with a ranking of 19th in the men's intermediate pairs. What we're going to do is we're going to stick with the pairs. We're going to head to the C final this time now for the men's inter pairs. There will be the University of East Anglia, their B crew, go in lane 1, Kent in 2, Durham University, their D crew, in lane 3, Glasgow University next to them in 4, Nottingham in 5, and Birmingham on the far side of your screen in lane number 6.
So we've gone from determining places 19 to 22 to 13 to 18 now. So it's important here that everyone gets a ranking. I think especially in the small boats, it can mean quite a lot to get a full ranking of where you sit amongst the other university crews, especially in a category like intermediate. And for those who are just tuning in, this is the intermediate category. So we split all of the events here at Bucs into a championship level. So those are the top crews contesting the elite level, and then the intermediate, which is usually the second cruise and the more kind of next level down, I guess, Fergus, but still some pretty competitive crews that tend to be here.
Yeah, very competitive crews. And I think the thing with intermediate is you've got a whole mix of athletes. You've got I think, as Camilla said, potentially some university second, third eights. We've got some university first eights as well, who maybe aren't quite at the pace of the championship. But you've also got those who have just come out of their beginner year. They're looking to take their next step into competitive rowing. And intermediate is absolutely the field for them. It's there's always great depth in just about every race. We saw in the women's intermediate doubles, we had over 50 entries, for example. We've had plenty of F finals, we've got D finals, so huge entries in this intermediate categories, and it's the perfect opportunity to test your speed against universities across the country, regardless of whether it's first eight rowers, second eight rowers. You'll get a really good race in whatever final you race.
Yeah, it's been a great start here as well for Glasgow as well. So Glasgow, I think this will probably be some of the top level of the Glasgow athletes. They don't tend to enter too much at championship level. They've had quite a lot of change recently, Fergus. I think Glasgow in the last few years of their coaching structure and a few other things that have been going on. Just they've now sort of come back, and this pair doing extremely well out at the front of the field here in this men's intermediate pairs C final, and they're ahead of Nottingham, but only just. This is going to be a great little battle at the front of the field. Nottingham perhaps with the home advantage here at home Pierpont, very used to going up and down the track on this 2,000 metre course.
Yeah, Glasgow University, a great programme to be a part of. Hugely exciting things happening across on the Clyde there. They've got a great community going on there. There's loads of other rowing clubs up and down the Clyde, so there's a huge amount of local competition for them to bounce off and prepare. As for Nottingham, as you said, potentially that home advantage. Sadly, unlike Dorney, they haven't quite got the Nottingham roar where we're without spectators this year, but we're delighted to have lots of you joining us on the live stream to watch the action unfold over the 3 days of Bucs Regatta 2021. But as we said, it is Glasgow University that we reckon out in front, leading this. Going with them looks to be Durham University and Nottingham. They are in third and fourth respectively. Nottingham still very, very close behind Glasgow, so just a matter of 10-15 strokes they could overhaul the efforts that Glasgow have done. And Durham just a length or so, about a length and a half so back on Nottingham and Glasgow, so very much within striking distance for first place in the C final.
I think the other interesting thing to note is that obviously this has been determined off the back of the time trials and looking at this racing this afternoon. We'd expect to see those crews that had done better in the time trial seeded into those centre lanes, and actually it's Nottingham here performing a little bit outside of their time trial performance to be up there at the front of the field alongside Glasgow, who has been sort of given that lane number 4 to signify they had a pretty good time trial. But again, across the field, we're looking to the centre of the lake for those top 2 positions, but it's out to the outsides of the lake here for those other positions. And in fact, actually, I'm just having a quick look at our screen here, Fergus, and it looks like it's Nottingham on the left there in the yellow blades, but as much as I can see, I think it's Durham actually that are now starting to pull up into second position behind Glasgow.
Yeah, they certainly are. And as you said, Durham University, one of the top 2 qualifiers into the C final. So they'll be gutted that they missed out on that semi-final opportunity, but really excited to make their mark and prove that they're actually worthy of potentially making it into those AB semis. quite a lot of these crews potentially they had maybe a mishap or maybe the first big race back for them, so just blowing out those racing cobwebs. So maybe we're seeing now in this C final, the performance is starting to come together, starting to be something like they had in training. And certainly Nottingham University, not a club that we've seen done a huge amount of racing. Obviously we've had a limited amount of time, but they chose not to make the trip to the likes of Met Regatta, Marlow Regatta. But here they are racing on home water in contention for second place. We can see them just holding on to second ahead of Durham University in the middle of the course, who hold third.
And again, just kind of keeping one eye on the lake and one eye on our screen in front of us here. You can probably see all pairs steering a fairly solid line coming into the final sprinting stages, which we've already said is so tough when you're trying to focus on a number of things and keep your boat going in a straight line. But it seems to me like that leading four crews in fact, that are all up here at the front of the field doing a pretty good job of negotiating the buoy lines.
Yeah, absolutely. We are now 250 metres or so from the finish line of this D final of the women's intermediate pairs. Sorry, the C final of the men's intermediate pairs. And Glasgow University, as we've said all along, continuing to lead out ahead of Nottingham and Durham. And it does look to me like it is Nottingham University who have checked Durham. Nottingham holding on to second place. We'll keep an eye on University of East Anglia, the lane closest to the finishing tower, lane 1. They're starting to put their sprint together. They're working up probably about a length or so back on Durham University, so we'll see what kind of sprint they can muster in the last 150 metres or so. But through the red boys, it is Glasgow University followed by University of Nottingham.
Yeah, this is a lovely start to finish performance here from Glasgow University, who are going to take it home in this C final of the men's intermediate pairs. And fairly processional in the end. It was close to the 1,000 between them and Nottingham, but they made that space, and it's Nottingham that they forced into second. It's then going to be Durham over in third, ahead of the University of East Anglia in lane number 1, that we'll see coming across the line in just a moment. And then over on the far side, Birmingham in lane number 6, ahead of Kent. So just a 3-boat race next in this men's intermediate quad E final. Fergus, what places are we contending for here?
So we're going to be looking at places. You put me on the spot here with my math. C final will be 13 through 18. D final will be 19 through 24. So it's C final with 3. We'll be looking at 25 through 27.
Great maths. And we're just being told by our producers there's actually only 2 boats in this race. We've had a scratch, so we are looking at Harrier Watt on the right of your picture, if my blade colour recognition serves me well, and on the left hand side of my picture I think that is Sunderland in lane number 3. It doesn't look like the colours of Reading University, does it?
No, it's going to be a 2-boat tussle down this course between Harriet Watt and Sunderland. And I think just looking at these names that popped up, Cole Taylor, that's one I recognise from the single sculls races earlier on. So if it's the same crew lineups, if there's been no substitutions, hats off to Cole Taylor for doubling up just not so long ago, racing in a single scull. A big effort on day 1 of Bucs to put more than 2 races, 3-4 races together potentially for him. That's a big effort on day 1.
Yeah, doubling up's always tricky, and that's the kind of thing we tend to see quite a lot of here at Bucs Regatta historically, is lots of people trying to get as much racing in as possible, and after the break that a lot of these students have had, they just want to get out there and see how fast they can go in as many boats as possible. So I do not blame them whatsoever, but this is actually turning out to be a really good side-by-side matchup. I think we always, smaller finals on paper potentially don't look quite as exciting as the 6-boat side-by-side, but this is the kind of matchup we'd see at like a Henley Royal Regatta, right? Head on head.
I was just about to say, if I close my eyes I can picture Sunderland and Harriet Watt just coming down through the booms, and the sunshine just coming down onto Henley, as it is here at Nottingham. Actually, we'll see the sun has just come out for the last hour or so of racing, and we're delighted to be bringing you all the action with this E-final of the men's intermediate quads. And as we've said, what a tussle between Harriet Watt and Sunderland. Sunderland by 3 seconds, just a length or so up on the Scots from Heriot-Watt University. They're based in Edinburgh. They do their training out at Strathclyde Park along with the likes of Edinburgh University as well. So they'll be used to that 2,000 metre course, used to steering it. Sunderland used to doing their training on the river as well. So for them, it's adapting to this laned environment. And actually, Camilla, despite being a straight line, actually steering in the boys, trying to keep it as straight as possible, is actually quite a challenging thing to do.
And actually, we've just seen there on the right-hand side of your picture, Sunderland clipping a buoy, which, given their lead, it will have disrupted their rhythm a little bit. And we can see there the umpire on the launch. I think that's Joe Cotgrove umpiring this race, just telling them to move towards their lane again, to pull themselves back into lane number 3. And they've responded to that. They're doing that. But yeah, it can be really difficult to steer in a straight line. I know that sounds very odd, but the rudder is only the size of a credit card, if even a bit smaller in these quads, and the smallest bit of movement is going to send you off course.
Yeah, it's something that you've almost got to plan in advance, your steering moves. Plan your move in advance, and if you're heading for the boys, or if you're heading to one side of your lane, you don't want to whack too much steering on, because it has such an impact on your boat speed. The rudder almost acting as a brake, slowing down your boat progress and potentially offsetting your balance as well. So steering becomes so tactical as to when you use it, how much you use, and it becomes very important for the bow person or whoever is actually steering to look after it and control. It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, and it's a lot of responsibility, I think, for when you've not raced for such a long time as well, because you get quite used to steering your river or steering your own course, and you get used to the markers that you can kind of get your peripheral vision from and understand where you are. But coming to a new environment under pressure in a race scenario, it can be very tough. And we've just had another slight crab there in the Heriot-Watt crew. The blade just turned round, and that can be difficult again to get the crew to all take their time and to put that right before setting off again at a rhythm that is a racing appropriate rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. It becomes so important when you have an incident like that. You lose your blade or you catch a crab, just to regain your composure. Just take a couple of seconds, or just a very quick period of time to regain that composure, because it's so much better than the panicking, getting tense, losing your race rhythm. But actually, if you take a little bit of time, reset, you'll find you'll get into your rhythm far better and able to regain the boat speed that you've lost out on.
Yeah, and Sunderland did that very well a bit further up the course. We saw them just clip that buoy, and they are still in the lead. They're at the bottom of your picture there with the orange blades. They sometimes have tiger stripes on their blades and their lycra, Sunderland. I do quite like their style, but they're coming in, and that's certainly helping them with their speed into the final 250 metres in beautiful conditions. The sun is shining here at the National Watersports Centre, and the water is glistening.
Fantastic, isn't it? It's just brilliant. And you can see there Sunderland themselves they've got to keep their composure in this last 100 metres or so as they go through the red boys, just clipping another one again as they come up to the line. They're about 60-70 metres or so from the finish line. Heriot-Watt, the other contender in this E-final of the men's intermediate quad. We lost Reading B, they scratched before entering, so wrapping up and in place 25th overall in the rankings for the intermediate quads. It will be University of Sunderland, and taking ranking 26th, if my math serves me correct, will be Heriot-Watt University from Edinburgh.
Well, the races are coming thick and fast here in these minor finals, and we're back up to a 6-boat race here in the men's intermediate quads D final. So this is places 19 to 24, and yeah, great to see all boats in a pretty fair alignment here through that 500 metres.
Yeah, 7 seconds, so about just 2 lengths separating all 6 boats as we head in, and we can see there almost that blanket over the field. Very exciting racing early on. So we'll take you through the field. We've got Nottingham Trent, their B crew, in 1, Loughborough in 2, Surrey in 3, Manchester in 4, Birmingham in 5, and Worcester go in lane 6. And out in front it does look to be Loughborough and Nottingham Trent, just a second or so separating them. Going with them though, University of Surrey and Manchester. It's going to be an outstanding tussle coming on.
Yeah, it is. And Loughborough, great at producing good scullers who go on to do some pretty good things. Loughborough's produced the likes of Johnny Walton, Matt Gottrell, who have been racing up at the Olympic level in years gone by, and they're here 3/4 of a length ahead of a very tight field. This is absolutely sensational. Just one crew off the back, which I think, just having a quick look, I think probably Worcester University there we can just see in the background over on the far side, but actually no, in fact maybe Surrey that we're missing here in this lineup. But really you could draw a line across a lot of these bow balls here in second position. So Surrey out in the front of the field here with now a length. They've just broken clear ahead of Birmingham, Manchester, Loughborough and Nottingham Trent, who all just really quite close. Anything less than 2 seconds really in the quads, Ferguson. We're looking at quite a hefty overlap.
Yeah, we absolutely are, and particularly in this D final, I think anything can change. Anything can change at all. And as you said, Surrey out in front. Sorry, one of these programmes that they're very much up and coming over the past couple of seasons or so. They've done some outstanding work, particularly with the beginners and the novices. But we're starting to see that strong work now make its way into the intermediate races, and a really inspiring programme to be part of.
Yeah, and a lot of credit must go to, I know, their coach Sam Tuck, who's been running the programme there for a number of years now. He's really brought them on quite a bit, and they've been in the championship events. We've seen them today kind of succeeding in those finals, and with depth as well, to be able to provide intermediate quads too at this level. Absolutely fantastic. So they're leading this D final. They currently sit in 19th position overall, but taking a quick scan across the bow balls, I think it's in fact Birmingham in lane number 5, and it is Worcester that was off the back. I was correct, over in lane 6. You can see them there in the distance on your left, but in the red just to the left of your picture, Birmingham, who train a little bit at Edgbaston Reservoir. They train a little bit at Worcester. A real great performance there for them, sitting in second.
Yeah, Birmingham, as we take a look up the course, the flat course, it's not soft, and you say that about Nottingham, looking very good today in the sun. Birmingham holding on to second place, but I think we're going to have a real race in our hands for positions 3, 4 and 5. We can see at the moment it is Manchester holding on to third, Nottingham Trent have fourth, but just 2 seconds ahead of Loughborough. And Camilla, you already mentioned just how important or how significant that 2 second margin is. There's less than a length separating Nottingham Trent and Loughborough as we come into the last 500 metres.
Yeah, it separated out a little bit from that timing marker that we saw back at the 1,000 metre marker, but not by much. And the leading 3 crews still all sticking with it. So Surrey ahead of Birmingham, who have got their heads down into this final 250 to try and grind it out. Up at the front with Surrey is then Manchester University that are sandwiched in between them there in lane number 4. And just off the pace then, it's turned into a kind of 2-half race. Those 3 crews up at the front of this D final. It's then over in lane number 1. I can see the crew from Nottingham Trent University that is sat alongside Loughborough. So as they come into the final here, Birmingham with a great push, Fergus.
Yeah, a really exciting surge from the University of Birmingham. We're about 10-20 metres away from the Red Boys with 100 metres to go, and it looks to me, as the camera pangs round, that Birmingham are very much closing that gap on the University of Surrey. They've led all the way, but what a sprint, what a surge this is from Birmingham. Surrey currently unable to answer the sprint that Birmingham are putting together, and it looks like Birmingham, they've overhauled Surrey. We've got less than 30 metres to go. What a fantastic sprint from the University of Birmingham.
So we're coming into the line now, and will that hold? I don't think Surrey have got anything left to throw at them, and it is going to be Birmingham University with half a canvas ahead of Surrey, who led this race the whole way, who said you don't get great racing in the D finals. There's Manchester that go over in third. It's then going to be the crew from Nottingham Trent University, just a little bit further back, coming into your picture now. Ahead of the crew from Loughborough. They'll be pleased to beat their local rivals there, Nottingham Trent, in it. They are all punching the water to beat Loughborough. It's then going to be over on the far side, the crew from Worcester University in us. But they're our winners, and what a fantastic row through. So patient. You could see how long they were, and they must be delighted with that race plan, Fergus.
Do you know what? I don't think you can time a race any better than that. Sort of coming through in the last 30 metres or so to take it by less than a canvas. An outstanding performance there from Birmingham. As you said, very well timed in that D final of the men's inter quads. But we're going to stick with quads now. We can see on the screen we're now going to ride with the C final of the men's intermediate quads. Lane 1 will be Leeds, Lincoln go in 2, Sheffield in 3, Queen's Belfast in 4, Nottingham in 5, and on the far side of your screen it will be Nottingham Trent's A crew.
So not much to tell from these early stages. Nottingham through that first timing marker with a bit of an advantage. I'd say about half a length. The camera perspective probably making it look like a little bit more, but I think only about half a length ahead of Leeds University. Leeds now really striding out, and actually I think their boat speed is probably a bit faster than that of Nottingham.
I think so. We can see they've moved back up, and I think it's very much bow to bow between Leeds and Nottingham. We can see going with Nottingham though, Queen's University Belfast. You can never count the Irish out in a sculling race. They've had a huge deal of success over recent years at championship level, but also in the men's and women's squads. A really strong sculling program that they've put together as well. Going with them as well, Sheffield University. So they're your current race leaders. Keep an eye on Leeds though, but out in front at the moment it is still Nottingham.
Yeah, you talked there about Queen's Belfast, so we definitely can't write them off. They've had a pretty good day today. John Armstrong and Megan Hunter's programme doing very well over there in Northern Ireland. But through the timing marker, it's still Nottingham holding on. We were saying we thought it was Leeds with the better boat speed, but I think Nottingham just responding. It's then Queen's that have poked their way through. We said that we couldn't write them off, and you can just see them there. They are riding alongside Nottingham on the far side of the lake. So if you're tuning in and you're not quite sure, it's over on the far side of your picture that we've got most of the action. Nottingham, the boat in the lead, ahead of Queen's Belfast, which is the one boat just on their inside, closer to us here on the camera. It's then Leeds on the nearest side that we've got sat in third, and then we'll sort of bring you the next timing marker to see as those places shape up down this course. So through the 1,000-metre marker there, no, in fact the 1,500-metre marker, a lot has happened since we were last there. So Nottingham holding on by the skin of their teeth. They've had everything thrown at them, but only less than a second separating them, and Queen's Belfast, who are hunting them down the whole way. 500 metres to go, Fergus. Who's your money on?
I'm going to say Queen's Belfast. I'm going to call it now, put my money on it, and back the Irish in this last 400 metres we're probably at now. The luck of the Irish, I reckon, is with Queen's Belfast. As you said, they are hunting down Nottingham. Going with them, though, we can now see from our commentary position, it is Leeds University going with them closest to us on the back. Camilla, this is going to be outstanding. This is going to be an outstanding finish.
Yeah, it really is. We've got, again, sort of two crews really going at those top two. We've got a race for first and a race for third going on here, because we cannot forget about the crew from Sheffield in lane number 3, who you can see in the centre of the lake there. They're also pulling up alongside Leeds, but here comes Queen's Belfast. They've taken the lead for the first time in this race. Their Balballs are now out in front. Nottingham have raised the rating. They're looking to their right. They can see that Queen's Belfast have taken the lead, and I think they're starting to move again here, Fergus.
What a surge though from Leeds University closest to us in the finish tower. Their surge, and they put their sprint on. Nottingham also responded to the push from Queen's University Belfast. It is bow ball to bow ball stuff as we come into the last 50 metres or so. Queens have got to keep their composure. They've got to keep their composure as they come up to the line, but as they draw level with us, it looks to be Nottingham University just holding on to first place. What a final 500 from them to hold on, but closest to us, surging for that third place position. Is it going to be Sheffield? Is it going to be Leeds? I think on the line it was just Sheffield University. Leeds not quite able to mount that charge for fourth place. And coming up now in 5th place, it will be Lincoln University, just about a length or so ahead of Nottingham Trent University, their A crew. And Camilla, I think you said it earlier on, who says minor finals aren't exciting?
Yeah, I think we get some of the best racing in these minor finals because of the time trial system. It just means that all of these crews are so equally matched, and they end up racing side by side with each other for the first time, and it's so intense that yeah, we get some really great racing.
Yeah, that race was brilliant. A really well orchestrated race from Nottingham University. Queen's not quite able to mount the charge, but very, very close there at the end. But now we're going to switch from quads. We're going to stick with sculling though, but we're going to move to doubles, and we're going to ride with the F final of the women's intermediate double sculls. We've got Heriot Watt in lane 1, Strathclyde in 2, Aberdeen in lane 3, Loughborough go in 4, Nottingham in 5, and Newcastle University, their E crew, in lane 6.
So we're just trying to figure out F finals. This is determining places 31 to 36 here at Bucs, and we were saying this is one of the most entered events at the regatta, Fergus, right?
Yeah, it is. We saw there was a huge number of entries on the sheet. I think plenty of universities entering B crews, C crews, D crews. I think Newcastle University have entered 6 crews into this. We've got a huge entry field from them, so they had a great deal of success as well. They got 2 doubles into the A final, came away with a bronze medal for one of their crews, so great to see the depth on show here in the F final as well.
So coming through that 500 metre marker, close at the front of the field here, and the Swans just having to dodge a little bit of the action that's going on in the centre of the course, and it's Loughborough that just take the lead ahead of Aberdeen. Aberdeen and Loughborough right in the mix of the action here in the centre of the course, right where they want to be, and barely anything separating them. It's then more of a Scottish affair, with Strathclyde pitching in third ahead of Nottingham, and Newcastle's E crew just trailing out the back a little bit, but as you said, this is a big old field, and this is the E crew here for Newcastle University.
Yes, certainly these Newcastle girls making the step up. They'd fall into the beginner 2 category, having only learned to row last year, but obviously pandemic, everything's going on. They're wanting to get as much racing experience as possible, so they're making the step up into this intermediate category, testing themselves against the rest of the country as well. And they're going to get some really good racing here in the F final, as we can see here on screen. But yes, it is Loughborough out in front, as we said. Aberdeen and Strathclyde going with them, the battle of the two Scottish universities there, and Nottingham currently sitting just in their fourth place. But we can see there on screen Aberdeen University still holding on to first place, switching with Loughborough though. Aberdeen now mounting a charge in the second 500 as they head towards the 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, that was a lovely move there in the second 500 by Aberdeen B. Katie Ritchie in the bow seat making the calls for Aberdeen, and it's worked well, their race plan so far. They've gone from being level to 3/4 of a length up and still moving on Loughborough through this middle section. And these two crews, actually, with this head-to-head, have created quite the space behind them. It can just go to show, if you've got a head-to-head, it can push you away from the rest of the field or close you up to a leading set of crews.
Yeah, it certainly can. And at the competition, particularly in the lanes next to each other, and you're just bouncing off each other, sort of knocking punches out of each other, it makes such a difference. We can see Aberdeen have really capitalised on that, continuing to lead out up to 4 seconds. Clearwater they've got over Loughborough, and then it's very, very close, just 2 seconds separating third and fourth at the 1,000 metre mark. But now, if you're the Aberdeen pair, you're wanting just to capitalise on this. You're wanting to loosen off a little bit, continue to lengthen out, and just allow that margin of clear water to continue to grow between you and Loughborough. The last thing Camilla they want to do is allow Loughborough back into this race and end up with a sprint on their hands in the last 100 metres.
Yeah, I think they may have just about got enough now to have snapped that elastic band that we talk about. We talk about crews not being able to sort of snap when a crew's next to them, and be able to stop themselves from being reeled in again and again and again. And I think that Aberdeen have done enough now to create enough clear water. It's about 3/4 of a boat length that they've got. You'll be able to see there as they go through that halfway marker. No, apologies, halfway marker. I was absolutely correct. Losing track of where I am here on the water, Fergus. You'd have thought that, with only a few timing markers, it shouldn't be that easy to get confused.
It's a bizarre place, the National Watersports Centre. It does strange things to your geography. But one thing we are absolutely set on is that we are riding with the women's intermediate double sculls, the F final. Out in front, as we said, it is Aberdeen. And we're going to have a brilliant race, I think, for the remainder positions. We can see on the far side, Newcastle University starting to put a move together in this third 500, starting to step on and line them up for a charge for some more positions gained in the last 500 metres.
Yeah, I think Loughborough actually, rather than being in danger of catching back up to the lead, they're in danger of being caught by the crews that are swallowing them up from behind, and they're starting to slip back into the pack. Not so much yet that they're in danger of losing their second place in this race, but I think it's not Aberdeen getting quicker. I think it is Loughborough falling off the pace and setting themselves back, and you can just see they're creeping up on the far side, just to the left of your picture, our crew that sits in third place over in lane number 6, which is Newcastle, who have pushed their way up the ranks from that first 500 quite considerably, Fergus.
Yeah, they absolutely have. They've, I think, certainly pushed themselves into the challenge for a third place position. Their quite closest competitors, Strathclyde, they've come through them. They've opened up 8 seconds onto them. So as we come through 500 metres, they had just 5 seconds separating them and Loughborough University. There's a tall order, 5 seconds. We're looking at probably a couple of lengths or so separating Loughborough and Newcastle. But crews have come from larger margins, Camilla, to sprint for the line.
They really have, and again, the small boats, big gear changes, very easy to pick up speed if your partner is with you and goes with you, which is really big on communication in the double sculls. You know, partners need to be able to work together to know when that time to push together is, to put the rating up together, because as long as it's done together, that boat will fly. And this crew that has been together for the entirety of the time down this course, it's Aberdeen. They've been really set out there in front. Once they managed to row through Loughborough, they've just had the whole lake to themselves out here in front, and in this F final of the women's intermediate double sculls, no one to challenge them as they come into 200 metres to go.
Yeah, a really strong performance from Aberdeen University. Their blue and gold kit lighting up and leading this F final of the women's intermediate double sculls. We can see there it does look to be Loughborough holding on to second place, but what a race I think we're going to have, Camilla. Strathclyde very much brought themselves back into contention for third place. We can hear the crowds and the cheers from the back for Newcastle University over on the far side. We've always got such fantastic support, and that's going to spur them on, really spur them on in those last 150 metres or so as we come up to the line.
Yeah, Newcastle have been so present on the support for every single crew that's come down the course, and this double no exception, but they will probably hold on to third with that support, I think. But the winners, with no doubt now coming into the line, it's going to be Aberdeen University ahead of lane number 4, Loughborough University, who had the lead for that very short amount of time at the beginning of this race. It's then Newcastle University who come into their closing stages as the sun starts to go down here at Nottingham. They're over the finish line ahead of their Scottish challengers Strathclyde University in lane number 2. And then the final crew, again a very brave and gutsy start there for Nottingham, but not quite enough to see them through competitively into this pack as they finish off this race in 6th position. On to the E final now for the same event, so the women's intermediate double sculls. So Fergus, again we're looking at places 25 through to 30, is that correct?
I'll take your word for it. Yes, 25 through 30, and as we've mentioned, the ranking becomes so important, particularly in a field as large as the women's intermediate double scull field, because a lot of change can happen between the time trial and the final itself. We have a lot of crews potentially blowing out the cobwebs, getting used to racing again. They are able to find something that perhaps scraped into a final that can actually end up right on top, flipping the predictions before we head into it. So right in front, leading this, we should say, just to run you through all the action in this E final, we've got Queen's Belfast go in 1, Newcastle go in 2, Swansea go in 3, Surrey in 4, Newcastle go again in 5, and Southampton go in lane 6.
And it's Southampton out in the lead here. They've managed to rocket out to over a length lead here over in lane number 6. They're right out there on the far side of your picture, leaving the rest of these crews to scrap it out in the middle. You can just see the times in the top left-hand part of the screen, how close they are. Barely a second separating second through to the rest of the field.
Yeah, definitely. A great start there from Strathclyde University. Surrey, we've already mentioned. Great start there from Southampton. We've already mentioned the success that Surrey have had and the success they've had and continuing to build, so great to see them racing again just now. We're now through 1,000 metres, halfway through, 1,000 metres to go in this E final of the women's intermediate double sculls, and we can see there the gap starting to open up at the top. Southampton now with 3 seconds, but what a tight race, Camilla, just 2 or 3 seconds separating the rest of the field.
Another absolute treat here we've got in this women's intermediate double sculls E-final. Every single race I feel we've had so far, there's been a pretty close matchup, whether that be for second and third or for the lead. And in this case, it is for second. We've got 3 crews here, pretty much side by side. And I think the only crew slightly off the pace, you can see Newcastle on the near-hand side of your screen. I'm not sure where Queen's Belfast are either in lane number 1, but it's then the crews next to them, Swansea, Surrey and Newcastle G, all sat there about a length behind Southampton, and you can just see the bow balls moving against one another, and they're almost all coming into alignment once more.
Absolutely. Our American colleagues would call this race an absolute barn burner we've got here in the women's intermediate double sculls, the E-final. What a tussle we've got. It's a 5-boat affair. Queen's Belfast aren't on the course, so the crew closest to the camera will be Newcastle University F. And as we've said all along, Southampton, Surrey, they're your race leaders at the moment. But the results, the finish line, they could go any direction, Camilla. They could go absolutely anywhere. And I think the race is only going to get tighter as we get further down the course.
Yeah, as people start gearing up for the sprint, trying to get their position and get themselves ready to launch into the finish tower, not literally, but towards the finish tower. They're going to want to make sure that they're not going too early, they're conserving themselves, but also that they don't let the others go before them and things slip away. And for those crews in the middle of the lake, Swansea, Surrey and Newcastle G, they're just going to keep Southampton just out the back of their left-hand side of their eye, just to know where they are. They've still got a length and a little bit ahead of the rest of the field, but that's very, very easily made up if this race in the middle is as good as it has been the whole way down this course.
Yeah, it does look to be Surrey still out in front, leading this E-final of the inter-doubles. But keep an eye on Newcastle's F crew in lane number 2. They're going with them as the heavens start to open slightly here. The racing is only getting hotter. Newcastle University starting to mount their charge on the likes of Surrey, but also on Southampton, who have already been in contention the entire way down the course. And questions now, Camilla, we'll start to ask about Southampton double. Are they able to answer the charges coming from this side of the bank?
Yeah, and tricky on the far side of the lake as well. They're in lane number 6, which means they're not in the middle of the action. They're going to have to really keep eyes as far as they can over to the other side, but they are going to go through this timing marker with their bow balls in front, I think, still with 500 metres to go. But Surrey are knocking on their door, and in fact I think Surrey really pulling up alongside and taking Newcastle with them. Those are the 3 crews over on the far side of the lake now that really challenge for these top half positions in this E-final. Newcastle as well, we can't write off Newcastle F, the second Newcastle crew in this field, as they still maintain overlap, and they've left Swansea behind. But the real race here is between Surrey and Southampton, Fergus.
I think so. Newcastle University, they're playing a dangerous game here with the boy line as they come into the last 200 metres or so of this E-final of the women's intermediate double. But as we said, Surrey and Southampton, what a tussle they've had the entire way down the course. Newcastle, they've got to keep their composure, they've got to stay strong, they've got to keep their composure as they come into the last 150 metres or so. Surrey still looking strong, but so are Southampton. They've answered Surrey's call, they're sprinting, the rate is coming up as they hit the red boys. What a finish we're going to have here.
Yeah, I still can't really tell who's going to win this. Surrey put one last move in, they put one last stroke up, and here they go through the red boys. They're looking very punchy. They take another look over their left-hand shoulder to see Southampton still ever so slightly ahead. It's going to be right down to the wire. They look for the finish tower. Surrey still closing in, but I think it's just going to be Southampton. I'm really not sure. We'll wait for confirmation of that finish. But then the 2 Newcastle crews, Newcastle 5 in lane 5 and Newcastle in lane 2, will come over ahead of Swansea. But what a great finish. I think that was just about Southampton, don't you, Fergus?
I would say if I was a betting man, I would put my money on Southampton. That was a brilliant sprint from them to overhaul Surrey in the dying stages of that E-final of the women's intermediate double sculls. But as you can see on screen, we are not done with racing. We have got 2 races left to bring you on day 1 of Bucs 2021. We're first going to bring you the D final of the women's inter double, and then we're going to wrap up today's racing with the C final at 6 o'clock on the dot. So in this D final, it is De Montfort in 1, Hertfordshire in 2, Oxford Brookes, their Seaboat in lane 3, Durham University's A Crew in 4, UCL in 5, and Robert Gordon's making the journey down from Aberdeen in lane number 6. And we can see out in front at the 500 metre, the first of our timing marks, UCL, Durham University, De Montfort, really close, just half a second separating these 5 crews. And we can see as the camera pans them, it's still very exciting, very close racing.
Yeah, I think through that first timing marker, it was all so close, and as they step into the striding part of this race, De Montfort, I think, just getting the better of UCL in their cruising race pace, and De Montfort from just down the road here, I believe Leicestershire, I think, another crew from the East Midlands, but they'll come into this next timing marker, and let's see who gets their babble there first. I would be surprised if it was anyone other than De Montfort, but of course we're riding slightly behind these crews. It's definitely one of them or UCL up at the front of this field, and Oxford Brookes C as well, actually still in the mix of this race, but still less than a length separating the top 3 crews here in the D final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Okay, we are going to have to apologise. We thought we were slightly behind the race and that our race was angled and that was lane 1 in front, but we were totally wrong and we put our hands up for that. And it is in fact Oxford Brookes that is in the lead. In fact, you know, we're just wanting to, I guess, re-establish that order. So Oxford Brookes in the centre of the course there, ahead of, I think, UCL still ahead of Durham, that sit in 3rd. That's your 1, 2, 3. We're just off the back then with the rest of the crews that you can't see off the right hand side of your picture, but we can barely keep Oxford Brookes in the shot here, Fergus.
Yeah, this wider one's much better. We can actually get a far better view of the field, and you can see the Oxford Brookes charging out in front of the rest of the field. They've got an ocean of water separating them from University College London going in 5, Durham University, their A Crew, going in 4. Oxford Brookes again proving a point that perhaps the time trial didn't quite go to plan, and perhaps they should have been in the mix for that AB semi-final, but I'm sure they'll be delighted with the performance that they're putting together in this C final, continuing to move away from the likes of Durham, UCL, and of course going with them though, keep an eye on Herefordshire and De Montfort. De Montfort potentially in a tussle with Robert Gordon's for that 5th, 6th place position. So I think it looks pretty set out front with Oxford Brookes, barring any disasters of course, and then that race for 2nd and 3rd between Durham and UCL is one that we'll certainly keep an eye on down the course.
You can just see the gap there in times between Oxford Brookes and UCL. The Brookes crew, absolute destruction over the rest of the field, and we didn't give them credit where credit was due in the first half of this race, because they have absolutely demolished the rest of the competition. And apologies to De Montfort, actually, if you're a De Montfort friends or family tuning in, they're now in 5th position. They've managed to row through Robert Gordon, but they're just a little bit off the pace of this charge going on out front. And 2nd place still looks up for grabs here between UCL and Durham University. You can see them just to the left and behind Oxford Brookes. It's on the far left UCL, the one on the right is Durham there behind Oxford Brookes, who are leading in the yellow boat out in front. And then we can see another really good race going on for 4th position actually between Robert Gordon and Hertfordshire University.
Yeah, Oxford Brookes, they can almost relax at this point, but of course they're choosing not to. They're going to race this all the way to the finish line, making a statement to those crews ranked 1 through 12 earlier on today that they should have been up there in the mix, but they're not. They're here winning this C final of the women's intermediate double sculls. What a performance of sculling they are putting together. But as Camilla said, we've got a race in our hands, about 50 odd metres back between UCL and Durham University for that 2nd and 3rd place. Durham just catching the water, allowing UCL to continue their sprint for 2nd place. And as we take a look at the rest of the course, it does look to be Hertfordshire holding on for 4th place ahead of the likes of Robert Gordon's and De Montfort. But as we come up to the finish line, a fantastic performance there from Oxford Brookes University. They finished 1st in this women's inter double scull, D final, finishing 19th overall in the competition. And then it is the charge for the line, second place between UCL and Durham University, and it is UCL getting the better of Durham by about a length for its second and third place respectively. Next up, it is the crew in lane 2. It is Hertfordshire University. They're going to wrap up in 4th place here. And over on the far side of the bank, Robert Gordon's continuing to sprint all the way to the line, pushing themselves all the way to the finish. And wrapping up this D final will be De Montfort University in lane 1. So we've made it. We are here at the final race of day 1 of Bucs Regatta 2021, and it is the women's intermediate double sculls C final. In lane 1 it is Leicester, in lane 2 Aberdeen, Newcastle go in 3, Reading go in 4, St Andrews University in 5, and Lincoln go in lane 6. And Camilla, the first thing that stands out to me is that it's Reading University's A crew that are in this C final.
Yeah, and we were talking about the strength of Reading's sculling earlier on the men's side. We've seen the men's intermediate quads and championship quads go on today, of which Reading have been really big contestants. But also here in the women's double sculls and the intermediate side, you'd expect to see a university that focuses on sculling contending those A and B semi-finals. But Reading here in the C final, they're also down in... they're down in second at the moment, I think, perhaps even third as they went through that timing marker. Indeed, yeah, they're in the centre of the lake there in the yellow boat in third position, being led currently by St Andrews and by Newcastle. And this Newcastle crew just wanting to make sure that they keep eyes to the left of them. St Andrews there just looming in, and I think good to see St Andrews up here challenging with the likes of Newcastle, Fergus.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about Surrey, one of the programmes on the rise, but absolutely St Andrews, certainly one of the really hot universities at the moment, rising up to 2019. They had a fantastic year, making the semi-final, I should say, of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. They've just had their new director of rowing, Alan Sinclair, formerly of the GB rowing team. So St Andrews University, it's a really exciting place to be training at the moment. Training out at Loch Ower, just outside of St Andrews. And it looks like, Camilla, what a surge they've had in this third 500, rowing straight through the Blue Star of Newcastle University.
Yeah, they've taken their time to get to the front of the field, but it's not done them any harm at all. They're now leading Newcastle University by just, I'd say, about 3/4 of a length. It's deceptive, this side angle of the camera. We'll see what the times are like when they come through the next marker, perhaps a little bit closer than we think, but a great stride out for St Andrews as they go through there. It is going to be Newcastle next, 3 seconds, so it is about a length actually separating these two double sculls out at the front of the field in this C final.
I think Newcastle have got to be careful here. They've got to be careful of Lincoln, and they've got to be careful not to tense up and not to try and chase St Andrews, because that's what will open up the door to University of Lincoln, who are only a couple of seconds behind, by a length or so. A double scull that can change so quickly. I think they're probably going to be your 3 crews that are going to cross the finish line first: St Andrews, Newcastle, Lincoln. The question now is whether or not Newcastle can hold it together, maintain it, and either put a sprint on and catch up with St Andrews, or more likely hold off this charge that's coming from Lincoln.
Yeah, and I would like to point out Lincoln charging really hard, and great to be talking about a name like the University of Lincoln. That's a name that I wouldn't say that we'd associate really with strength and depth in lots of fields, and to be contesting one of the most competitive events in the C final and challenging a huge programme like Newcastle. This is sensational here by the Lincoln crew in lane 6.
Yeah, a really great performance that Lincoln are putting together in this second 1,000 metres. But out in front, it is still St Andrews leading this C final of the women's inter double. And as things stand at the moment, that would finish them 13th overall in the women's intermediate double scull. Don't count out, of course, Reading University. They're starting to put their sprint together, as are the likes of Aberdeen and Leicester as well. There's quite a good race happening between Leicester and Aberdeen. As we've said, though, out in front it is St Andrews University. They look set to hold on as they come through the red boys the last 100 metres. Newcastle University about a length or so down, but Lincoln, Camilla, they're charging fast.
They really are charging fast. They've got all of that lane 6 over there to themselves to sneak up on the outside. Newcastle do look very strong, though. They're just starting to lever that little bit more, but I think it is going to be St Andrews for the win here. A beautifully patient race here from St Andrews to give them the win in this C final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Newcastle just couldn't quite cling on, and Lincoln, a great finish there for them in third place ahead of the University of Reading, a huge name in sculling. A very close finish there for the last couple of places between Aberdeen and in lane number 1 at Leicester. What a great final that was to wrap up today's racing here at the British University Championships.
Yeah, you certainly can't ask for a better way to wrap up racing. It's been an outstanding day. We've had some really close racing. We've had the highs, we've had the lows, but of course that's what you'd expect with Bucs Regatta. And we get to do it all again tomorrow.
We get to do it all again tomorrow, Fergus. We kick off again. We won't be streaming the time trials, but the time trials will begin here at the National Watersports Centre at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. We'll be running those all the way through until mid-morning, and then join us again live for tomorrow's side-by-side racing for the semi-finals and the repercharges. And you can see there all that we've got to look forward to in tomorrow's programme of racing, and we look forward to joining you again then. I've been Camilla Hadland. I'm joined by Fergus Mainland, and we hope to see you all back again on the live stream for Friday the 25th of June here at Bucs Regatta.